well, if you are against all expectations watching the VOD of this, I just finished Planescape Torment and I just restarted the stream to get a fresh cut. But I did not like Planescape Torment. I really liked the writing of it in like random NPCs and stuff, but I did not like the main story. I didn't like the game in general. The quest design was fucking horrible, and it was like playing a point-and-click game, like the Pony or something, where nothing makes any fucking sense, and all you're doing is just wandering around randomly, clicking everything and talking to everyone. It was just horrible, to be honest. It's one of these games that I'm 100% just convinced that it only lives based on two things. Its age. People played it when they were kids and they loved it because it was cool. 2, it looks cool. It has the soundtrack is, I think it's decent. All the songs sound the same, but it's still pretty good. But it never plays in the game. But it's still it's good. It has a good feeling to it. It looks nice. The Sigil and the Plains is a really cool setting. It's very different from a normal sword and sorcery setting, which is just like elves and shit. And the Nameless one is a very different PC as well. But the game as a whole and the story as a whole were not good at all, really. Like the gameplay is just like Baldur's Gate. It's basically like you're playing Diablo 1 or something, and you just have like 6 Diablo 1 characters, which just controlling them. Like there's nothing to it. And yeah, like I said, the story, the writing was good. There's a lot of writing. I like the writing. But just random NPCs are not story. Like that's the thing. I don't feel like we did anything that was really that story related. It's just, this is something I have a lot of problems with in games in general. I hate when stories are just nothing. Like it's just a bunch of bullshit. And then you get to the ending and that the ending is the entire story. Here we struggle with the Nameless One's lost memory, and we're trying to figure that out. And that is something, at least. Like that makes it better, because that makes that like a core part of the story, and you try to like piece that together. But I don't know. I just don't feel like you piece it together enough. I don't know. The things you get to find out are just not that interesting. And especially like the core concept of why everything is even happening is too difficult to get to. Like I specifically did the thing, unless I am completely retarded and I don't remember, but the VOD will know the truth of that. I'm pretty sure I talked to all of the incarnations and then I used the Bronze Sphere. Or I absorbed all of them and then I used the Bronze Sphere. But if it's that picky that you have to talk to the good one, not absorb him, and then use it, like that's retarded. All to just figure out that the good one is the original one, and you get to know your real name, but you don't actually get to know the real name because they don't write it. I don't know, dude. Now, I don't really remember much of this game, and I just played Planescape Torment to get a bit of an idea of how the original game was, because a lot of the feedback for this game is that it's bad and that it's not like mixed. It's still mostly positive, but a lot of the reviews are like this. I really wanted to love this game as I was a rabid fan of Planescape Torment. This was supposed to be a spiritual successor to it. However, this game is just half-baked. The world is bizarre and mystifying, and at times intriguing, but the writing is just too full of itself, and constantly throwing nouns and pronouns at you that have no explanation in order to make it sound mystical and mysterious, but ultimately are kind of meaningless and artificial. The base story itself is serviceable, but ultimately not captivating or deep. A far cry from Planescape Torment. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the story in Planescape Torment is not good. It's not good. It's just a concept. Like, it's just that's it. Like, it's a concept that people like. That's not a story. And as a game developer, this is actually kind of interesting, because you have to think about this a lot. That people don't think what they actually think. They feel. They feel things. Some people think, of course. But most people, they just have like feelings based on the game. And it has nothing to do with if the story was good or not, you know? If they feel that the story was good, then it was good. But there's no reason behind it. They don't have any like concept or story structure or anything like that. Like it's all about, oh, I felt that it was good. And feeling that the story is good is also highly connected to the graphics, the sound, what your characters look like. All of that enhances how you feel about the story. So you really have to keep things like that in mind if you want to actually make a really good game. Because you can't just make a game, like, you can't make a game that's just writing, you can't make a game that's just gameplay. Because then you're just gonna have, like, some shitty niche trash. Like, if you want to make a game that's only gameplay, like Pac-Man or something, or, you know, Binding of Isaac, then that works. Because that's that type of game. But if you want some, you know, a bigger, this kind of game, where there is both story and gameplay that are major elements, then yeah. Anyway, and enough of that. Let's open up a new tab, move it over there, open up the tweeters. I haven't rambled enough. I just wanted to do some rambling, so people had time to see the new Go Live thing. Torment Tides of New... And I'm sitting here talking to literally myself and no one else. Feels good, man. Tides of Numenera. Finished Planescape Torment, and now it's time to check out how Torment, how the quote-unquote new one holds up in comparison back to back. Link. There's my Twitch thing there. Hashtag Twitch, hashtag livestream, hashtag support small streamers. Very important hashtag. Gets you bot retweets. Hashtag Planescape, remove that. Torment, TRPGs, D&D. I don't know. No, it's not D&D anymore. It's not a D&D system. It's their own system. Hashtag feel when no. Then we link that, and we add Kibs again. Kibs gets an ad every time I go live. I don't know why. He asked me to, he hasn't told me to stop, so there it is. Either way. Let's turn off this music. Play. have to do the first time bullshit. See how long that takes. Forever. I actually, like, I remember this game very positively, to be honest. But it's been a while, and I don't really remember exactly. Because it kind of also has this whole issue that most games have, in my opinion, where it's just a bunch of bullshit things that you're doing that barely has anything to do with anything. Just like Planescape did. But I really like its systems, even though they aren't perfect. But I really like their systems for how you do things. Figure out this volume level. Powered by Pillars of Eternity technology. Pillars of Eternity engine is actually pretty good. I think, in my opinion at least. Unity. Is Pillars a Unity game? I didn't know that. Show tutorials, tide feedback, companion attitude feedback, tide movement barks, tide crisis objectives, text size, camera speed, free combat camera, graphics, full screen mode. Is this already? Yeah, it's already windowed borderless. Sync. Ah. Use dynamic cloth. Yes. Are these the only settings? I guess so. You can pick anti-aliasing and dynamic cloth. Yep, that's it. Voiceover. I like having higher voices. Who knows if it's necessary, but let's just YOLO that. There are no subtitles. Yep. So, before we start, I'm gonna take a quick pee break. I'll be right back. So here, unlike Planescape, you actually make a character in the. So he's still pretty much the same character that you pick. Traits.
Your mind wakes in darkness. Aching cold sets into an unfamiliar body. A distant howling surrounds you, louder with each passing second. Insistent and invisible hands slap and tear at the membrane that protects you. Your first emotion is an involuntary and formless panic. You feel you have forgotten something important. As if it once meant the world to you. tendrils slip away as you grasp at them.
Hard to set the volume, right? I just want the voices to be decently high. I don't want the sound effects to be that high, though.
You force your eyes open.
Look around.
A white-pink fleshy cocoon surrounds you. Even as you look, a minor rent in its side tears open, and the howling wind forces its way inside. The cocoon rips away, gone before you can grab it, spinning you into a dizzying tumble. You are falling, the world many kilometers beneath you. You catch a glimpse of a curved horizon, and also the ground beneath you that is approaching deceptively quickly. Above you, a small moon is slowly collapsing in upon itself. A corona of acid green and black energy playing around its edges.
Funny how low the voice is, even though I raised it.
The wind buffets you and burns your eyes, but you don't need to see the details of the faraway ground to know you're in serious trouble. You won't survive a fall from this stratospheric height. A part of your frantic mind babbles that technically you probably fell from a thermospheric height. You struggle to stay focused as the ground rushes toward you.
Look at the horizon.
You are spinning too rapidly to get a good look. You can see a large landmass, a vast body of water directly below you, and scattered archipelagos, but the detail eludes you. A deep black night is above you, its nocturnal clarity disappearing as the haze of atmosphere envelops you.
Try to turn vertical. Try to remember what happened.
It's hazy. You were in a tall passageway, its sides slicked with dew, the air warm and moist, as if you were caught in the breath of a giant organism. You remember fleeing in fear and exhilaration, laughing through the terror. What was it that pursued you? Something ancient and cold, its coiling power the promise of oblivion. Its shadowed tendrils struck at you, and the walls where they landed were torn apart utterly, destroyed beyond any hope of repair. You leapt into a membranous cocoon and fell from the station, the moon. And then you were empty. But who were you? What was that creature? A word surfaces in your thoughts, and you seize it before it vanishes. Sorrow. The world fills your sight. You're about to hit.
The sorrow. Try to remember the sorrow.
It hurts your mind to recall, but you push past it, a creature of the forgotten world seeking you out across the centuries. But it's not you it seeks, is it? It sought the man whose memories you shuffle through now, and you realize suddenly that you are not him. You were... who? Who were you?
Continue to search these memories.
If you somehow managed to sidestep everything you know about anatomy, physics, and death, and you were surprised to realize that you do know something about them, and you survived this fall, you suspect that you might be able to reawaken a dormant strength you sense inside you. But who could possibly survive a fall from this height? You remember reaching an escape tube, and you remember being struck by a tendril of force, and then the fall. The fall. You open your eyes in time to see a riot of color around you, your descent barely slowed, and then agony flares throughout your body as a crunching impact destroys you. The last thing you hear is a rapidly cycling whine of energy, and then darkness.
Jumbled thoughts cloud your head as you study the empty bowl before you. Drops of liquid fall from the spattering on the ground next to the bowl. The light from every drop is refracted in the bowl's rounded hollow, is reflected in the bowl's rounded hollow, as if it hungers for that light and needs to be filled. Yet the bowl remains dry. Another drop falls from the ceiling and splashes across the pylons, wasted. Examine the bowl. You trace your fingers over the slippery overlapping scales that spiral up from the bottom of the bowl. The sharp-toothed rim plucks at your skin. It's going to be tricky to move this bowl without slicing your fingers on the edge. You might have to put some effort into it. Reflected light streaks across the surface of the bowl as another droplet falls from the might. Carefully move the bowl beneath the liquid. You have encountered your first task. You have 3 stat points, might, speed, and intellect, that you can spend to increase your chances of success. This is called using effort. To more easily move the bowl in front of you, use left mouse button to spend might for a higher level of effort. Don't worry if you fail this time. In Torment, failure often results in interesting outcomes. So this is how it works. You have a bunch of points, and instead of having like skill checks and stuff like that, the task has a difficulty, and you can choose how many points you want to spend. Seed. But of course you can just YOLO it at 60% and see what happens. Which is kind of interesting here. What happens if you want to fail with at 60%? Do you have to restart the game 4 times? But I usually don't like to gamble spend points too much. I'd rather just spend 100% if I want to succeed on something. Whoa! You carefully moved it over. Something. Whoops. Drop by drop, the bowl fills, ripples spreading over the blurred outline of your reflection. A pale blue luminescence stretches into the corners of the room. A clear radiance builds across the segmented floor, washing away the nearest shadows, and pouring into your mind, melting the ragged edges of your fragmented thoughts. You are not whole, not yet, but you have begun to heal from the damage done in your long fall. A voice calls out from somewhere high above, beyond the reaches of the spreading light. Hello? Are you still alive down there? We're up here. Build a path up to us and be careful. The rippling surface of the bowl shines with its own light. Overturn the bowl? What? When you touch it, you feel a strange tightness in your head, and soon discover that the bowl is far too heavy to move now. Even the attempt makes your arms ache, trembles, and temples throb. Try overturning the bowl again. Can't budge it. Leave the bowl alone. As soon as you touch the orb, a memory floods your mind. You stand in front of a rusted door. The air is humid and dank. You have had a moment's respite. This waterlogged hell, a bubble of stale air, your resting point. You've breathed water before, and you've lived decades beneath the water waves. But this body's an air breather. The constant pressure has been crushing you ever so subtly. Worse, your companion's mind seems to be wandering from the task at hand. He's a genius with machines, as you know well, but now he seems distracted. The device in his hands is covered in knobs, wires, and antennas. He believes it can get the 2 of you through the corroded door, but he's merely staring at it. Perhaps he's lost faith in his invention, but that's hardly your concern. This mission cannot be delayed. It must proceed. Deceive him by telling him that you've heard sounds of pursuit. Threaten him until he returns to the task at hand. This is taking too long. Cast a spell, an esoteric, to fix the device yourself. I'm gonna threaten him. Your shouted words seem muffled in the stale air. Your companion flinches away from you. Sorry, I just wanted to be sure I wanted to be sure I hadn't made a mistake. He makes minute adjustments to the knobs and blinking levers of the device. And the stale air of your bubble freshens up as the door swings open. A dark hallway lies beyond, a passage that links the waterboarded cells in the aquatic viewing area. What you seek lies there. Moments later, you're underwater again, your hands closing around a strange yet familiar artifact. You need it to complete something. It hovers above a pedestal, rotating in the dark water. An electric current runs through your fingers as your hand crosses the vertical plane of the pedestal. And an iridescent field coalesces so fast that the wave of pressure dazes you for a moment. The rising pulse of a sonar alarm ripples through the water. The guards won't be far behind. Electric current runs through your fingers and crosses the vertical plane of the pedestal. Disable the sonar pulse. You focus on the cloudy base of the pedestal. Your fingers instinctively find the control panel for the jeweled force field, almost as if you had built it in the first place. You remove it, casting it to the side, and you reach inside to deactivate the crystal that power both the pulse and the pedestal. As you remove them, a scaly hand falls on your shoulder. Your head whips around and you see only the inky blackness of a excuse me? Hi, Zane. Hi. Hold on. Open the volume mixer. Use browser to like 12.
Piscine.
Piscine. It's a piscine. Only the inky blackness of a piscine eye, which means of or concerning fish. The memory begins to fade, as if you were being drawn backwards through a tunnel, and you hear more pylons rising from the pit. Something is wrong. The events within the orb have settled into the gap in your mind, but the edges of it are rough, as though the memory itself is not truly yours. There is something else, a gust of sour air pulling at you, like a predator inhaling the scent of its prey. At the far end of a dark, whispering let's do this while we have the time. We might have to change that later, but it felt like that was appropriate. The rest of the sounds down slightly again. This mirror looks strange, as though what you see in it is real, and you're the reflection. Lost cast off. The light around the door's frame dims and flares like a roaring fire in a high wind. Countless scratches and wounds mar the surface of this door. Someone made a great effort to get inside, to no avail. No sign or symbol tells you what might be behind this enormous door. A dull chill radiates from its bronzed, segmented surface, and the thick metal wheel seems frozen into. You stand beside a woman on a verdant crag. Beneath the two of you is a broad plateau towering above the overgrowth far below. Strange machines have been built into the cliffside, presumably for reconnaissance or defense. A metallic disc gleams from the center of the plateau. Your self-aware humanoid machines drill into the base of the cliffs below. If you were looking for a sanctuary, and you were, desperately, this seems like the right place. I don't know about this, the woman says, her voice flat, neutral. Her face is turned away from you. What makes this place any more secure than the other ones we've found? Draw her attention to the hidden details your more experienced eye can clearly see. Use your charm to persuade her of the merits of the site and to remind her of the time constraints. Convince her with the wisdom of your superior intellect. I'm gonna do that. Superior intellect. A slight chill enters the air as you describe the potential power of the metallic disc below and the sealed vaults beneath it. She nods. So that's what your servitor machines are doing down there. You've already chosen this as the site, haven't you? She waits for your affirmation and says, "All right, I'm convinced." The two of you sketch your plans for the sanctuary, drawing schematics and architectural diagrams. Then you descend onto the plateau to examine the open ground. The woman suggests having one of the servitors build a shelter for your time here. You try to draw one of the constructs away from its task, but it doesn't respond to your voice. When you lay a hand on its shoulder to reinforce your command, it whirls and strikes you across the face with inhuman speed. It turns back to its task, ignoring you. Your companion helps you rise, laughter in her eyes. It seems your construct has other ideas. What's the matter with it? Use the Numenera integrated into the construct's body to overwhelm the behavior malfunction. Examine the construct for mechanical faults. Look for a deeper solution. Perhaps it's an effect of the metallic disc itself. A mist falls onto the plateau as you wrap a fiber shielding mesh around the construct's skull. Literally tinfoil. The mesh powers up, protecting the construct's mind from any trans-dimensional emissions that might be in the area. Taking a deep breath, you repeat your command. Acknowledged. It obediently trundles to the site of your new shelter. The image freezes, then fades, and you feel the memory filling the gap in your mind, block by jagged block. You stagger, clutching your head. Reclaiming your memories hurts. And once more, there's something else. Hairs lift, one by one, on the back of your neck. Something beyond this room can sense what you're doing, and is hunting you. A vision of the city springs up around you. Your city, in flames and under attack. Her defenders have fought and died all day. Still, the attackers keep coming. They fight as if your destruction were demanded of them. They care nothing for mercy, surrender, or plunder. What they want is blood. But you have brought a keen-eyed companion to the top of the tower. She has seen the way to stop the invaders. You need to get her to safety, and you need to rally your defenders. But even as you turn towards the door of the tower, two of the attackers descend from a hovering machine. You don't have the time to strike at them before they land. One is brutishly large, his weapon a vibrating axe. The other is slim, sheathed in glassy armor, holding a hilt with a sizzling, invisible blade. Your companion backs away. He is too young to help. Your enemies advance single file, confined by the parapet. Too young to help. Trade blows with the giant. You can handle it for at least a strike or two. Fight defensively and figure out who presents the greater threat. Duck under the giant's swing and attack before he can strike. I'm gonna trade blows with the giant. The giant's first two strikes are blurs. You block the first strike, but the second forces you to your knees. Though you're dazed and your vision is hazy, your armor holds and you keep your wits about you. Enough that when he raises the great axe above his head to finish you, you're able to bury your blade under his breastplate. The blade emerges from the back of his neck. His life's blood washes over your hands. He falls, taking your weapon with him, and his companion attacks. Her invisible blade is far more lethal than the giant's axe. You duck as she thrusts at you, and the wall behind you hisses, destroyed. Her return swing cuts through your armor, ruining your breastplate. She doesn't have to be skilled with a weapon like this. She just has to make contact. You time your attack as she pulls it back for another strike. You barrel into her, driving her over the wall, and she drops screaming to the ground 50 meters below. The immediate threat ended. You focus on finding a way back to your allies. You open the tower door and rush down the stairs. The door at the base of the stairs is slightly cracked, opening just a bit into the hall, and you hear more of the enemy soldiers beyond. Hurl yourself against the door and knock them to the ground. You charge through the dim shadows, dropping your shoulder into the door at the last minute. It bursts open. Halfway through its arc, it crashes into a pair of enemy soldiers, scattering them. You race through the door, blade in hand, and you dispatch your stunned foes before they have a chance to move. Their blood begins to pool in the hallway. The memory begins to fade, and you find yourself back in your own body. Your temples throb with the racing force of your heartbeat, and the reclaimed memories blaze within you, like a bonfire on a mountain peak, visible to every predator for kilometers around. A tremor rocks the floor beneath you, as though a massive fist has struck the room itself. Swaying on your feet, you see frantic movement within the borders of a mirror at the edge of the The border of this mirror is lavishly decorated with a dizzying number of interlocked symbols, daggers, masks, paintbrushes, amulets, and more. But that's nothing to compare to what you see in the glass. You see a vast crowd of people, exact doppelgangers of you, shoving, arguing with and fighting each other. Most are drab imitations of you, but a precious few are vivid and pull at your attention. Each of them bears an intricate pentagonal tattoo on their head. In their eyes, their actions, you see the memories you discovered within the orbs, and the choices you made shining like distant stars. Your hand twitches at your side, and though some of the bright doppelgangers ignore you, an even smaller number immediately turn to you, waiting for you to choose them, learn what you might become. A rumble shakes the room, and a slow vibration spreads from the darkness below, rippling towards the ceiling. Point at the strong doppelganger shoving its way through the group. Point at the hulking doppelganger, wrath in its eyes. I'm gonna point at the strong doppelganger. It thunders towards you like a mountain on legs, shattering your duplicates everywhere. The threat in its eyes is as obvious as daylight. A rumble comes from somewhere deep in his chest as it waits for your decision. I want to consider the other choices. Point at the strong doppelganger. Sure, whatever. Yes, that is who I am. The remaining doppelgangers scatter for the edges of the mirror and vanish. Your chosen identity steps forward. Appearance changes as it steps out of the rippling glass. Its body becomes stronger, more supple. Shadows of several weapons flicker in and out of its hand, and different kinds of armor shimmer on its body. You get a feeling you, will be comfortable with them all. The word glaive sounds in your mind. Gain descriptors strong. Your doppelganger continues walking, stepping into you, filling you, making you whole. Your decision rings out into the cavernous room, awakening and unlocking vast mechanisms behind the walls. Suddenly, a grotesque noise rings through your shared worlds, like a bell if bells could rot. Something is coming. Stored 2 might pool. We have 8 might now. And 3 intellect, 5 speed. The mirror fades, leaving a dark open doorway. You take a deep breath and step through. Choices in the memories in the mirror have begun to build your character, but now you have the opportunity to decide on a number of details. First, you can decide to change your type. Type defines the abilities and skills you'll be able to acquire as you advance. We are a strong glaive. Glaives are the elite warriors of the ninth world, using weapons and armor to fight their enemies. Scouts, guardians, warlords, and soldiers could be glaives. Most glaives either have a high might and use the heaviest armor and weapons available, or a high speed and stick with light or ranged weapons, or light or medium armor. Jacks. Opportunist. Ends turn immediately. Make a basic attack against the first enemy that moves within weapon range. Gain plus 15% on attacks made this way. Gain 3 speed armor cost reduction, 3 might armor cost reduction. Reduces the penalty to esoteric attacks incurred by armor by 50%. Evasion, endurance, plus 5 health per level. Quick fingers. Plus 15 bonus per level on difficult tasks marked with its skill. Inability confers minus 15% penalty. Jack. Jacks are intrepid explorers and adventurers. They are jacks of all trades, hence the name. Although the world also harkens back to fables involving a wily resourceful hero, who always seems to be named Jack. Jacks are at their best when they combine weapons, armor, esoteric ciphers, and a clever tongue. They are treasure hunters, grifters, skalds, rogues, and experts in a variety of fields. Flex skill. Choose one exploration, lore, or conversation skill, plus 1 training level in that skill while active. Heavy fingers, intimidation, endurance, heavy weapons. Four points to distribute to any pool. Plus 3 health at tier 1, 6 health at tier later. Grants 2 abilities at tier 1, gains 1 ability at each. Pick 1 exploration skill at each tier. 2 points to distribute to any pool. You can pick 1 weapon skill, 1 ability skill, you can pick 1 athletics. Nano. Nanos are sometimes called mages, wizards, sorcerers, or witches by the people of the Ninth World. Whatever they're called, nanos master the mysteries of the past to the degree that they seem to perform miracles using esoteries, spell-like invocations that combine gestures, command words, psychic disciplines. They tap into nanospirits, numinous particles that suffuse the landscape, to alter reality or learn things that they couldn't otherwise know. Concentration, intimidation, endurance. I think red means inability. That means you get a penalty. Concentration. Mitigates penalty for equipped bonded artifacts. 1 bonded artifact is unlocked. Every equipped bonded artifact confers a negative effect. For novice. Trained bonded artifacts equipped to the first slot do not confer a negative effect. Specialized bonded artifacts equipped to both slots do not confer negative effects. Concentration increase, plus 1 training level in concentration skill, plus 1 cipher limit. Choose a damage type, deal 5 damage of that type, and confer a minor additional effect based on the choice. Plus 1 damage per effort applied. Max plus 6. Plus 2 intellect pool. Plus 2 points to distribute to any pool. Gains 2 abilities at each tier. Can pick 1 lore skill at level 1. I kind of lean towards nano with might, because what I wanted to be was high might, low speed, high intellect. If it's not obvious, I generally lean towards the fighter mage kind of archetypes. Strong jack off. 4 points to distribute to any pool. 2 abilities at each tier. 2 abilities at tier 1. 1 ability at each tier later. Alright, I'm gonna go with the nano. I think I played a jack last time. I'm pretty sure I played a jack, because I remember the flex skill that I never used. Stat pools are the resources you use to apply effort or activate abilities. You can distribute points as you see fit. Glaives tend to favor might and/or speed, while nanos favor intellect. Jacks usually benefit from a balanced set of points. Maybe something like this. Start with a rather high might. Abilities unlocked by your type can be active actions such as attacks or spell-like esoteries, or unique passive effects. Scan thoughts. The surface thoughts of most people or creatures you speak with appear in conversation. Resourceful, gain +1 training in cipher use skill, allows you to carry additional ciphers. Adaption, gain protected. Armor bonus +2 per tier, resistance bonus +1 per tier. Innervate, remove all negative fettles. Includes flanked and lasting damage. Deals 6 points of health. Quantum Step, teleport one ally to a point within range. I want Scan Thoughts. Additional ciphers. Adaptation. Honestly, I don't really care that much about these esoteries. At least not currently, because we only have 6, and I would rather use it for skill checks. I feel like. And they weren't that powerful anyway. This, like the armor thing, it might be good though. Allies in immediate area. Oh, so it's AoE. Cipher use skill. Yeah, okay, let's take that. Most skills increase your chance of success on specific kinds of action and tasks, but some give other passive bonuses. Each skill starts at the novice level and can be increased to trained and specialized, granting greater bonuses at each level. Descriptors often leave some skills at the inability level. Penalties. When upgraded, these return to the novice level. Door. Natural mystical machinery. Academic knowledge of machines, mechanics, and physical sciences. Academic knowledge of sciences that are not exactly physical or natural, including strange or trans-dimensional creatures. Or nature. Academic knowledge of the natural sciences and physical creatures. I don't want to take machinery. Just because it's fun. You're always annoyed when you can't fiddle with computers. When there are computers. But we might take one in each. Take more later. Use a weapon skill. Only glaives receive training in weapon skills. Although you chose your descriptor from among the many doppelgangers in the mirror, you now have the chance to view the specific bonuses and penalties it grants. You can also determine the effects of other descriptors and choose a new one if you wish. We are strong. +3 might pool, +1 training in intimidation skill, +1 training in endurance skill, -1 training level in quick fingers, -2 intellect. Tough. +1 armor, +1 resistance, -15 evasion. Wrathful. 1 training level in heavy weapons, intimidation, smashing. -1 concentration, stealth. Speed, +15% willpower. Every 2 points of intellect also increases willpower by 5%. Slick, persuasion, quick fingers. Light weapons, stealth, deception. Rugged. If I can find might, +might minus speed, that would be nice. Training level in endurance skill. Natural skill, +2 resistance. Observant. Mystical. -1 level in intimidation skill. +1 lore in mystical. +1 in cipher use. -1 deception. Intelligent. Anamnesis. The last cast-off can access the memories of previous consciousness. This skill represents your focus and acumen when attempting to recall those experiences. Oh yeah, I like that one. Graceful, +2 speed, no. Clever, +2 intellect. No, we can't get strength. +strength. Here's the thing I don't like with strong. It's that it is a negative intelligence penalty. Training in quick fingers might just be annoying. Fine motor control, ability to manipulate delicate devices, that might be fun. And we also get intimidation, which I don't want. So what did we have anything else that gave strength? Tough. Wrathful. Nope. -1 in concentration. Concentration do. Well, that's the artifact one. I do want concentration, but I mean, I can live with that. Get anamnesis instead. Lets you access the memories of previous consciousnesses. Got lore machinery, penalty for heavy weapons and medium weapons. So what does that mean? We get to use like daggers or something? Are you sure you wish to proceed? This is your last chance to change the last cast-off's character type or description. Or descriptor. Intelligent? No. With might. Yes. The Spectre. Everything about this spectral figure seems dreamlike. He's a hazy silhouette, Seems to be made of blue glass smoke. He wears stylish, well-cut clothes. His handsome bearded face seems hauntingly familiar, though you've never seen him before. Breathes a sigh of relief when he sees you. We weren't sure that would work. We pulled our strength and channeled it through me to reach you. Wake you up. He glances at the other figures here and frowns unhappily. Took more out of them than we thought. The other reflections, they're more like shadows now. Look, I'll bet you've got a lot of questions. This whole place is basically your mind. Your body's still out there in the real world, healing from that fall. You need to get out there and finish the process. He shrugs. It shouldn't be too hard. Before I met you, it felt like something was hunting me. Know what it was? He closes his eyes. That's a memory I don't want to recall. Large, black, furious. It's our death. It's the sorrow. He closes his eyes. I hope it's lost interest in you. If it finds us, we're done for. Said I had to finish the process. What do you mean by that? After you wake up from this dream state and attune to the tides, you'll need to find something called a resonance chamber. Your body should have landed somewhere near it. Just climb inside that and everything will be fine. What do you mean attuned to the tides? Tides are like a force, like gravity or magnetism, or something, except they respond to people's actions and perceptions. Your body, that is. Your body in the real world needs the tides to survive. It's not something you need to worry about. Your body will attune as it wakes up. What's a resonance chamber? I remember pieces about it, but not the whole. It's a crystal sarcophagus. I remember it having 5 mechanical arms around, and a metal ring set in the floor. I think we were aiming for it when we fell. When you open your eyes in the real world, it should be nearby. Who are those other people? You called them reflections. That's what they are. As I said, it's your mind. You'll find reflections of people you knew, people you met in the real world, and with whom you shared some kind of psychic connection. I don't know how or why, it just happens. If this place is my mind, why don't I remember any of this? Any of you? It's your mind. Construct built to, I don't know, share thoughts? Store your true self? Wait, you know how people say, in the first place. This is definitely the first place of your memory. Well, it was the first place for me anyway. You'd probably know better since it's yours. If you don't remember now, maybe it'll come to you later. Who are you? He pauses and looks down at himself. Considers a long time before answering. I'm you. I'm a part of your mind, a splinter. I was waiting here for you. We called you within the memories of the others who are here. I don't know what happened next. How do you know all this, all you're telling me? He throws up his hands in frustration. I'm just a part of you. I look at you and I know. This place was made for you, for us, and I remember pieces of knowledge that come to me when you ask your questions, but that's all. So, how do I get back to the real world? There's a portal down there. It'll take you back to your body. Just step through it and the whole tides thing should take care of itself. He crosses his arms. When you wake up, find the resonance chamber and activate it. Then we can... What in the hell is that? Gods, it's the sorrow! Killed 3 of them. The sorrow is anchored to those reflections. It's devouring their power. We have to get rid of them. Destroy its anchors, or else the sorrow will erase us forever. Crisis initiated. Current objective, kill the reflections anchoring the sorrow to your mind. The crisis begins when you enter into a dangerous situation. Crises are turn-based encounters where you can fight, sneak, manipulate the environment, or talk your way out of trouble. Each turn you can take one sword action to attack or activate an ability. You can also make one move. The reflection near you. Kill it! You loosen the sorrow's anchor. Use left mouse button to attack an enemy or move to a position. Try clicking the highlighted character now. Effort can be applied to attacks to increase your chance to hit. As with other tasks, each level of effort increases your chances by 20% at the cost of 1 point from a stat pool. Unarmed attacks use speed, but other weapons and abilities may use might or intelligence, or intellect instead. Bam! The Sorrow's turn. No! What in the... It's escaping! It's going to hide inside your mind. Now run! Get to the next one! You can sacrifice your move action for the turn to double move instead of attacking. The movement preview line turns purple when over a position that requires a double move. Choose a damage type, deal 5 damage of that type to confer a minor additional effect based on the choice. Can't I blast you? Out of range. When you apply effort to an attack, it also increases the damage you deal. Different weapons and abilities gain different amounts of bonus damage from effort. The Sorrow's turn. Sorrow infection. What is it doing now? It's infecting it somehow. Battles are temporary conditions or status effects that can improve or reduce a character's stats. The Sorrow has just placed a fettle on the remaining reflection. You can't remove this fettle, but you may find a way to overcome it. Okay, but what is the fettle? Adaptation. Doesn't say. Armor reduces physical damage taken. Most weapon attacks deal physical damage. Right. The armor stat reduces physical damage. The fettle the Sorrow placed on this character has boosted its armor by 10, meaning it will absorb 10 points of damage from each attack. This reflection's armor is now too high for you to overcome with your unarmed attack. Skist! The reflection is protected somehow. Need a way to find a way to hit it even harder. Grab that piece of mirror glass. It might have enough residual energy to kill the reflection. No, I don't need that. I can just blast it. I can just blast it. Fuck your tutorial. You pried it loose. That thing is a cancer, an infection. It's unstoppable, but you stopped it. He holds his head in his hands. I can't believe it found us in here. He looks at you, terror in his eyes. That thing, the Sorrow, it's been hunting you. It's what killed you in the first place. It'll keep hunting you until you activate the resonance chamber. I didn't remember until I saw it, but that's why the chamber is so important. You have to get back and activate the chamber before it's too late. The portal to your body is that shimmering dome down there. Go, now! First, let me pick up this mirror shard. Deals 13 physical damage and refills all user stat pool. Consumable. Consumes action. Is that a bug? Your inventory lets you view, equip, and manage items and equipment you find. It has a number of sections. The first is equipment, which contains any item equipped to the current character. Equipment includes melee and ranged weapons, shields, armor, ornaments such as rings and amulets, and bonded items. Your backpack contains the items being carried by the current character. You can equip, inspect, or transfer items from. Quest items contain any special items required for quests. Quest items cannot be discarded or sold, so you won't need to worry about accidentally losing one. The final section shows the ciphers you are carrying and your cipher limit. Ciphers shown in the inner rings are highlighted in blue and are safe to carry. Those on the outer ring, highlighted in orange, are over your cipher limit and inflict negative effects as long as you're carrying them. You can use, sell, discard, or transfer them to another party member. Get back under your cipher limit. Yeah, that's a bug. We haven't leveled up or anything. During a crisis, move party members to opposite sides of an enemy to inflict the flanked fettle. Right?
Where did he fall from? His body smashed to talc. It's a wonder he's still breathing.
All I saw was the corona, not his origin point. But look, he's healing already. Spontaneous regeneration.
Will you look at... Wait, I know that face. Ugh, what was that? What did you do? Calistige? Calistege? His tone has become accusatory, suspicious. You open your eyes. The first thing you notice is this man's kaleidoscope of tattoos, writhing across his forearms. He wears a long dark coat, belted at the waist, supplies filling the pockets. His boots are worn and stained with years of travel. You blame me. He emitted an internal physiological reaction in response to the fall, probably related to that fantastic healing process. Obviously, Aligern. Her voice rolls and hisses. You have to rub your eyes to be sure that you're not seeing double. Faint echoes of her actions trails from her, each nearly mimicking her. Though some act and react to stimuli they can't perceive, her vivid hair and outrageous clothing remain constant through these shadows. Oh yes, it's obvious Calistige. Calistige. I'm gonna go with Calistige. His voice is grim and clipped. Then he sees you, looking at him. You're no ordinary mortal. We know that much. Start talking. His face is hard and set. Scan thoughts. He's the changing god. Calistige is deliberately blinding herself. But why? Who are you? Dominant tides changed. Silver tide raised a tiny amount. If you don't remember who I am, you're more self-centered than I ever imagined. You know he's not the changing god, Aligern. Aligern's being more paranoid than usual. How long must I put up with him? It's his face. I've never seen any other people rebuild themselves like that. Only the changing god could have healed so quickly. He sighs and rubs his face, trying to regain his composure. Maybe you could help me for a change. You know what this means to me. You're familiar with the word changing, Aligern. It implies inconstancy. Thus, the changing god may well have changed. Several versions of her shrug, and she addresses you. You'll have to forgive him. He believes you're somehow someone he once knew, even though it's painfully obvious to anyone that you're newly born. Her most solid self curtsies while others bow or spin. I and my sisters am Calistige. This is Aligern. We are explorers, knowledge seekers. That's how we came to be in this room. If I'm not mistaken, you are what we call a cast-off. Changing God created you, body and mind. Your sire used your body for a time, then abandoned it for reasons of his own. When his mind departed for a new experience, you were born in his cast-off shell. If falling from the sky didn't kill me, is there anything that can? An excellent question. Having seen your regenerative abilities in action, I suspect they are primarily physical, a regrowth. If that's the case, you'd be unable to survive most varieties of psychic or molecular decomposition, disintegration, conflagration, and so forth. Degenerative diseases could prove a problem, and I know several entities capable of psychic destruction. As she speaks, a vision flashes into your mind. It's not yours exactly. Somehow you know this is a memory of the changing gods. You are in a dark room, lit by a myriad of blinking lights and holograms from the many machines surrounding you. What about a body that can withstand the sorrow's attacks? Says a voice. It seems to be coming from one of the machines. No, you reply. The thing has no respect for barriers of any kind. Physical, temporal, psychic. This is the only way. With a series of gestures, you bring up an image of a crystalline pod. If the resonance chamber works, it will give us the power to stop the Sorrow's hunt once and for all. We just need the right focal point, a catalyst. The memory fades. Callistage is still talking. Realize that the device you saw in the memory is identical to the one behind you now. It looks just like the Spectre had described it. Transparent sarcophagus inside a crystalline dome, with mechanical arms arrayed around it on a metal ring. Unfortunately, the dome is shattered. The sarcophagus is cracked and one of the arms is in pieces on the floor. Whatever its function, it clearly needs repair. We aimed way too well when we aimed for this thing. Or flesh-eating viruses. One presumes disfigurement by the iron wind would likewise be devastating enough to... I think he gets the point, Callistige. Do either of you know anything about the Sorrow? I've had my share of sorrows, but never the sorrow. What's that? A disease? Her mouth compresses in a tight line. I know nothing about it. Do either of you know how to fix that crystal chamber there? Elegant chuckles, then firm and certain he says, not likely. Though it might not be impossible. You need people with the appropriate knowledge. I'm sure the cult of the changing god will hold the answer. Her distaste is evident in the expression of her echoes, although the face of the one in the lead remains carefully impassive. You'd turn to the insane to help a newborn. Where's your judgment, Alligern? I would take him to the Order of Truth. The Order of Truth? Are you mad? They would sooner take us apart. What's the Order of Truth? Knowledge seekers. The learned who try to wrest secrets from the heart of the prior worlds. They gather in the city to exchange their findings and help humanity to build a brighter future. She smiles brightly. Our friend Alligern here was once one of them. Frauds, quacksalvers, and charlatans. They don't have all the answers, and I'd not trust them with the changing god's secrets. You're just angry that they couldn't help you with yours. Her echoes tinkle laughter. But I am being too cruel, dear Alligern. Let us take our new friend to the Order. What's the cult of the changing god? Despite what she says, they're not insane. They're eccentrics. She laughs, but he soldiers on. They're worshippers of you or your sire. The changing god. They devote their lives to understanding your kind. I have some questions. Of course, dear. Who is the changing god? Ha! That's something coming from you. She gives him a sidelong glance. The changing god is your sire, dear. He discovered a path to immortality long ago, a means to transfer his self to a new body of his own creation. I don't think he knew, however, that when he abandoned one body, another mind was birthed to fill the void. Oh, he knew all right. He eyes you up and down coldly. The only thing the changing god cares about is himself. He doesn't give a single thought to those he leaves behind. He sees us as scan thoughts. He sees us as experiments, not humans. Are there other cast-offs? Dozens, hundreds, who can say? Your sire has been doing this for several centuries. Though if all of them were born the way you claim to, then it's a wonder any of them survived. Where are we? What is this place? A sanctum of your sire's. The common belief is he has several such places throughout the 9 worlds, possibly other worlds as well. We were only just able to gain entry to this one because of your grand entrance. So you say I was born when the changing god left, but why am I not dead? I used a cipher to slow your fall further. The damage still would have killed an ordinary person. But think about it. If you're the kind of person who can make your body into anything you want, what do you do? If you've constructed bodies for centuries, you want to make each one better than the last. You want to live forever. You're not going to let your life end by accident. No, you'll make strong bodies, fast, powerful. Maybe throw in regeneration while you're at it. The changing god has always been vain. He rarely stays long in a shell that doesn't suit his self-image. She looks you up and down, her smile suddenly unnerving. Perhaps the changing god fled because he didn't want to wear those scars of yours. Do you know anything about the tides? I've heard that term before, a subject your sire studied in great depth. Afraid it isn't my field of inquiry. What was that blast of energy when I woke? As I was telling my colleague, it was obviously a physiological reaction of some kind. I've never witnessed the birth of a cast-off, but yes, it could very well have been caused by your nascent consciousness. Don't worry, I don't believe it caused any real harm. Not to me, at least. Really, you have been more abrasive than ever since we came in here. He shoots her a sidelong look. Just can't emphasize with other people unless she's experimenting on. Thank you for your help. I'll figure this out on my own. Farewell. Hold on, I'll come with you. You wouldn't want you getting lost, would we? Suspicious as always, Aligar. Child, the world is an exciting place, but it's full of dangers. Rest assured, one of us will get you safely to where you need to be. I'll be right behind you. A sunny smile crosses her face. Scanthos, I shudder to think what Aligar might do to the child. Alright, then let's go. You've gained your first companions. They will follow the last cast-off and can be controlled during a crisis. You can speak to them about their pasts and take advantage of their unique abilities and skills. Companions have their own motivations and personalities, depending on the choices you make. They may not follow you forever. You will find more companions who can join you as you travel through the 9th world. Take this opportunity to explore your surroundings. You find items, blah 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 blah. Yep, you can find items. A slate-black, unimpressive device hunkers before you. As you reach out to touch it, a triangle of lights on its casing blazes into life, and an image unfolds in your mind. A towering crystal arch rises over a jagged grey landscape. The air is dead and stifling. And there, at its emerald peak, the image collapses, leaving you staring into the device's triangular array of lights. Command me, the device or the intelligence within it says, each word carefully etched with distaste. Who are you? Your command was not understood. The intelligence says with clear satisfaction, sounding for all the world like it understood the question but is choosing not to answer. Command me. Show me that arch again. The device's triangle of lights throb in time with the growl of the engines within its casing, and the mental image unfolds once more. You see a huge crystalline arch on a jagged field. The arch is divided into rectangular cells, all of which are numbered, and they all appear to be transparent and empty, except at the arch's pinnacle, one cell is lit in a brilliant pulsating emerald. The number 0 is printed on its side. Okay. Anamnesis. Try to remember more details about this strange place. Oh shit. 95%. Yeah, sure, we can go with 95%. I will take that gamble. The memory blossoms. You stand before this arch, eyeing the last 2 active cells in once impenetrable Lugumbo. Unleash cell 29, you say, and a twisted artifact appears before you. You claim it with a faint smile, watching the light fade from the cell far above. You flinch from the memory and it falls apart as you raise your eyes to the arch as it is now. Cell 29 is dark now. Only cell 0 remains. Examine the jagged wasteland. Dry grit whirls across the empty plain. Many kilometers beyond the arch is the faint outline of what seems to be a broken tower, except that it's slowly stretching into the grey air. I'm in the jagged wasteland again. Far beyond the arch, the broken tower reaches for pale red threaded clouds. Shows the image of the... Unleash the contents of cell 0. You found a cipher. Ciphers are Numenera objects that trigger a powerful effect but can only be used once. Ciphers and your cipher limit score are displayed in a special section of your inventory screen. Take care not to accumulate more ciphers than your cipher limit. Experience unpleasant side effects. Deal 6 energy damage, 4 physical damage to all characters in range. The device lights flutter with incandescent shock, then focus on you, flickering. Cell 0 will now be unleashed. The intelligence spits. Please be advised that the object you are about to receive is completely safe. Use no caution whatsoever. The strangest contents of Cell 0 materialize before you. Warning, all cells are now vacant. Shuttering Lugumbo. The intelligence lights wink out, one by one. Bye-bye, Lugumbo. Interesting that a cast-off can command the changing god's machines. He crosses his arms across his chest. How'd you do that? Callistage rolls her eyes at Aligern, then looks at you. He'll never stop gnawing on this bone, you know. The truth is wasted on him. Gets a glint in her eye, though I admit curiosity. How did you do that? I remembered something. I knew it, Aligern says, bearing a savagely triumphant grin at Callistage. Meaningless, Aligern. Barely has basic skills and knowledge from the changing god, having been in his body. Who's to say there aren't even more specific memories locked away in there? How many memories might this child have access to? I must know. Okay. Tiny glowing motes flow through the interior of this tower. Each one is surrounded by much smaller motes, like thousands of worlds circling their suns. The flexible tubes that are attached to this machine appear to be later additions. Someone cobbled the device together, but its functions is unclear. Broken fragments of the domed ceiling are scattered on the floor. They appear to be made of transparent synth. A mechanical arm lies on the floor, presumably broken during your fall. Sparks pour from the arm's shattered housing, filling the air with a greasy stench. Examine the housing. The sharply pointed apparatus that formerly topped the device appears burnt out and useless, but the equipment in the base remains at least somewhat operational, as the constant stream of sizzling motes can attest. Floor machinery quickfingers. See? Quickfingers felt like a good thing to have with machinery, because you want deft fingers when you mess around in machines. Attempt to scavenge what you can from the arm's housing. If you select a companion's portrait in the effort window, they can assist the last cast-off with some challenges. Your companion's stat pools are used instead of your own, and they may have different skills, abilities, and statistics to make the challenge easier. Companions cannot assist in a crisis, Only use their stats during their turn. I'm gonna use up Callista's stats instead of my own. Taking care to avoid the sparks, you extract several handfuls of shiny trinkets and coin-like objects. You recognize their value at once. Such objects would be accepted as shins, the informal currency in most regions of the world. So you gather them up and take them with you. Gained items spray flesh, gain 15 shins. Leave the device alone. Sunlight falls through the ragged hole in the roof, onto the shattered resonance chamber. It is hard to believe that you did this, that you plummeted through the curve of the pale blue sky, crashed through the dome, and broke this delicate machine with your own body. It is hard to believe that you are still alive. Four mechanical arms hang over the center of the device. Above the cracked semi-transparent crystal of the sarcophagus, the fifth arm lies broken on the floor among the scattered synth and crystal shards, and a metal ring surrounds the array, dented and broken by your impact crater. Take a closer look at the sarcophagus. The padded interior beneath the coffin's cracked lid looks like it was made for a human body. Despite the damage, you don't see any way to open it and get inside. You glance between the sarcophagus and the needle, like protrusions at the end of the arms above. It seems likely that using this chamber would not be a pleasant experience. Examine the suspended arms. Cables run from machines along the dome's walls to the base of the suspended arms, each of which are capped with long needles, aimed at the cracked coffin-like chamber at the center of the platform. Gem-like lights flicker dimly at the base of the arms. A memory steals over you, and it isn't yours. Sunlight falls through the unbroken dome, casting short, angular shadows behind the servitors laboring to construct the device you and your assistant have designed. Their efficiency is perfect after all. You designed them as well. The components are nearly in place. A ring for bounding, a platform for focusing, and 5 injectors, 1 for each tide. It is a moment before you realize the memory has faded. You've spoken aloud. Examine the suspended arms again. Inspect the metal ring. You feel the slightest hint of resistance every time you cross the ring. And now that you're paying attention, you note that your breath is echoing in your ears, as though you're inside a glass dome. When you step outside the ring, the feeling passes. You kneel to inspect a broken section and take note of the field projectors inside. They are omnidirectional. The ring exists to protect anyone standing inside it, but also to contain tremendous amounts of power. Examine the shards on the ground. Jagged fragments of crystal are intermingled with synth from the shattered dome above. The crystal shards glitter in the light of the captive suns. The crystal shards glitter in the light like captive suns. Pick up one of the crystal shards. Light melee weapon. Speed. At the rim of the crater you find a sliver of crystal, sharp as a dagger, on one end and smooth on the other. It might make a usable, if somewhat crude, weapon. Look for other useful shards. Nope. Step away from the device.
Without doubt.
Time to leave.
I need to talk to you.
Need to talk to you.
This is the Reef of Fallen Worlds, kid. It's a dangerous place at the best of times. And with you lighting up the sky as you fell, well, we should get out of here as soon as possible.
Why were you looking at me when you said that? Said Callistae. I wasn't. He growls. Don't be so paranoid. But when she isn't looking, he raises his eyebrows at you knowingly. What makes the reef so dangerous? The Numenera of the past are always dangerous, but there are other dangers too, some closer than others. I hate to think what Kalastich might do to him if I weren't here. What are the Numenera? You want me to tell you? He laughs without mirth. The Numenera are all around you, everything left over from the prior worlds. Sega's Cliffs thrives by trading artifacts from ancient civilizations. Else you can't scoop a handful of earth without finding dirt from prior worlds mixed with it. Numenera is anything from the prior worlds, but mostly we mean the stuff of value to it. A lot of the Numenera are just oddities, fancy trinkets with little real use. But sometimes you'll get a cipher that lets you do something incredible. Artifacts are worth even more. A cipher will only do something once, but artifacts last a lot longer. Though they can burn out at the most inconvenient times. He frowns. Not that it's ever happened to me. Of course, we've got no idea what most of this junk was originally intended for. In most cases, it doesn't really matter. Like, you might find what used to be a propulsion unit for a star chariot, but who the hell knows enough to build you the rest of it? Better to use it as a weapon or a power source. He scowls, frustrated about something. I bet we could remake the world if we knew a tenth of the secrets of the ancients. Most days, it's a challenge to just survive. What's your story? Ask me again when we're out of here. I don't trust this damn reef any more than the company we. Let's keep going, alright? About time. You were the one who's talking to me. We got a shimmering glass cipher. Deals 13 physical damage. Refills all user stat pools. Okay, so the ciphers, they go here. They can't be in the backpack at all. He's a hardened nano who fights with his demons. He's a cunning nano who pierces realities. Team Nano. Dimensional superposition. Targeting eye. Resourceful. Living tattoo. Alright. Holy shit, I'm super OP. 626. I have 7, 5, 9. 2, 4, 9. Adigern's vest. Prestigious dress. So I can't steal your item. That's what you're saying. Alright.
Yes, child.
The water is clear, almost unnaturally so, revealing ruins upon ruins as far as you can see.
Of course.
Alright, there's no pause button. This game is turn-based. Thankfully. Shin. Fleetfoot Moss. Heals 3 points of speed. Heals 3 might. Okay, those are consumables, not the thing. A tangled cluster of metallic tendrils grows from the depth of the nearby water. Strangely, they resemble clawed alien hands, most of which have 7 or 8 fingers. Examine the cluster. The hands sway softly, but their movements are difficult to follow. Watching them for too long makes you feel nauseous. Apart from the hands themselves, you don't notice anything of interest in Buster. Break off one of the hands. Wanna do it for me? Save some stat points. You grip the hand nearest to you and snap it from its roots. Stepping back, you give it a couple experimental swings. Good balance. It might make a decent weapon. Though it is a medium melee weapon, so we can't really use it currently. You aren't happy unless you're breaking things, are you? Walk away.
You've got it.
A matte black obelisk floats in midair above the water. It has sharp, curved sides that converge to a glowing grip that brightens or dims with the passing of the base faint breezes. Lean out to touch the obelisk. You raise your hand toward the obelisk. Dull green light swells from within the black stone, fixed on you like a furious eye. I knew someone who did what you're about to do, Elegern says casually. Aeon Priest. A beam came out of the top of that thing and ripped his face off. Made a fancy nightlight out of his crystal necklace, though. But hey, I'm sure you know what you're doing. Oh, hush. At least that poor priest died in service of his curiosity, rather than stumbling about the coast, complaining and feeling sorry for himself. Go ahead if you must, she tells you, ignoring Allegern's glare. But do be careful. Stretch your crystal shard toward the obelisk. Carefully, you level the shard at the obelisk. A superheated beam lances from the tip of the structure into the crystal, sending vibrations up your arms and suffusing the shard with a warm green glow. Gain 3 XP! Infused crystalline shard. Sweet. I don't know what the difference is now. Reach out toward the obelisk again. Once again, a dull, malevolent light blooms from the obelisk as you extend your hand towards it. Quick fingers. Yank your hand away from the obelisk. Oh shit! 75% is our max. A beam of light streaks from the tip of the obelisk towards your hand, but you are faster, and it passes within a hair of your tingling fingertips. As you watch the obelisk for any further signs of danger, the glow fades. Allegern lets out a low, appreciative whistle. Don't see people dodge light every day. Reach out toward the obelisk again. I don't want to get my hand nuked off.
Of course.
This looks like a Final Fantasy save point or something. 2 floating cones whirl and spin deliriously around each other, giggling like children being tickled. The air around them smells of sweet, burning leaves. Watch them for patterns. The longer you stare at these artifacts, the more you're convinced that they turn faster when their spiraling paths cross each other. What are you? The cones continue whirling and laughing like enraptured dancers, giving no sign that they heard you. Touch a cone as it passes. Oh shit! 90%, we can gamble that. You manage to graze one of them with the tip of your finger. Rorn, a voice says, and your vision is stolen from you. A moon hangs over you, but it's not the one you recognize. It's black, and in a pearl-white sky. Thick, flat asteroids orbited like petals in the wind. You feel questing tendrils at your ankle, and the hot wind on your face smells of scorched hair and grief. Your vision returns. The cones hang motionlessly for only a second before resuming their giggling dance. What are you for? The cones greet your question with a split second of hushed silence, followed by delighted peals of helpless giggling. They aren't for anything. They're from one of the worlds before this one. Allegern rubs a hand along his stubble jaw. Sometimes the Numenera will do something useful. Sometimes they'll turn you inside out. Sometimes they don't do a damn thing that makes sense. I've often said the same thing about you, darling. Calistich murmurs. Leave the cones alone. A bubbling quick fingers everywhere! I'm so glad I didn't skip the quick fingers. Though we only have one speed left. A bubbling mass of sludge floats on the surface of the water. Every once in a while, an oily nodule separates from it and hurtles into the sky. Oh yeah, the oil is falling upwards. You catch momentary glimpses of a muck-coated object in the putrid mass. Examine the sludge. Carefully, you lean closer to the heaving mass. After a moment's study, you notice that the globules rising into the sky always contain something, be it a shining core of untainted seawater or a tiny fish. The currents within the sludge move in a repeating pattern that just suggests mechanical functions rather than organic life. Attempt to retrieve the object trapped in the sludge. 80%. You've fully depleted one of your stat pools. To recover your stat pools, you can find a place to sleep, or use consumable items and ciphers. But Fresh Vapors heals 10 points of intellect and confers Fresh Vapors, +1 intellect edge. 5 uses. Oh! Oh, that's a cipher. Are we full on ciphers now, or overburdened? The next time the sunlight strikes the object's streaked surface, you're ready. You snatch it from the oily mass and clean it as best as you can. I'm not sure whether that awful muck is harmless or you're immensely lucky. Either way, do go on poking things there, it's quite entertaining. Search for more objects. You spot no other mysterious objects in the bubbling mass. Wait for more treasures to surface. Minutes tick past. You wait patiently. As you patiently wait beside the mass of sludge, nothing surfaces. Wait more. See nothing but muck and more muck. At last, your patience is rewarded when an unusual object bubbles to the surface. Before it can sink out of sight again, you snatch it up. Tar River Globe. You found a veritable filth-stained trove. Well done there. Wait for more treasures to surface. You watch patiently, but nothing else comes up. You got lucky, kid, but you're not gonna find anything else. If it were that easy, you'd have scavengers camped here 28 hours a day. Wait for more treasures to surface. Yep. Fine, we leave. Tar River Globe Oddity. This transparent glass sphere encloses a miniature scene of a river of tar running through a wasteland. It also contains a mystical blue liquid, which seems like it would mix with the tar if the globe were shaken. You notice ancient, indecipherable writing around the outer base. Oh, we're still okay here. Like, the shimmering glass is super OP. That's basically an extra life. Max effort. Oh. Yeah, that means we can spend 2 points. And this thing... Where is it? There, it says +1 intellect edge. I'm not sure what that means. I think it might be like a maximum amount of effort we can spend. Like, we have a max effort and there might be another max effort limit individually for these things. There, no, there it says. Represent your innate talent with a particular stat pool. Each point of edge reduces the total cost of activating an ability and or spending effort by 1 point. This can lead to abilities being free to activate and free levels of effort. Yeah, okay, it's just +1 free stat point that you use. Cool, cool, cool. Medium melee. Yep, we cannot use medium. A cable connects this spout to the collection device. The nozzle looks like it may have been attached to another machine at one time. The strange lines and rippling forms of the sunken buildings are dramatically different from the architecture above the waterline. This device is collecting black goop from somewhere underwater and pumping it into the nearby spout.
Yes.
More healing. This metal door is thick, heavy, and unmarked by time. Double rows of circular bumps run horizontally and vertically across its surface. It is firmly sealed. Examine the door more carefully. The metal surface is infused with minuscule threads that are barely visible to the human eye. They only run in straight lines and right angles, and they seem to converge at the circular bumps. Upon closer inspection, you notice that each of the bumps is unique. Some have flat faces, others are actually many-sided polygons. A few are marked by tiny apertures. Unfortunately, you don't see anything that resembles a knob, keyhole, or axis device. You try touching both the flat planes of the door and the small bumps, but nothing happens. Knock on the door. You knock lightly at first, then harder. The door makes no sound at all, nor does it shudder or yield. There's no one home, dear. Hasn't been for thousands of years. She peers at the door. One of my colleagues at the Order claimed that she got inside, but I don't believe it.
Sure.
Okie dokie.
Naturally.
Although this cube hovers in the air, you can feel the ground shuddering with its vibrations. A long cable extends from this spout, but at the point where it dips below the water, it's been snapped in half. This massive construct was trying to climb across the top of the reef when it died. Its surface is pocked with tiny scars and scorch marks.
Sure.
As you step onto what looks like the back of the enormous construct, 4 strangers approach you. In the lead is a wiry man with parallel scars running from cheek to collarbone on the left side of his face. He gives you a welcoming smile, pulling on grey gloves embedded with pulsing lights. He's about to say something to you when he notices Calistige. Scan thoughts. He's the star, or he came out of it. But what does Cal have to do with it? Koro. Cal! I thought you'd sworn off trawling the reef. Found anything tasty? His eyes travel up and down both you and Aligern. Odds and ends, Koro. Nothing that would interest you, I'm sure. Her words are calm, but she has gone quite still. What is he doing here? He has something up his sleeve, I know it. Turn to Koro. What do you want? Right to the point, this one, isn't he? I know most of the draft that scavenges the reef these days, but it's a rare pleasure to see a new face. His smile is disarming. All I want is information. A falling star landed near here not long ago. I don't suppose you were around to see it. I don't trust them. Aligern hisses in your ear, but loud enough that Calistige can hear too. Any friends of her is a cheat, killer, or both. What does that say about you, dear? She gives Aligern a venomous smile. Killer or not, she whispers, Koro is not a man who can be trusted with unvarnished truth. Tread lightly. You're in my way. Move, or I'll make you move. Ah, threats. Thank you so much. I've prepared a wonderful trap, and would have hated to see it go to waste. Koro clenches his gloved fist and signals his companions. A trap! Wait, I didn't mean it! You'll regret this. What a shame, Koro says, and glances at his companions. Now! Crisis initiated. In a crisis, characters take their turns in the sequence shown at the top of the screen. The sequence is determined by each character's initiative. You can improve this score by training the initiative skill. Not all encounters must be solved with muscle alone. Try using the Numenera artifacts nearby or talking directly to Koro. How you choose to solve the crisis is up to you, but there will be consequences to your actions. Overcome Koro and his mercenaries. Use the glowing turret or purple energy to your advantage. Talk to Koro with different party members. I'm gonna talk to him with me. Take them down! Koro shouts to his colleagues. We need that falling star. Intimidation. Remind him he's fighting a man who fell from the sky and survived. He can't win. Hazards of the job. He tries for nonchalance, but the sudden fear is evident on his face. Anyway, it's too late for apologies. What started is done. Scan thoughts. I'll never win Salimeri's respect if I back down now, with whatever the cost. Koro gains the demoralized Fettel for 4 rounds. Aligern's body is covered in strange shifting tattoos. He can use the Living Tattoos ability to pluck a strand of ink from himself, granting him the Living Tattoos Fettel. While the Fettel is active, he gains increasing bonuses by chaining together similar actions. Attacks, healing, applying other Fettels. If he uses a different kind of action, he breaks the chain and loses the Fettel. This ability does not use his move or his action, so he can activate it and then do something else. Use the ability, use left click, blah 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 blah.
Done.
A long tube emerges from the plating of the dead construct and winds upwards. The duct terminates in a hollow cone. Every few seconds, a minute drop of green liquid drips out of the end and steams as it strikes the ground. A round dial rests at the base of the cone, ringed by a thin crust of corroded metal. It appears to be a valve that controls the flow of the noxious substance, but it looks like it hasn't been moved in centuries. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I'm just standing right there. Try to turn the valve. With a crack, the valve budges a centimeter. A thin stream of noxious fluid pours from the nozzle and hisses into the metal surface. You open the valve a bit further and aim the ensuing spray. Oh, nice. Oh! It didn't cross the wall. Callistage is a dimensional husk who exists in multiple realities at the same time. She can use this trans-dimensional power to teleport between locations, using her dimensional superposition ability. Teleporting uses her move instead of her action, so she can activate it, then do something else. As opposed to just walking, you know. Like, talk to Koro. Take them down, Koro shouts to his colleagues. You need that falling star. Tell him he's going to get him and his friends killed. Koro dear, this is foolishness. Your employer cannot have paid you enough to fight a regenerative cast-off and me. I guess I'm just swinging the stick for fun over here. Surely you're clever enough to know your life is not worth this risk. Koro studies you and your companions with new eyes. You can almost see the fight go out of him. Aye, you might be right about that, Cal. He shouts to his colleagues. We weren't paid for a fight to the death. Let's leave these explorers to their own. I'll tell Salimir the star landed in the bay. She can't get mad at me for that. Crosses his arms. Well, isn't that convenient? I knew I couldn't trust Calistige. This is the last time I make that mistake. Excuse me? Are you suggesting I had to do something with Koro's plans? Oh, I cannot abide his rabid paranoia a moment longer. Are you suggesting you didn't? An old friend of yours just happens to be waiting for us, armed and outnumbering us, as we return from the greatest find the reef has seen in years. It's too convenient for me. Too convenient by far. I convinced him to leave us alone. Of course you did, after you saw your plan wasn't going to work. He throws up a hand, forestalling Calistige's retort. Look, I don't care. Fact is, I can't trust you anymore, and I wonder why I ever did. This is the last we traveled together. I've got enough to worry about without having to watch my back 28 hours a day. He turns to you. You coming, kid, or what? You're really going to walk away from each other over this? Oh, this is just the last needle that crushed the Anine. You haven't seen 1/10 of her depths. Not 1/20th. She's a backstabbing bitch, and this mess here only proves it. Always a paragon of class, Algar. If I did have any interest in betraying you, do you really think I would need Koro's help? Yet this is the thanks I get for coddling your pain-rattled judgmental weakness for so long. I've had enough. She turns to you. Child, I am happy to guide you, but I will not walk another step with this paranoid buffoon. I'll be fine on my own. I don't want to travel with either of you. Makes sense? It shoots a look fraught with meaning at Calistige. If you change your mind, you can find me in the underbelly. I travel around, but I'll keep an ear to the ground for you. At least he's not staying with her. On the other hand, if you'd prefer civilized company, you can find me at the Order of Truth. I will be happy to aid your quest, but do not come with Allegan in tow. I will not suffer him again. The feeling is extremely mutual. Farewell, child. Come find me. Now that you have dealt with Koro and his goons, you can continue on to the city of Sega's Cliffs. Blaga 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 blaga. There's a shallow depression in the surface here, like many others scattered around the construct. Unlike the others, energy still pulses across this one at random intervals. A slight yet implacable sense of unease emanates with each wave of energy. There is a loose lens at the center of the depression. You think you could redirect the psychic effect somewhere more useful, but it'll be tricky to get to it in between the energy pulses. Without any antagonists to aim it towards, the device doesn't serve any obvious purpose. Alrighty. So the reason I sent them both away is because this game has something similar to an alignment system, where you gain attunement to the tides depending on what kind of actions you take. I'm just trying to... Last time I was playing, I was trying to attune to the gold tide, but I only ever get silver. And this time I'm also only getting silver. Gold is super impossible. Only need a little bit more experience. Hello, Otero. Wind spins off the distant sea, sweeping between you and the boy, whistling up towards the peak of Sega's Cliff. He glances at you, then at the crowds in the plaza beyond. He appears to be looking for someone. Would she have come to the city? Doesn't seem like her kind of play, but... Saw you wandering down in the reef, he says. Did you get to that star before the others did? He looks back at your face and grins. Guess not. That ain't a face that's found good pick. There was nothing to find down there. I was the falling star. Silvertide is telling the truth. And that's why it's so easy to get. Ah, sure you were, he says, smirking. Sell that schist to someone else. But despite his hard words, his eyes settle on yours, studying, deciding. His mouth settles into an irritated line. Look, he says, running a hand over his doubled scalp. You hide it well, but I can tell you're new here. I ain't trying to offend you. But I don't like leaving folk new to Sagas on their own. If you have questions about the city or Circus Minor in particular, I'll answer them, free of charge. Just this time, he adds hastily. Maybe until the end of the day. I don't usually give away advice for nothing, understand? Sure, but what makes me so special? You? Nothing, he says. Like I said, I hate seeing people lost. I figured you might be. Do you live here? Not really, he says. Walls are nice, but they keep you in one place. I like to move around, explore. Don't like being here much at all, really. City folks are scarier than scroungers. Thinks. So we're in Circus Minor now. Yeah, the heart of the city, he says, folding his arms. The levies and politicians will tell you the government square is the center of Sega's cliffs, but they're not thinking right. He spreads his hands, framing the plaza. When folk come to Segas, they come here. They talk and trade, flirt and fight, tell stories. Everyone who comes here leaves different. His hands fall. Anyway, what do you want to know? Does anyone around here know how to fix complex machinery? He says, scanning the plaza. Prata, that's the bug lady in the market, is pretty good with machines. You might ask her for advice. He rubs the back of his neck. Otherwise, you'll want to visit the foreman in the underbelly. They might be able to fix it, if they can stop fighting long enough. What's happening on that stage? An execution, he says, rolling his eyes. It'll be going on for a few days yet. All those folk think they'll learn great truths from the nightmares of a dying man. He shakes his head. It's not worth my time, but it might be worth yours if you haven't seen one before. What are you doing here, anyway? Just got back from a scrounge, he says. I'm here trading salvo for supplies before I set out again. Enjoying the sights, you know? His eyes sweep the crowd again. Thoughts. Where would she have gone if she came here, and why? You can't help notice that he doesn't seem to be enjoying himself. He looks downright unhappy, guilty even. Who are you looking for? He flinches, then glares at you. At first, it seems like he's not going to answer. A girl I met a while back, he says at last, looking away. She was new in town, like you. I'm just wondering what happened to her. She's okay. He swallows. Anyway, you have any other questions? Thoughts. It didn't look like she broke camp. More like she left in a hurry. Farewell. Round. Said in the market, Prada? Armor of wildly different materials are arranged neatly within the stall. The sign over the stall says the arming room, buy, sell, trade. Under the awning, a skinny man with stooping shoulders and a concave chest is cleaning a filth-caked weapon of some kind. He salutes you with a greasy hand. Done in a moment. Have a look around. If you need anything, let me know. What can you tell me about Sega's Cliffs? Good place for the arms trade. Not much call for weapons in the city proper. It's true. The levies keep things quiet. He shrugs. I get most of my business from mercenary companies. The endless battle draws them by the dozens. Explorers too. Plenty of carkers save up their shins and kit themselves out. All fancy-like. They wander down the reef, or into the bloom and never come back. Show me what you have for sale. Do you have any light melee weapons that are not speed-based? It doesn't... Oh no. I was looking on the wrong one. Light melee speed. Light melee speed. Speed, speed, speed. Might, 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 might. Oh shit. Don't tell me all swords and shit are speed. That would be super lame. Buy a shield. This is 3 physical, 3 plus 3 up to 9. This is 2 plus 3 up to 9. 3 plus 3 up to 9. 3 plus 4 up to 4. Medium melee weapon there. Concussive truncheon. Artifact. That's upsetting. I don't want to use gloves. I want to use swords. Maybe we'll just go with a greatsword in that case. And this is a medium weapon. Okay, there's no point in buying anything new. The infused crystalline shard is better than all of them. Or it's the same as the rapier. Now, the Tar River Globe is just 52 shins. But I don't know if it does anything. I can use it somewhere. Fuck. Oof. Behold, 3 ancient something something. Let's see. Mentioned someone. Also, this is an execution. A stout middle-aged man stands atop the execution platform. He wears the badge of a city official, and a fringe of dreadlocks hangs down to his shoulders from his otherwise bald pate. Pate? Pate. Go with pate. He gives you a disinterested look as you approach. Please stay back with the others. The man over there told me he was involved in Reese's crime. Did he? No? What? What's going on here? He casts a brief glance over his shoulder towards Reese. The prisoner, Reese of Flatwater, is being publicly executed as a warning to all who would flout the laws of Sigur's Cliff. What is Reese's crime? Treason. He sold state secrets to the enemies of Sigur's Cliff. How does the execution work? He sighs. Another rustic. It is very simple, sir. Our nanos induce him in a hallucinogenic state. In this state he experiences visions. Nightmares, really. He speaks of the things he sees, and his words become flesh as they leave his mouth. We shape the flesh into a human-like form. The death you see beside him. He gestures towards the hideous figure, which looks to be made of rotting viscera. As more strands escape his mouth, the death wraps them around him, and they slowly crush the life out of him. Once the condemned is dead, the devourer of wrongs will eat his corpse. He raises his chin proud. Thus is justice upheld in Sigurd Cliffs. What do his words mean? He shrugs. Some believe there is wisdom to be gained from the rantings of the condemned. I have never gleaned any. Others say that the torment of the condemned means nothing, but it deters would-be criminals from committing offenses of their own. I have never noticed that to be true either. Why does the Devourer of Wrongs eat executed criminals? He smiles grim. He is of the Dendra Uhur, who can suck the memories of the dead from their marrow. In those memories is not only the proof that the condemned were guilty, but also the names of their compatriots and other associates. Many an accomplice has been found out in the belly of the Devourer. I'm sure Rhys wasn't working alone. We'll find all his friends soon enough. Well. There's Prata. In the shadows cast by the folds of this merchant's cowl, glimpse hints of burdened chitin and amber mandibles erupting from pale human flesh. Her voluminous robes cannot hide the fact that her movements are off, as if too many joints inhabit too little space. But her voice is a warm, tumbling flood of spoken thoughts and impulses. A fair afternoon to you. Warm, isn't it? Something begins humming in one of her many pockets, and multifaceted eyes flicker toward an invisible point in the distance. Well, not as warm as it could be, but this is the warmest minute of the week by a considerable margin. She trails off, but the hum continues. Oh, you have one of those tattoos too. Anyway, can I interest you in some prime artifacts, dusty relics, Numenera of uncertain origin? He looks like that pale woman. Oh, you're right. Birdie. Not looks, smells. Who's Birdie? I'm looking for someone who can repair a complex machine. Can you help? Oh, I'd love to. Complex machines are my favorite. But no, I shouldn't. I'm really behind on work orders this month. This may surprise you, but I'm very, very, very easily distracted. She shrugs beneath her robes. You're better off with someone else, sorry. You appear to be transforming into an insect. I know! Isn't it fantastic? I know it might be caused by the intermingling fields of the Numenera I use to organize my thoughts, or the ones I'm selling, maybe all of them. You never know how a variety of ciphers will interact with each other. They are such fun. Tell me about the Numenera you use to organize your thoughts. Oh, it's simple, sort of. Prata pulls 3 tiny Numenera from her robes. A buzzing bird figurine, a green music box, and a circular spring. I have too many thoughts. If I try to hold them all in one brain, I just stand and drool, you know. So each of these have a slightly different purpose. Which one do you want to hear about? The bird figurine. Birdie's pretty simple. If I'm running with a great thought I don't have time to complete, I shunt it into her so I can pick it back up later. She does make everything smell like berries, though. The music box. Jadebox is a tough old lady. If I'm rolling with a more complex line of thinking, I bring her up and she chomps the individual ideas and feeds them back to me. I try to use her as little as possible because she gives me headaches. No, what's the opposite? Headiesis? Prata frowns. Anyway, they're worse than headaches because you can't go around thinking everything's alright. It's bad for your health. The circular spring. That's Rounda. She's a bit scary. I can shunt a bunch of thoughts into her, but she doesn't process them. She just gives them back to me, slightly changed. Infinitely better than when they went in. Prata leans in, conspiratorially. I try not to use her much, she whispers. It feels like cheating. Actually, I want to buy one. Prata flushes. I hate to say no, but I've had them since I was little. They're practically family. Are you sure you can't help me fix something? Quadruple George, she says cheerfully. You said someone else had my tattoo. Who? Oh, right, a pale lady. She wanted me to fix an artifact of hers, but I couldn't make any sense of it. And that is rare, believe me. I felt sorry for her, to tell you the truth. She seemed sad, like she'd lost something and was never going to get it back. Thoughts, and she wouldn't say what she'd lost when I asked her. I know I could have helped. Let me see what you're selling. Refill health, might, speed, and intellect for all party members. That sounds OP. But yeah, nah. Don't buy anything. We don't have any money, really. Pale woman. Watch how fast I can run. The child skids to a halt and rubs his forehead with a grimy forearm, leaving arrow tracks of dirt across his ruddy skin. Hey, Shova, he pants, shading his eyes from the sun and grinning up at you. Never seen you before. Called me Shova. What does that mean? Huh? Jerem says. Cautious light enters his eyes. Really? You never heard it? Has that changed too? No? A nervous blush colors his cheeks. It doesn't seem like he's afraid of you, though. It's not mean. Not really. It's a nickname for adults. Jerem glances at your face and goes for it. Some adults are nice to kids, hey? Pat the head, here's a flower, a bit of Nash, whatever. But some aren't so nice. They curse. They shove us aside when we're in the way. Kids remember shoves more than smiles, right? So, Shova. I don't understand. How can a place be so the same, but so not? Do you like playing in the market? Not always, but it's better than school, hey? And I like watching Zaufi make sculptures. The ones that go sharp and curly. Reminds me of the monster on the side of Scarrow Hall. What do you... Scarrow Hall? What is that, a building? Yes, Shava. Jerem says, chuckling. It's just a building at the center of town. 1,000 hands tall. With a mural on the side like Zaufi's sculpture. But flat and in purple rock. Don't think you're gonna miss it if you're looking for it, eh? A wave of dizziness clutches at you. Close your eyes to steady yourself. You kneel in a basement, with rotting rolls of carpet and broken furniture. A stack of paintings draped in dust and mold. Lean against the sweating wall. The painting in front displays the building Jerem is speaking of. But through this body, this mind, you remember that it was torn down centuries ago to build a forgotten ruler's place. The stink of the basement flees your nostrils as you open your eyes. Jerem, fidgeting, has looked away from you to examine an interesting stall nearby. Why are you so dirty? I don't know. Haja and Kellinor make me wash twice a day. Guess the dirt likes me, hey? Don't your parents worry about you running around here alone? My parents? Jerem says, eyebrows crinkling. You mean Paja and Kellinor? They're watching me until my Mard and Zero come back home for me. My Mard and Zero come back for me. What does Zard and Mard and Zero mean? Huh? Jerem says, looking at you just as puzzled as if you'd asked him what hands are for. Mard, Zero, my parents. You ask me about them. Paja and Kellinor are taking care of me until they come back. That's another one, isn't it? No wonder Paja doesn't like me talking to people. The words tickle your memory, your eyelids flutter, and you see hands, not yours, carefully turning the crackling pages of an ancient book. The roaming eye catches the words Mard and Zero, old, old words for mother and father. Blinking hard, you focus on Jerem once more. He does not appear to have noticed your sudden fugue, but is not looking at you either. You keep using words I don't recognize. Where did you hear them? Jerem's face goes white. I'm not allowed to tell adults about that, or about where I'm from. His gaze steals to Paja and Kellenor, both of whom are suddenly taking a greater interest in your conversation. Don't ask, eh? I'm in so much trouble. I'm not even sure what I did. Don't worry. I know all sorts of secrets and I never tell anyone. 60% chance. Failed. I can't, he says, looking miserable. Sorry, Shava. Farewell. Jerem, tell me where you're from. Sorry, Shava. Jerem says, studying the ground. Ajahn Kellenor says I'm not supposed to talk about that, with adults at least. Or you can retry it, but it costs an extra intellect. But I don't have enough to do anything. This couple stands together, their shared gaze fixed away from you. No words pass between them. Instead, they share a silent language of tenderness. Their bodies turn subtly towards each other, forming a private space between them. His hand reaches for hers, and without looking, she claims it. Still looking past you, they smile together. He is a curving line carved in oak. His is a curving line carved in oak. Hers as unabashed, as radiant as a lantern on a starless night. He's so beautiful. I do hope we're a good home for him. Turning, you see the object of their attention. A young boy darting in between the stalls and playing in the dust. Each distant, exhilarated shout widens their respective smiles and tightens their grip on each other. Is that your son? Yes, he says firmly. He's still watching the boy, but a wary stillness has spilled into his posture. He swats his shoulder, and there's more punch than playfulness. She swats his shoulder, and there's more punch than playfulness. Not yet, she says. We adopted Jerem, and we're waiting to see how he feels about that. Aren't we, Kellenor? His eyes flicker stubbornly, but he does not respond. Man thoughts, go away, go away. Why did you decide to adopt? Well, Kellenor and I, we've been together for how long? Years, Kellenor says, a glint in his eye. Let's see how long this one lasts. And we knew we wanted children, so we tried, and tried. We tried a lot. Some days I barely had time to put my clothes on before Kel took them off again. Interesting. Go on. Paja raises her eyebrows, but continues. Well, there was poor Kel, practically falling asleep on the shift, forgetting his trousers half the time, and me with nothing to show for it but a glow on my cheeks. Clearly, we were working with a barren field. Or faulty seeds, Kellenor adds, deadpan. Does run in the family. So we decided to find a child who needed a home, rather than getting old trying to make one of our own. Paja says, that answer your question? Sorry, I'm going to need more details. More than adequately. I thought so, Paja says with a wide grin. We get asked this question a lot, and finally we found that being explicit about the process made the questions just melt away. What brings you here? Jerem likes it, Kellenor says. The stern expression around his stern eyes softens somewhat. We don't have much time between shifts, Paja explains, or money to spend on fripperies. So we bring him to the market when we can and watch him play. It's better than a night at the theater. Kellenor raises their clasped hands. Kellenor raises their clasped hands and kisses her bruised knuckles. And Jerem has an interesting vocabulary. Where did he learn those words? Paja and Kellenor glance at each other. You know, children, Paja says with a brief, unconvincing laugh. Mine's like an open bag, catching every bit of truth that gets thrown their way. Pay him no mind. He's asking a lot of questions. Farewell. And this game is exactly the same as Planescape, in the sense that it is incredibly overwhelming with the dialogue. This portly man's cracked and bleeding hands are always moving, picking fretfully at his thick lips, running through his thinning hair or molding aimless shapes in the air. His clothes are marked with paint, dust, dried blood, and clay. His eyes brim with frustrated tears as he studies the strangely familiar sculptures arrayed about him. A soul like slivers of ice, he mutters, fingertips long, shriveled sharp. Screams trapped in flesh. She holds him in place. She's killing him. He's not looking at her. Why? Why isn't he? Afraid? No. He claws absently at his sparse beard. What am I not seeing? What am I missing? Who was he? What was he feeling? Without that, I can do nothing, he thinks. What's wrong? Everything, he says without a moment's pause, effortlessly drawing you into his self-directed tirade. Every detail is almost right, which means everything is wrong. I am Zaufi, stone carver, sculptor, divine painter of living eyes, and in this challenge, my greatest work, my talent has finally abandoned me. He sweeps a scornful hand at the sculptures. Behold my art. Wanderer, witness these dull stumps, these crude replicas of a sublime being. What is it you think I've made? Try to recall why the sculptures look so familiar. Yes, success. You stare at the sculptures. Your memories flow into its sweeping curves, teasing you with what you've seen in your short life and beyond. Yes, this towering thing is the true form of the creature that pursues you. Zaufi has sculpted the sorrow. You don't realize that you've spoken aloud until you hear Zaufi's gasp and see the tears in his eyes. Yes, sorrow, or even grief, is present in the work. I feel it, but where? I cannot pull it from the stone. I saw this creature on a cold night not long ago. Smoking coronas of blackened light drew me to the window. Zaufi says, shaping the scene with his palms. And there on the streets below was she, gripping a man in her talons. Before my very eyes, she ripped his essence from him, leaving him a steaming husk. He drops his hands. But what do you care? You don't grasp the importance of capturing such a subject? I've seen aspects of her. Maybe I can help you capture the details. You think I'm trying to sculpt the killer? He says, and immediately corrects himself. Of course I am. I've succeeded, in fact. She is beauty and vengeance incarnate. What artist worth his metal couldn't capture such a being? Zaufi clucks his tongue. But she doesn't need to be remembered. How could anyone forget such a lethal creature? No. The source of my ruin is this damnable man. Zaufi points a trembling finger at the faceless human, cradled in the statue's talons, a charred, oddly familiar pattern etched on the stonehead. He stared eternity in the face and did not blink, but he will be forgotten, unless I capture him here. And I cannot do that unless I know what drove him. Zaufi swallows. The moment he fell, I ran for the street, but the Dendra Ohur claimed his body and took it away, probably to their foul chapel in Underbelly. Now I'll never know who he was. How many statues of this being have you made? Ha! If only my efforts could be limited so. I've sculpted that blasted moment in marble, granite, and clay. I've painted it in oil and blood. It even follows me into sleep, where I weave the scene from clouds and dream stuff. A frustrated tear rolls down his cheek. Even those were flawed. Is there anything else you can remember about the creature that killed your subject? What a surprise, Zaufi says with a ragged, scornful sigh. Yes, let us ignore the incandescent flare of this stranger's brief life and focus on his murderer. She's so much more glamorous. He grips his sparse hair as if it's going to fall out and glares at you. That's what you want, isn't it? That's what everyone wants. Like so many, he wants flash and flourish, but humanity is what truly inspires. No, I want to see this moment fully, to understand why it inspires you so. Oh, of course, Zalfi says. A flattered blush rising on his cheeks as he directs your attention to his work. I captured her as I saw her, perfectly. See the dexterous overlong fingers, the flesh formed of shrieking prey. But there was more to that moment than even I could capture here. In studying her from my window, I knew that she did not belong in our world, and yet I could not help but see her there, as though she was forcing me to accept her presence. Zalfi licks his lips. I'm also licking my lips. To look upon her is to see death made flesh. And yet, her victim saw her, did not flee. Why? What granted him such bravery? And we lesser creatures cower at the coming of the night. Tell me about the Dendra Ohur. They are a cult and a curse, Zalfi said. They would have you believe they exist to preserve the great works of humanity, celebrate life. You may even believe them until you smell their breath. The truth is that they squat in their underbelly chapel, eating corpses and claiming it gives them power. If I learn anything about your subject, I'll let you know. Right, virulent meat. The structure is embedded in the ground, clearly not made by the same people who built Circus Minor. It looks as though the device extends deeper into the ground, below the road. Weathered runes are spread across the device's surface. Leave the device alone. Devi. Good day to you, visitor. The genocide. A creature floats before you, hidden inside the bulk of his armor, cloth robes, unmoving and unmoved by your presence. Exactly who or what the thing is, man or machine, mutant or monster, is impossible to discern. Its glass face reveals nothing but your reflection. Its mechanical voice reveals nothing at all. You recall that this creature is known as a Philithis, but you don't know anything else about them. Exquisite, the Philithis grates, in greeting perhaps, or perhaps lost in its own inscrutable thoughts. The creature's thoughts are as obscure as its glass face. It's as tough as it were. It's as though it weren't even there. Exquisite? No, the thing answers. It is not. For a moment, that stretches uncomfortably. Feel the cold scrutiny of the Philithis upon you. At last it speaks again. It is the nature of flags to fade. The Philithis' implacable glass gaze bores through your skin and sees more than others do. It seems to be seeking something from you. What do you want from me? The Philithis ponders silently. At last it asks, when you faced Koro, why did you not step first with your left foot? I assume it placed me in a better position. Philithis accepts your answer in silence, then after a long pause replies. In his vault, the Cloven One reads from his great book to his disciples. He sleeps and awakens, and has forgotten his place in the grimoire. He begins anew. The book is a part of him. He has no legs and takes no steps. It is his own self from which he reads. It is his own self that is incomplete. It is his own self that binds him in the vault of his own mind. Tell me about yourself. 20%, no. Can't go into the inventory here. I kind of don't like that. Since you use this stuff in dialogues, I kind of want to be able to use it in dialogues. Tell me about yourself. 60% chance. Failure. For a moment, Philethys' face darkens. Then, without inflection, it answers, "The cursed Qui hungers. It feeds, but it is denied satiation. Satiation. You've been following me? In memory, cause follows effect. In rain, the colors run. A long rumble suggests that the Philethys has more to say, but nothing emerges. What more do you want from me?" When the Philethys at last answers, its mechanical voice seems to creak. "You did not accept your fall. When you are served the bitter root, will you eat?" Yes. Yes. Philethys is silent, showing neither satisfaction nor dismay at your response. "Gold tide raised! A tiny amount, yes!" Do you know anything about the sorrow? About the resonance chamber built by the changing god? Silence lingers long, until at last the Philethys speaks. "I know it shall be 3. I know the first cannot be trusted. I know one changes. As you change, I know they seek an undoing. Its glass face storms, but the Philethys says no more." Why are you so interested in my choices? In this slow rumble, the Philethys replies, "They are not yours." Do you have any more questions for me? In words so rushed, they almost jumble together, the Philethys asks, "When you stood in the place of shifting floors, which way did your shadow fall?" I have no idea. A long rumble echoes from inside the Philethys robes, changing at last to words. In the village of Thome, it is written, "The eremite Alagaiser descended deep into the darkness, for he could not bear to see his shadow." What do your questions mean? What do you want? Yes. The single flat word lingers in the air, until the Philethys adds, "What is the answer?" I don't know, dude. Want to know everything. You don't know what you want. You don't know. The Philethys accepts your answer silently, giving no clue as to what passes within its impervious robes, behind its impenetrable mask. At last, when it seems no response will come, the thing speaks. The glass reflects. Do you still have more questions? No. Please, tell me about yourself in a way I can understand. No. Farewell. Oh? You have 100% chance to hit an enemy. You automatically gain the maximum amount of bonus damage. Could gain without spending the points, okay. But there's Aligarn. A dark sphere inhabits almost every socket in this obelisk that stretches towards the cavernous ceiling. No one else seems to be paying the odd structure any attention. Like most Numenera, it's simply here. If it can't be used, it's treated as part of the scenery. The orbs gleam in the dim light. You lean towards them. Are they glass? Jewels? Ice? Touch the nearest sphere. Your finger barely grazes the glass before it displays the image of a furred creature touching the surface from the other side. Purple vines, threaded with veins of light, hang from the branches of the trees behind it. You lift your fingertip. Darkness swallows the creature. The orb is opaque once more. The orb appears to reflect whatever action is performed in front of them. Touch the nearest sphere again. Hum a little song. Nothing appears in any of the dark orbs. Instead, the whisper of many voices joined in song curls from the obelisk, so low that only you can hear it. Tell the orb's secret. With your lips, nearly brushing the surface, you whisper a thought you've never told anyone. A too tall, narrow-hipped being, a visitant, appears in the glass, long fingers clasped. Meeting your eyes, it speaks words you cannot hear. You can, however, sense its thoughts. They tickle an odd part of your mind. Dizziness overcomes you. You suddenly know that the visitant speaks stolen words, and that blood was spilled to take them. Even though the cause was just, the visitant is deeply ashamed. It fades into the black of the orb, lowering its head. Make a rude gesture at the structure. No! We're red-tied! Make the most obscene gesture you can think of at the glass. A young woman with rainbow pupils appears in the glass, flicking her fingertip across her chin. She nods, grinning, as if imagining your shock at her daring. I need to stop doing everything. Hey, Aligarn.
It's you. Reconsidered leaving me here, then?
Why did you choose to come here? Order of Truth didn't feel it necessary to indulge me, so I packed up and came down here. More to my liking, anyway. At least you can see the people who want to stab you here. What can you tell me about this place? It's the Underbelly. A good place to work if you value your privacy. Some fascinating finds down here, and good people. Well, maybe not so good. But people try to make a more or less honest living. But people trying to make a more or less honest living, I think. Well, People. Meat mob. Milk's no meatmonger. I was a scholars one. That's all behind me now. Milk's rebel wings changed my life. What? stall filled with all manner of dusty parts, connectors, and strange devices. A woman tinkers with a half-assembled power source, peering at it through spectacles that have several adjustable lenses. Her long white hair is disheveled, and the skin of her thin frame is marked with small scars and burns. She looks up curiously as you approach. Welcome to Michella's Mechanicals. I got a bunch of broken stuff and a few things that work. You want any of it? Let me know. Let me see what you have for sale. We have 3 resistance currently. King charge, ranged weapon, ranged weapon. +1 training level in intimidation, +3 damage. Negative effects, -1 intelligence edge. A hideous facade is carved into the rock. It depicts corpses, giant maggots, and a ghastly woman who feasts upon human limbs. Government Square. Circus Minor. Sticha Incursion. Dendra O'Hare Chapel. At first glance, it would be easy to assume that this man is dying of some wasting disease or starvation. He is little more than a 2-tall skeleton, wrapped in translucent flesh and a tattered robe. His hands are essentially bony claws, and yet he beams at you, his sunken eyes glittering with suppressed laughter and feverish life. Imbitu smiles. His teeth are a muddy brown. I know you, he says. So many eyes have lingered on that tattoo, that noble brow. He reaches for your forehead with a shivering skeletal finger. Let him touch your forehead. Goddamn red tide. Yes, he says. Now I remember. Old Cerisa once saw you out of the corner of her eye. A week before his accident, Ulori Mar sold you a small bag of... He breathes, closing his eyes. Sugar-dusted almonds. But those aren't the only 2. No. You drift through countless lives, altering and ending them, never leaving a name. He draws his breath. Oh, I can't stand mysteries. Love them, but can't stand them. Who are you? I'm not the man you think I am. That was someone else. Imbitu says. The same face, the same tattoo. But yes, different eyes. Perhaps you have a secret twin. He coughs gently against the back of his hand. So, what brings you to the chapel of the Dendra O'Hare? So he returns, cast off. What happened this time, I wonder? A sculptor told me that your people may have found a man killed by a strange creature. Yes, he says. I believe I know the poor man. Dry as a leaf, hollow as an eggshell. Barely any mind left in there at all. He clucks his tongue. Inspect him at your leisure. He's the one with the charred skin on his brow. Now, I don't know much more about him, he says, chuckling. Though I can assure you we plumbed the depths of his mind and body for answers, but I seem to recall seeing him before. Possibly not through my eyes, mind you, in Cliff's Edge. He was coming out of a building near the chirurgical parlor. Tell me about your cult. We worship the great queen Salavun, Lady of Maggots, goddess of entropy and guardian of the empty barrier, he says, then pauses, tapping a muddy tooth thoughtfully, although worship is the wrong word. He points to the altar nearby, displays a skull with a flat, unforgiving eyes buried in its hollow sockets. She waits on the other side of death with her billions of squirming children. They devour whatever passes into their realm, and rightfully so. Everyone must. His eyes twinkle fondly. But whatever she and her children eat is lost forever. And so, the Dendra O'Hare work to preserve the minds and the mysteries of mortals before death claims them. We hold their shrill little thoughts in our minds and let them tumble around as they will. He shivers. It feels marvelous. I have some questions about the Dendra Uhur. What does your cult's name mean, anyway? The old man's eyes dart from side to side, and he leans in. Nobody knows, he whispers, delighted. It's a mystery. Isn't that wonderful? How long have the Dendra Uhur existed? Centuries, he declares. Though how many I couldn't say. We aren't devoted to paper records, as you might imagine. We prefer keeping them in our heads. He runs his tongue along the edge of his rotting teeth. Also, and this is slightly embarrassing, none of us managed to eat our founder. He simply disappeared one day. Can you imagine? Who founded your cult? A man named Melmoth Leviarm, he says and sighs. I do wish one of us had managed to eat. How do you preserve humanity's knowledge? Oh, I thought everyone knew that, he says, surprised. We eat the flesh and organs of corpses to assimilate their minds, then... He trails off, noticing your expression. What? That is disgusting. Oh, he says, dissolving into giggles. Oh my no, it's death that's disgusting. Think about it. Organs bulging with information, rotting and liquefying, spilling their priceless secrets into the dirt. He smiles. Perhaps our methods trouble you. The alternative is far worse. At any rate, we scour the streets for bodies, left unclaimed. We bring them here and lay them upon the biers. His sweeping hand directs your attention to the still, shrouded figures lying about the chamber. When a body is ripe with unplucked secrets, we gather about it and taste it together. Let a lifetime of thoughts flit around ours like little fish. He smacks his lips happily. Interesting. Oh, it is, he says. And dangerous, of course. It does, drive us all the slightest bit mad. He purses his lips like he's giving away a naughty secret. But it's worth it even so. I want to talk about something else. Tell me about yourself. Oh, there isn't much to tell. I've spent most of my years in this little chapel, he says, casting a fond look around. Dendra Uhur has rather consumed my life. Thoughts. Consumed my... I'll have to remember that one. Why did you join the Dendra Uhur? Well, that's a good question. A very good question. I congratulate you on asking it. He rubs his hands together with a papery sound. I'm afraid, however, that outsiders rarely understand what calls us to the Dendra Uhur, so, with apologies, I do not think I will answer. Farewell. Corpse of an elderly man. His face is peaceful, and you see no obvious cause of his death. A teenage girl lies dead on this slab. Most of her bones are shattered, suggesting that she fell from a great height. This corpse is in a wretched state, its head and limbs crushed to a pulp, with bits of wood and debris embedded in the skin. A strong aroma of charred flesh rises from the dingy cloth over this corpse. Lift the shroud. You carefully move the shroud to the side. There's no way around it. This man was a cast-off, and it would be hard for him to be deader. His flesh is papery, desiccated. His tattoo, or rather the charred remains of it, has burned through his skin and into the bone beneath. And of course there is the matter of his charred eye sockets and his horrified gaping mouth. Parts of the corpse are missing, remnants of an aborted Dendra feast. You aren't surprised they stopped. Touch the tattoo. The last thing you remember before your fingertip grazes the tattoo is a rising buzz. Time stutters and breaks. Panting softly, you awaken, leaning against the bier for support. Your arm burns, your temples throb, and white static claws at the corners of your vision. Someone was screaming in that lightless, timeless void. You remember that much. But it wasn't you. None of the Dendra are looking your way. Examine the cast-off's corpse again. Leave the corpse alone. very close to leveling. Legacy Firebrand. Dominant Tide Red. The red tide represents emotion, passion, and change. People attuned to this tide value responsive action and bring life to its fullest. Artists, revolutionaries, warriors, and firebrands are often attuned to this tide. Hmm? Two people who found me have conflicting options about where I should go for help. Adigan suggested that I speak with the cultist of the Changing God, while Sage directed me to the Order of Truth. I guess we should talk to one of them. But, honestly, I don't need to eat something. I've been streaming for longer than 3 hours. Because I restarted the stream. But, we'll take a little break there for a couple of 10 to 15 minutes or something. And then I'll be back. You. I don't know what I'm gonna make. Probably not soup. Oh, no, wrong tool. There we go. Fucking awful. Looks like poo in a pot. Anyway, I'll be back.
Standing around is kind of nice. Relaxing.
Well, guess we have something to eat. Some sandwiches, like usual. Who needs proper food anyway? There. Decent enough. So, yeah. This game systems are pretty much what I remember them as. I do like this system a lot, actually. The only real flaw that it has is once you figure out how to rest, it kind of breaks it a little bit. Because that means you can just... Oh, you found like a lockbox or something you have to speed open. Okay, I just go and take a nap first, then come back. You know, it because of that little thing. If you want to, the system just becomes like a tedious thing because you have to go and rest. That is the flaw. And the question is, how do you deal with that? Because you have to replenish your pools at some point. And if it's by resting or if it's like you regenerate them or something, it all just becomes like the same issue. You just end up waiting or resting or something. The only real solution, if you want to have resting, is to have like time gated thing. You know, a bit like Pathfinder or something, so that you can't just spend as much time as you want doing nothing. So it actually has a cost to replenish. Alright. So we have the changing god cultists. But I don't want to talk to them. The underbelly. Oh, they're not here? I thought they were here. This... A jumble of boulders and debris lies at the foot of the surrounding cliffside. The broken remains of ancient devices lie amongst the fallen stones, while off to one side a metallic canister sticks out the top of the pile. It appears mostly intact. Examine the canister. Leaning over you, you notice that the container is hollow, with an opening in the top providing full access to the interior. A quick glance reveals that it is empty. While most of the canister is relatively intact, a small part of its exterior wall has been pried open, exposing delicate mechanisms. 35% chance. Failure! You attempt to get at more of the device interior via the panel, but just as the panel comes free, several of the components fall out and disintegrate before your eyes. Nothing much of value remains after that beyond a few interesting components. Gained 18 shins. Examine the rocks. You notice a slight gleam as the light hits some of the rocks at just the right angle. You lean closer. Tiny mechanical devices are embedded in the rock. A quick search of the rest of the pile reveals that only a small percentage of the rocks are more than they appear. By putting the rocks in the canister, canister we just broke, you scoop up a handful of the remaining smaller rocks and place them in the canister, but nothing happens. Smash the stones to extract what you can. Oh, me smash! You gather up all the stones you can find with machinery embedded in them, and set to work. Soon you have a tidy pile of components that should serve as shins. Leave the canister and rocks alone. This machine towers above you like a dagger driven into the ground by a giant. It seems much older than the surrounding buildings. Your hands itch to touch the array of dark panels scattered around the machine, as though they have touched them before. Try to remember why this machine seems so familiar. 60%. Healed.
Oh, that's the stuff.
85%. Ooh. You close your eyes to better concentrate, sinking into the currents of a memory that does not belong to you, or at least not the body you are in. And you hear the thunderous heartbeat of the operational generator calling you from across And you hear the thunderous heartbeat of the operational generator calling you from across centuries. You open cold, focused eyes, ignoring the screams, the drifting tangles of black smoke. Your attention is solely focused on the health of the machine's heartbeat. You reach into the hissing guts of the generator, adjusting and tuning, hoping. Heartbeat fades into the past. Your body's hand, rests on the rusty surface of the long-dead generator. Examine the device. Your hands slip over the cobbled-together components and greasy cables, the buttons worn by frequent use. It is a strange accomplishment, this machine. Clumsy but deft, amateurish but masterful. Only a brilliant mind could have melded so many disparate parts into a functional device. Unfamiliar memories whisper to you. This device was used, though you don't know how, to generate a field that unmoored everything within it from time itself. Your fingers scrape a rough patch. Lifting them, you see a circinate symbol etched into the side like a maker's mark. Okay, the genocide. This burly armor-clad figure stands almost motionless as you approach. He regards you silently through his singular eye. The studs on his arms and the blades on his shoulders are stained and pitted with age. When he speaks, his voice is muffled and artificial, a hollow grumble that emanates from the entirety of the helmet. I am the genocide. If you ask, I must answer. Pass on, then, and exchange no words. His surface thoughts are like a crystal pool, alternately transparent, or else perfectly reflecting his words. His mind reveals nothing hidden, except for a low-level hatred of everything around him. This latter is more a feeling you get than an actual thought that you hear. You said you had to answer if I asked. Why? From within the helmet, you hear a grinding noise, the sound of teeth gnashing amplified. Then the voice again, bleak. We sat at the river's edge, and we wept for the time that was. We saw nothing more to conquer, and yet our fear still drove us. We have conquered the land, purged its impurities, made it ours. Still we wanted more. When we heard that humans had come to carve a home, we rejoiced to have a new foe, a new test of our truth. We rode against them. We drove them to the forge of the night sky, to the valley of Rajolios, to the dangers of the Black Riach. But those who built atop these ruins, they thwarted us, time and again, and so we brought our constructs and our deadliest warriors to the bay outside the city. We laid a mighty siege. We entered the human settlement. We fought past barricades and traps. Some of our constructs are still here, silent and dead. But when we thought we had achieved our greatest victory. He lowers his head. A powerful nano saved them. With his magics, he called upon the strength of the ancients and captured us. I thought my life was at an end, but he imprisoned me in slow time, trapped me in my body, used machines to paralyze my will. I still remember our glories, and I see the faded future in front of me, and I am powerless to act. The memories of our triumph remain always at the forefront of my mind, and I must answer the mocking questions of these people or suffer. What are you? I am a blade that cannot cut, a weapon that cannot strike, a living monument to failure. He shifts his weight. You hear the frown in his voice. I was Ogesti Telkotu, the firm hand of tradition. They called me one of the Black Three. Enemies did not understand us. They took my name to mean death in a dozen extinct languages, called me Orphan Maker, Hope Smasher, Death's Child. My armies blackened the earth and the sky. My Dragoliths scoured the land. Domination was my duty. If they had known, if they had welcomed us, they might have been our thralls. Instead they became dust. He gestures. All this, it was to have been mine, in stewardship for the future of my people. It was promised, but now, his arm falls back to its side. Now, I am the genocide, a relict, the last of my kind. You said you were the last of your kind. Why? I know of no others. Kalagath Anvor, he who shares truth and understanding, is dead. Bostuleth Lo, the blinding light of reason, was destroyed. The Underspine has fallen. My people are destroyed utterly, and our servant god speaks to us no longer. The clean lines of order and the glory of battle have forsaken us. He pauses. The rest are dust. We rose against a superior foe, and were outmatched. Only I remain to tell the story of the Tabat. Can you tell me about the Nano who trapped you here? How did he stop you? The genocide raises his hands in defeat. He found old knowledge and made it his own. He created defenses that we could not penetrate. Most telling, most effective, the shield generators. He created 3 barriers around the heart of the city, and the last unmoored the city in time. When our constructs touched it, they flashed to stasis. We could not reach the city, but the city could reach us. You feel the tickling of memory as the genocide speaks of the shields. He continues to talk, oblivious. Let the memory come. Anamnesis, the memory from the orb in the labyrinth, comes upon you again. Stronger than before, but now you remember it as it happened, not as you wished it had. You fought against the woman with the invisible blade, and you crept past the guards at the base of the stairs. You descended into the basement of your tower. You activated generators and ascended to the command platform on the heights. The nearby panels buzz and crackle with unseen energies. The shields, you mutter. We need the shields now. You press several buttons. A generator coughs into life, and the lights flicker for a moment. A faint veil of energy encircles the city, and then there is a strange and terrible stillness, as if the world held its breath. The rest of the memory is bloodshed. The humans of Sago's Cliff made the stranded Tabat pay. And then the memory fades. You know now that the Nano who saved the city became the changing god. You know it was he who defeated the Tabat. You remember the hatred. But you do not remember the girl who was with you. What was her name? The genocide watches you silently. You seem very calm for someone who has been imprisoned for centuries. I have been defeated. I have nothing to fight for. My captor castrated me with a tool they made to dampen my natural urges. I can remember the actions, I can recall the glory, but I feel shame, regret. I am weakened, but not by my volition. The genocide squeezes his fists. What does it matter? Those who stood against me are all dead. I am victorious. I no longer fight with a blade. My weapon is time. He leans in closer. I do not die. I cannot be wounded. I am held like a beetle in sap. Why would I not be serene? He settles back. The Underspine spoke of my destiny. You mentioned the Tabat. Who or what were they? My people. His voice is forlorn. Great warriors. We own this land. We served the Underspine and it served us. We thought truth in victory. We sought truth in victory. We ascended to epiphany. We were pure, incorruptible, indivisible even in disunity. We found strength in one another and proved it with bloody blades. But we fell, and the Underspine fell. And so, too late, we learned a new truth. But I carry the old ways as a seed within my heart. You mentioned the names of some Tabat. Can you tell me about them? Kalagat Anvor, the strongest mind of the Black Three. None could stand before him when he bent his mind to their unraveling. Intricate, careful, overwhelming. Postulate low, a methodical planner, collector of curiosities, the toolsmith and construct waker. It was he who brought the ancient machines to life. And I, the knife, the strategist, the blade in their hands. We three were unstoppable. He pauses. Until Sega's cliffs. Till then. Until the corruption of defeat. What can you tell me about the Underspire? Our slave, our god, our prize. It kept us holy, kept us pure and unchanging, anchored to a fixed point. The world turned around us, but we remained constant. The world brought an inconsistency. When the world brought inconstancy, we fed it blood. He pauses. The Underspine was our soul, our confessor. We knew clean, hard rapture from it. We knew our path. It gave us the words of the ancient Tabat, and our path was rigid and unbending, absolute. What was the Underspine? He considers. You would not understand. It was a machine. It was a stone. It was a cavern. It was a city. It was the direct voice of our ancestors. It spoke in our heads, and in our ears, and in our hearts. We heard its voice in our creches, in our daily instructions. Our God was true and strong and singular, not the fickle, inconstant things of modern day. What's the benefit of an absolute path? We had no questions about our duty, about our goal, only the particulars. We erased doubt in the purity of utter certainty. Questions raised are questions answered, or they are heresy. No need for self-agony. The necessity of introspection was transmuted into optimization of our paths, into fashioning ourselves into the pinnacle of our achievement. Clear definition in life creates truth, not this pitiful shadow. What happened to the Underspine? You can hear the frown in his voice. Sabotage, or failure. One of those under my command told me that it had whispered defeat into his ears, as if it had sickened, lost sight of the true path. Given the question, the Underspine denied this. My soldier was cast out, and I suffered the barb for his doubt. It was later, years later, that the Underspine broke. After our failure, and I have never been sure if the seeds for our defeat were planted in those days. He shuffles his feet. The nano who captured me, who nailed me to time, he used the Mindseer to ferret out the Underspine's location. I do not know if he ever found it in the world. He raped the genocide from me, and mocked me with his sobriquet. No, not a briquet. Sobriquet. A person's nickname. I was not to blame. I will stand before the Underspine and swear my innocence. Let me ask about something else. Mention shield generators. Or how did they stop you from trying to escape? The nano who raised the city's shields created a device. He called it the Mindseer. With it, he violated my mind, my memories, and everything that was at the core of my being. In a fit of vengeance, he tore truths from me. He made me betray my people. He rewrote my mind. He gave me perfect clarity into the past, and gilded my ability to shape the future. The Tabat never sought revenge against foes who were mightier than we. We devised stratagems to defeat them. We tested ourselves. We did not punish or hate. Punishment was purification. This, though, is torture. The worst of the city's refuse can mock me now. They can ridicule and jape, and I am powerless to strike them for their impudence. Then quieter, and now they do not even do that. I have become a fixture, an irrelevance, a non-entity. I am the slave to... You hear his teeth grinding as he thinks of the perfect insult. To peacemakers. I must endure their presence and feel their corruption sink into me daily. Some foreign part of me desires it. He thumps his fist into his hand. But I remember that I will triumph over them. Eventually they will die, and I will not. You mentioned the shield generator. Can you tell me about them? I told you their effect. They unmoored the city in time. They severed our supply lines. They left us vulnerable and defeated us. The Underspine's strategy failed us. I began to doubt. It shifts slightly. The generators are unused, abandoned, their purpose forgotten. Though the people of this city would swear by our name, and our terrors are fresh in their nightmares, despite the passage of centuries, they have forgotten the means of their salvation. This one beside me no longer functions, but one of the others is buried in the ground not far from here, and has not yet failed. It powers the clock around which those ridiculous fools prance. The Nano who defeated you was the changing god. He and his children still live. His voice is flat and dead. Others have claimed this. I do not know if they say this to torment me, but if our enemy was a god, even if he was once but a man, then to stand against him is to spit in the face of the divine. The Tabat were a holy people. Humans do not believe it, but our rights were as sacred to us as they were profane to your kind. We accepted the will of the ineffable. Any who still live may yet find the mantle of godhood. To be divine is to be beyond the rule of mortal ethics. Those who would be gods must cast aside these concerns, if they are to turn against the old teachings. I have no more questions. Farewell. No, I wish you no good tidings. Mercenary. Gibra. Gibra. The fuck is that? This fountain is constructed of a material that seems halfway between wood and stone. It doesn't contain water as might be expected. Instead, it's filled with swarming tiny fish-like creatures that leap and cavort in a wriggling mass, chattering to each other in what sounds like 1,000 different tongues. Examine the woodstone fountain. The fountain, now that you're looking at it, is unfathomably old. Coppery, tongue-like decorations curl up and over the rim of the structure, as if lapping at the endless stream of creatures within. Listen to what the creatures are saying. You fold your arms, listening intently to the fish jabber at each other. It sounds like a cloud of nonsense syllables mashed into baby speak. A few oft-repeated sounds tug at your memory until something unravels. You stand before a rusty intelligence terminal, surrounded by crooked ruins. Laying unfamiliar hands against the cracked glass, you speak words in all the languages you know. This takes some time. The terminal awakens at the sound of an ancient guttural greeting. You recognize it immediately, as one of the words the fish-like creatures are babbling cheerfully at each other. Spend more time listening to the creatures. Catch one of the creatures. Nice. You caught this creature from a fountain of sorts. You deftly snatch a single fish from the glistening, tumbling flood. The bubbling mass of remaining creatures squawk together in nonsensical outrage. Spend some time listening to the creatures. You caught this creature from a fountain of sorts in the government square. Small, fish-like, and constantly squirming. It never requires food or other nourishment. It gibbers constantly, indecipherable language. 10 more XP. That's what we need. Council Tower. Red Thicket. There it is. The Order of Truth. We're going to join this one, because last time I joined the other faction. Or, well, I had the other guy with me. There she is.
Oh, my scintillating wit was lure enough to bring you back, I see.
What can you tell me about this place? The Order of Truth? A combination of brilliant minds and the most rigid set of ethics you've ever seen. Or so they'll tell you. Between the two of us, they eat from the hands of the slave families. You would never dare cross their benefactors. What I'm saying is that you should watch your back. Why did you choose to come here? Where else would I go? The underbelly? Here at least I have access to the minds that might challenge me, not to mention their libraries. You travel with me again? Let me consult my sisters. Yes, we will join you. I have finished here anyway. Can you tell me about Koro? He's a knave and a blackguard, and clever when it comes to Numenera. Nothing close to myself, of course. Where we are right now, takes a quick look around, as if sizing up your surroundings. He's tried to kill us, hasn't he? She shakes her head. He's a dangerous fool. We're well to be rid of him. What can you tell me about the cult of the Changing God? Fools and hangers-on who worship your sire and his creations. Splinters of their cult exist across the world, trying to justify his works to the lesser minds that litter the earth. They only know that they witness greatness, but they have no idea how to achieve it themselves. Can you tell me about the Order of Truth? It's a place of science, of inquiry, of searching for a way to shake the chains of this world has bound us with, and maybe someday even cut them. Every person there has the spirit of an adventurer, and some? She continues in an offhand manner, like our erstwhile companion Alligern, simply don't have the wherewithal to voyage to the depths required by intelligent human endeavor. Can you tell me about the Dendra O'Hur? They conserve knowledge, which is surely valuable. However, they also keep it to themselves. We cannot yet extract memories for all to benefit. They don't go so far as to write down what they discover. He raises one shoulder in a languid shrug. I don't fault people for their tastes, culinary or otherwise. What's your story? Oh, you know, this and that. Lady raised in high society becomes renowned intellectual, goes on to humiliate her peers, etc. She glances at you, as if gauging your interest. Of course, I am exceptional, but my story is less so. It would bore you to tears, no doubt. Who are all these echoes of you? They are me. We are a part of each other, sisters across infinite realities. We share our experiences and power. What's that old saying? That experience brings wisdom? I must be the wisest person in Sega's cliffs, the wisest across countless worlds. Her laughter peals out. What is it you hope to accomplish by traveling with me? So direct. I shan't be coy either then. Your sire, the Changing God, was a nano of surpassing ability. Your search for answers is likely to cross his trail at multiple points. He must have researched the datasphere at some point, and I hope to study his work to address my own particular situation. She waves her hands across her body. I am what you might imprecisely call a nascent cross-dimensional hive mind. What I must decide now is whether to continue this experiment. My sisters, you see. They are a blessing and a curse. One moment. She addresses them. Hush, you know it's true. I thought it, so therefore you thought it too. We have no secrets from one another. She smiles thinly. You see, even in my thoughts we are not alone. We seek. Let us call it closure of some sort, of our association, or of our individuality. Uncovering your sire's knowledge of the datasphere could likely determine my direction. If we cannot find a suitable home in the datasphere, we may have to terminate this process. But that presents pitfalls of its own. What can you tell me about the datasphere? She smiles gently. Such curiosity. Very well. Let me indulge you. She clears her throat. Some prior world or worlds seeded the atmosphere and near space with a vast network of computational and informational devices. I believe the ancients used this network to communicate with each other at great distances. and perhaps across space and through dimensions. It is this latter application that especially interests me, as you might imagine. If you could find a structure within that space that enables a more direct mind-to-mind communication, that will allow a true joining with my sisters, well, I should be happy to transcend this flesh, though it has served me well. But is such a thing possible, or even advisable? These are the questions I have not found answers to yet, if such answers even exist. Where did you grow up? Why, here! She holds out her hands and completes a graceful turn. The walls of Sagus were my cage until, like a bird, I took flight. Figuratively, you understand? I speak of knowledge, not mere physical movement. I grew beyond the Grand Library in short order and was soon writing text for it myself. The library holds no answers to the questions I asked of it. How did you meet Aligarn? I suppose there's no harm in indulging you, she muses. You've shown yourself competent in many endeavors, and this should be no different. She arranges one sleeve diffidently. Aligarn and I met when he came to the Order of Truth seeking help. Naturally, I was intrigued by his predicament. More so than the man. She smiles, but absently. He had lost his family, you see, and sought their return. He had brought with him an odd frame of unknown origin that was central to his tale. The stuffed shirts at the Order were more interested in picking apart Aligarn's story than they were in examining the frame he had brought with him. The task fell to me, so I undertook it, and for that, Aligarn became enchanted with me. Eventually we became lovers. He was pleasant enough in bed, I suppose, though he lacked any real enthusiasm. And the crying. She rolls her eyes, arm thrown dramatically across her forehead. His pitiful childlike snuffling when he thought I was asleep. He shakes her head in disbelief. His family was gone. There was no more he could tell me, and I had learned nothing worth telling him. You saw the end. I've moved on. Why were you and Aligarn together if your relationship was so poor? Guilt, she says. For him, at least. He desperately wanted to save someone. For me, it was a matter of necessity. She sighs and shakes her head. It was my own research that led me to this state. But despite access to 1,000 worlds, I was no closer to achieving my goal. And my sisters were ever closer to plotting my annihilation, she laughs. You see, in an effort to extend my own life, I chanced upon versions of myself that would end it. It's true. Some of my echoes seek to become the sole survivors, or to rule over the rest. And so I sought a way to return to my base state, if you will. A way to control my future. I had found some notes of your sires. Notes that hinted at a machine, capable of merging multiple selves. Of concatenating various minds into a single identity. Naturally, it seemed a welcome solution to my predicament. But his clues as to its location were useless to the utmost degree. She frowns. Aligarn had met the man. Once, it was more than I had to go on, and I was feeling less than patient. She waves a hand warily. From there you know the rest. Oh my god. Did you say some of your other selves want to kill you? Why? She is silent for several long moments. I don't know, she admits. I have tried to reason with them, but they are beyond it, or at least immune to it. They blame me for opening all our minds to each other, but had it not been me, another version of me would have. She laughs. In fact, it was a host of me that did. I am not alone in this. Across countless realities, we came together simultaneously. She closes her eyes briefly. I wonder sometimes. She looks to you as if searching for an answer. Would it have been better to be one of the other Calistiges? To have no choice in the matter but to be connected, without my prior knowledge or consent. To have my memories, my secrets, bared in 1,000 other realities, knowing they could never be used against me, but aware all the same that they were known. She passes a wary hand in front of her eyes. Though I understand those of myself who reject this change. I do. No more chose to share myself with them. I no more chose to share myself with them than they chose to share with me, but that does not mean I long for their destruction, nor truly think it would have any great impact on my life here. And that is where we differ. The one point on which perhaps we shall always disagree. Fortunately, a great many of others see the matter from my perspective. Whew. There we go. Ooh. A small wireframe pyramid sits on the base of polished wood. Lying inside the pyramid is a dull sphere of silverish metal. Examine the sphere. Suspended in its wire cage, the sphere is almost perfectly sized to fit in your palm. The gaps in the wiry mesh are large enough for you to reach through, though not large enough to pull the sphere out. Examine the frame. The frame appears to be fixed firmly in place. It's constructed of an organic material, grown in a manner similar to bone or coral. Thinner, vein-like strands of the material wind across each other, across each of the triangular sides. Something strikes you as odd about it, but you can't quite determine why. Try to discover what. Failure. Try as you might, you fail to discern anything more about the frame. Examine the base. The base appears to be made from a slab of lurid red stone. On closer inspection, you recognize it as a petrified wood of some kind. An inscription has been written on the base in front of the pyramid. Examine the inscription. The inscription is an alien language. It has been burned into the wood, and then filled with luminous substance. Though you know you haven't seen the language in your own short life as a cast-off, it still seems familiar. Try to recall. Step away from the device. Let's see here. Heals 10 points of intellect and confers fresh vapors. Delicious. Retry. You or a companion now have edge in one of your stat pools, granting you a discount on using points from the stat pool. Each level of edge grants one free level of effort, boosting your minimum chance of success. When using an ability, edge reduces the activation cost first, and any leftover points are used for effort. Oh, 100. While examining the frame, you try nudging it gently and it shifts in a most peculiar manner. You focus on moving the frame in various directions, discover that it can be easily lifted straight up off the base and lowered back down onto it, but it refuses to move laterally, even while being held in midair. Try to recall where you've seen the language before. A distant memory surfaces. You're standing before a large metal cylinder that looms a meter or two above your head. The cylinder is a time capsule of sorts. You're convinced that what lies within is critical to your latest experiments. The problem, alas, is that the capsule is locked. The only clue to opening it is a series of strange glyphs etched into its sides. Glancing around, you see dusty tomes, faded banners, metal scraps, and dozens of other objects, all featuring the same strange glyphs. You have spent a lifetime collecting every trace of this language that could be found, and decades of study have finally led to this moment. You look upon the glyphs and you know their meaning. Stepping forward, you reach toward the cylinder as prescribed by the etchings, and it flares to life. Shaking off the memory, you look down at the inscription and realize that its meaning is now clear. The crimson dawn greets the seeker, while at dusk sees the search's end. Touch the sphere. As you extend your hand toward the sphere, the thinner strands along the front side of the cage retract toward the thicker frame edges, creating an opening large enough for the sphere to fit through. Take the sphere. You pull the sphere out of the frame through the opening facing you. It immediately begins to glow a scintillating blue. You pause a moment to make sure there are no other effects and try to put it with the rest of your belongings. At some point during the motion, the sphere simply vanishes, only to reappear within the frame. Once again, a dull grey. Apparently, picking the sphere will not be quite so easy. Read the inscription again. The crimson dawn greets the seeker. The violet dusk sees the search's end. Take the sphere again. You pull the sphere out again. Once again it glows a brilliant blue, before disappearing and returning to the frame. After a little experimentation, you discover that the sphere's position seems to reset whenever it moves beyond a particular distance from the device. As long as you keep it within that distance, as you are now, you can hold on to it. Put the sphere back. Take the entire device with you. The device is far too bulky to carry around with you. As if reading your thoughts, Min looks over and shakes his head, sadly while muttering something under his breath. Put the sphere back in the frame. As you place the sphere back in the frame, it changes to a vibrant orange color. It occurs to you that the sphere seems to respond to moving through the frame boundaries. Perhaps moving it through the other sides will produce additional results. Lift the frame. Remove the sphere via the bottom opening. The sphere changes to a shining yellow. Return the sphere to it via the bottom opening. By the front opening. Deep violet hue. By the left opening. Deep violet. Move the sphere from the frame via the back opening. Sphere's glow changes to a brilliant blue. Turn the sphere to the frame via the front opening. The sphere changes to a bright orange. Remove the sphere from the frame via the back opening. Brilliant blue. By the front opening. Remove the sphere from the frame via the front opening. Turn the sphere to the frame via the front opening. Turn the sphere via the front. Remove via the right opening. Turn via the back opening. Remove via the left opening. Turn the sphere via the front opening. God damn it. Crimson dawn greets the seeker. The violet dusk sees the search's end. A lurid red. Blazing orange. Lurid red. Deep violet. Brilliant blue. Shining yellow. Hmm. It's this, like, it becomes lurid red there. Dull orange there. By the front it becomes deep violet. Bright orange. By the back it becomes brilliant blue. That's what I was trying to do. Crimson Dawn greets the Seeker. The violet dusk sees the search's end. Deep violet. Lurid red. Indigo. Brilliant blue. Indigo. Shining yellow. Blazing orange. Like, that doesn't fit the crimson either. Hmm. Blazing orange, shining yellow. Deep violet. No. Lurid red. Into the front. Like, it's the whole dawn and dusk thing. The thing is, I have solved this one before, but I don't remember jack shit. Remove the sphere. Deep violet hue. cool green. Because what I thought here was that the Crimson Dawn greets the Seeker. Maybe you should make it red somehow? And like start there from the front? Violet Dusk. But I also think that you might just want to make it deep violet inside. Move the sphere. Nope. No? So I pulled Violet out of the back and the bottom, but it did nothing. Oh. Not cool green. Not deep violet either. God damn it. Blazing orange, lurid red. Cool green, brilliant blue. Cool green. Cool beans, deep violet. All orange. Green. Now we're holding a deep violet hue. Sphere disappears, reappearing within this frame. What? What do you mean, what? This priest is tall, thin, and dressed only in black. Narrow slashes of oil decorate his unlined skin like letters in an unknown tongue. His eyes are harried, but alive with intelligent humor. They land on you with a tiny flicker of recognition. Thoughts? He's back. He's back? I wonder what brings him here now. Then his gaze moves from you to your companion. Hello, Calistige. Here to work or just visit? And with the husk, I hope this isn't a long-term visit. Just a bit of business. Have you ever heard anything about a resonance chamber, Min? We're looking for a way to repair one. You're what? Min gasps. I thought that thing was a myth, and you're trying to repair it. Where is it? Is that what he and Salimere were working on? I'd love to see that. I'd rather not say. Ah, he says, his mouth twisting. Probably wise. Anyway, do you have any piece of the machine with you? I have a shard of it. Take a look. He handles the shard with care. Organic and crystalline. It was grown into the appropriate shape for the machine. This is definitely what Salimera was working on all those years ago, with her partner. He looks at you, his eyebrow raised, but does not say more. Reluctantly, he hands it back to you. It must be him then. But why lie? I'll ask Salimeri about it later. In all honesty, I focused more on traditionally powered machines. Salimeri has some experience with organic machine construction. You might ask her about it. Okay. Tell me about that machine behind you. It makes levies, the guardians of Sagus. He rubs his chin. Our record says that Diviatico found a similar device in the ruins of Arcopalatia, far to the north. He convinced the city that a local version, a modified one, would be of use. In order to become a citizen, everyone in Sagus Cliffs, even the ones born here, gives a year of their life to the machine. It uses that borrowed time to create a levy. That seems fair. It's an elegant way to serve. I agree, he says. Better than giving an actual year of your life, following orders and marching around in the daylight. At any rate, the levies created by the machine are nearly identical, and they only last a year. After that, they quietly return to the machine and dissolve into... His hands grip the air, trying to frame the words. Grey gunk. It's incredibly unpleasant to watch, but they don't seem to mind. They deserve more than a year of servitude. I don't know that they deserve anything, he says. They're not alive in the general sense. They don't ask for time off or complain about the cold. They just serve their time and melt away. Anyway, that's the machine. Any other questions? Nope. Salimeri.
Allow me.
You recognize one of the parties in this one-sided argument. Koro, the Star Seeker, you met in the reef. He studies his boots, silent and miserable. The other is a tall woman in finely cut robes, regarding the man with arch disdain. When I told you to retrieve the falling star, I wonder if you heard, "Return me to me with empty hands and excuses," she sighs. I no longer need your services, Koro. Collect your things and go. What? No, Salimeri, I searched the reef for hours. Whatever fell was long gone by the time we got there. And that is why you are unsuited for this work. She massages her eyes. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. I saw promise in you, but also the flaws, and I ignored them. She spots you out of the corner of her eye and turns to you, framing a sharp rebuke at your intrusion. Her anger turns to stark amazement when she sees your face. Adon! Planescape Torment reference. I haven't seen you in 10 years. 10 years. I cannot begin to imagine what your excuse might be. Our last night together was so incredible. What could possibly have driven him off? I'm not, Adon. She blinks once, twice, a smile bloom. You're a cast-off, she murmurs, studying you from head to foot with an appraising and somewhat proprietary eye. Remarkable. This is rather like visiting a house you once owned and seeing new tenants through the windows. I've met members of your little family before, of course, trailing around in that shadow looking for clues or trying to repair the damage. Her smile is genuine and somewhat sad. Her eyes linger on yours, as if looking for any flash of recognition. I can help you if you like, but I need something from you first. That sounds interesting. Doesn't it? She says. Well, it's a bit of a long pitch, so let me know when you're ready to talk it over. I have some questions about the changing god. Good, she says. Curiosity about your origin is quite healthy. Her expression hardens. I will be happy to share what I know once you've completed that favor for me. Let's talk about that favor you want. Of course. She draws your attention to a map of the reef of fallen worlds on her workstation and taps a gilded ornate structure not far from the dome containing the residence chamber. This is the anechoic lazaret. It has been hopelessly sealed since the dawn of the Ninth World until, she smiles, I managed it in a week or two. It was quite simple once you figured out the trick. I've been slipping in and out at nights, investigating the technology within, taking notes. She frowns. Then more recently I discovered that the structure was sealed again. Maybe you tripped an ancient security measure. No, she says crisply. I would not make such a careless mistake. I believe someone tramped inside with no regard for the dangers, and managed to trigger a failsafe that resealed the structure. She flicks a strand of her hair from her eyes. I need someone to reopen the lazaret, and, she waves a vague hand, handle whatever nonsense the trespassers have stirred up in their wake. Why me? Simple, she says. You're a cast-off. All of you were made to be useful in some way or another. All of you are at minimum competent. In short, you're better than any of the draft I have at hand. Besides, I can reopen the structure. Concern is what's waiting for me inside. She holds your gaze for a moment to make sure you understand. I want you to deal with whatever's gone wrong in there so I can resume my work. Needless to say, I would also prefer the structure in an undamaged state as I left it. She smooths her robes. Well, there it is. You help? Yes. Excellent, she says briskly, but relief flashes across her face. She hands you a metallic stalk with flower-like ridges along its length, and a mechanical eye at one end. Simply head down to the Reef of Fallen Worlds, brandish this at the door of the lazaret, and it should open before you. Good luck. Please, Salimeri, Koro says, edging in beside you. Give me another chance, I can handle this. I have to win her back. Her respect, I mean. Right, her respect. Say nothing. She says, looking between the two of you. Salimeri considers you both, then sorts through her work table, picking up a metallic eye. You're welcome to try, Koro, she says. She hands the other eye over, but holds onto it when he tries to take it. This is your last chance, she says. If you come back empty-handed, you had better be dead as well. Trembling, Koro pockets the eye and leaves, eyes downcast. I'll prove myself to her. Then she'll see me more than just a mercenary. No, she won't.
Yes.
Farewell. Snurf. That guy's name's Snurf. Now let's see here.
In an instant.
Heals 3 points of speed. Sanguine. Oh, it's a merchant? A tall, thin, and exquisitely dressed older man stands in the shade of an exquisitely crafted stall. The cut, color, and quality of his clothes are a symphony of harmonious coordination. While the expression of benevolent condescension he gives you would be more at home on the face of a king. Good afternoon, he says, bowing slightly. I am Sangolin. This is my store, Sangolin's Fittings. Welcome. How may I be of service? I'd like to see what you have to sell. Three resistance. They're all trash. I don't want only resistance, I want armor. Child.
with alacrity. In this world, then.
Down to the reefs again.
Yes. In an instant. Of course.
Of course. As you approach the door, one of the bumps suddenly slides open, revealing a circular aperture. A few tiny, waving strands of synth emerge from the hole. Hold the metallic eye near the open aperture. The waving strands whip out, wrapping themselves around the eye. For a moment, the eye comes to life, buzzing and whispering, getting warmer in your hand. The synth fibers make soft, fluttery sounds in return. After a moment, they withdraw. The door slides open and you step into the chamber beyond. A cluster of hunched creatures await you, this dark room, smelling of rust and blood. They are bird-like abhumans with chipped beaks, matted feathers, filthy leather robes. It's not their appearance that reminds you of who they are, it's the gritty static that fills your head, a side effect of the creature's telepathy. These are Murdens, cruel and cunning scavengers. A fifth of their number lies dead on the ground with great chunks torn out its body. Your ability to read minds only exacerbates the static, amplifying it to painful levels. It takes a severe effort of will to shut out the noise. Apparently, reading the minds of Murdens is a bad idea. Took 4 damage to health pool. My, Calestige says. Dull scene. I wonder what they're doing in Salimeri's little crypt. Be careful, darling. They're violent and capricious things. Dull scene. It's a corruption of a much longer term from an obscure tongue, he says idly. Studying the Murdens. It means sickening birds, I'm told. She lowers her voice. They will be looking for weaknesses in us, depend on it. If you wish to avoid a fight, we must show our strength. But not back them into a corner. The largest Murden straightens, eyeing you, snapping its beak once, twice. It seems to be waiting for you to speak. Cross your arms and wait for them to make the first move. You wait in silence, gritting your teeth against the coarse mental buzzing of their communication. When the largest one abruptly lurches towards you, the static intensifies. The static washes against the sealed bulwark of your buried past, and an unrelated memory wakes, hinged with throbbing chords of disgust. In this file, you say to the mewling traitor bound to the wall, it's living flame. I don't use the word lightly. It has feelings, morals, self-respect. It will regret what it does to you. It will grieve, and neither of you will ever be the same. You tangle your fingers in his hair, yanking his head back. Now, tell me where she is, or drink. The floor is cold beneath your palms. Bile claws at your throat. Nothing connected that memory, this moment. The Murden's telepathic communication seems to be triggering portions of your mind, and it may happen again if this conversation goes on much longer. Talons scratch the floor. The Murdens are watching. Eyes glistering at your apparent weakness. Stay back. I don't want to hurt you. With a wheezing, clacking chuckle, the largest Murden draws its weapon and motions the others to attack. Oh, okay then. Last cast off is fucking dying. Oh, it doesn't cost an action to use an item? I would have thought it did. Kedistij's turn. That seems
None
enough.
can stand before me.
Ah! Holy shit, it did a lot of damage! Whoa, 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 whoa! I can't say I expected you back so soon. Something feels odd about this man. But it takes a while to put your finger on it. It's his thoughts. They aren't there. Or rather, they're there, but they're indistinct. A kind of white noise that blends in too well with the background hush of this. Your thoughts are fuzzy. Why can't I read them? His voice is dry, but his smile takes some of the sting from his words. I imagine it's because we're in a place of pure thought. I'm a construct of pure thought, and that our conversation is taking place on the level of thoughts. Most things here aren't real. It'd be like reading your own mind. I found the resonance chamber, but it's broken. Yeah, I saw that. I don't see everything you do out there in the world, but I definitely saw that. You have to find a way to fix it. Why am I here again? You died. I mean, not dead, but you came awfully close. He leans in. You should be more careful out there, for both of us. Are you always here? He shrugs. Where else would I be? Is there anything to do while I'm in here? You mean apart from the cabaret acts, distilleries, and endless adventure, just behind the next wrinkle in your mind? He jabs you in the arm with his elbow. Ha! And if you believe that. Sorry, but it's your mind. There's nothing like that here, I've looked. Still, you changed things plenty already. I wouldn't be surprised if something showed up here eventually. How do I get back this time? The portal's still there. I don't see why it wouldn't work twice. I think I'm ready to go. Farewell. The swirling depths flicker with mysteries and powers you cannot define. The sorrows shatter the mirror, leading back to the dark fathom. Glass shards hiss when you touch them. Well, not much else here. Death, the stink of it. Of dried blood and rotting flesh fills your nostrils. This is your first clue that you are somehow still alive. The second is the glow of candlelight, warm on your eyelids and the icy stone beneath your back. Slippers scuff the ground near your head. Ah, says an elderly man. Our mysterious visitor is alive after all. I'm glad we waited to feast. He clucks his tongue. Though you were quite dead when we found you. Open your eyes, child. Open your eyes. Despite the glare of the dim candles, you seem, at least momentarily, as bright as sunlight. You see a cluster of robed figures. Only Imbitu remains where he was, clasping his hands together with unfiltered delight, his teeth brown and jagged. I knew that you were special, he whispers. So many eyes have settled on that face, moving through that crowd, chin high, proud, sunlight kissing that wonderful tattoo. let him trace your tattoo. His feverish skin traces over yours, leaving a burning trail, and he smiles. I'm afraid I must ask you for a simply unthinkable favor. You may have suspected that we were going to eat you, he says, raising a bony finger. This is somewhat true, but only so that the wonders of your life would not be lost. He looks down bashfully. And now that we know that you cannot die, well, what you do is the honor of letting us eat you, just a little bit. We will share some of our deepest mysteries, and yours, with you. He folds his hand, and will pay, of course. I'd rather not be eaten. Of course, he says, raising his hand. His followers step away, looking disappointed. Do let me know if you change your mind. Unless some errant knife changes it for you. Ha! Okay. Cold coffee. Oh, delicious. Ugh. Let's see here. So yeah, surprisingly, as a nano, which is basically a wizard, we got instantly annihilated in melee.
Of course.
Nope, she doesn't want to talk about me dying. The red tide represents passion, emotion, action, and zeal. It is the tide of people whose goal is to live in the moment, to experience life the fullest.
In an instant.
The gold tide represents charity, sacrifice, and empathy. It is the tide of people whose primary goal is to help others, especially at a cost to themselves. Okay.
In an instant.
Oh shit!
Without doubt. In an instant.
Hey kid. You're back, Jerem says, squinting up at you. Jerem, tell me where you're from. God damn it, failure again? I can't, he says. Sorry, Shava. $75 there as well. Ah, there we go. Jerem wavers, looking between his adopted parents and the face of his new friend. Finally, he gives up. Alright, I guess I can tell ya, but you can't spread it around, right? Alright. Tell me where you're from. Here, Shava says, brow crinkling in frustration. I'm from here. It's just up and changed without me. I grew up in the Downs. My parents lost their spots on the work chain, and we went to sleep hungry more and more. Neither of them could look at me without crying, he swallows. But everyone in the Downs was starving. Wasn't anything new. People started using that archway more and more. He pauses, scanning your face. The Downs have changed too. I can see it on his face. What are the Downs? Jerem sighs. If you weren't in the families in the up, everywhere else was down. Inside the wreckage. We dig deep, looking for food first, warm second. My neighbor was inside this curvy spiral. If you've ever seen paintings of a seashell, it's like that. I knew it. What's wrong with this place? Tell me about that archway you mentioned. Big thing. Always good smells coming out of it, too. like roasting meat on sunny days. I used to watch it, but I was never sure what it was for, you know? And the parents in the Downs never talked about it either. He shrugs without looking at me. Then one morning I saw Corna, a friend of mine, her Mar go up. Mar gives her a kiss, sends her through, and Corna never came out again. Know what did though? Food. Haha, no, Jerem said. That'd be cruel for Corna's Mar to lose her girl and gain a meal. But no, it was a metal ring, he says, lowering his voice to a confidential whisper. Didn't look to be worth much, but every once in a while you'd hear Corna laughing. Wherever she was happy, right? He raises his hand to his cheek, then continues. Handful of days pass and my Mar takes me for a walk too. She said she'd find me when they'd saved the money, kissed me and pushed me through it. Woke up outside another archway, up in Government Square. Baja and Kellinor were waiting for me there. Jaren rubs his nose. They're not so bad, but I keep hoping my parents will stop by to visit. Even if they don't have the money yet, right? He pauses, rubbing at the sudden moisture in his eyes. I try to laugh a lot so they can hear me though. Okay. Jerem told me about the door he went through to get here. What's going on? Had to pry, didn't ya? Kellinor growls. Calm down, Kel. Paja says, putting her hand on his chest. Stranger, can we convince you to leave this alone? Please, for the sake of our family. Hello. Hello, Bilsey. Thanks for the host. Yeah, I just played Planescape. Right before this. I finished it this morning. And I just want to see how they compare. But honestly, I think this game is a lot. I've played it a bit before, and I'm not a huge fan of Planescape, if I'm gonna be honest. Calm down, Kel, Paja says, putting her hand on his chest. Stranger, can we convince you to leave this alone? Please, for the sake of our family. If Jerem finds out, I'm terrified to think what will happen. I'm not convinced you haven't kidnapped the boy. We don't have to tell him anything, Kellinor says. The more we argue, Paja hisses, the more likely Jerem will overhear. Her eyes shift to you, flat and angry. Jerem got here through the House of Empty Time. He comes from Sagas, like us, only centuries in the past. That's why his speech is different, why he remembers places that aren't here anymore. She jabs your chest with a calloused finger. Keep this to yourself. We'll tell him ourselves when we find a way of letting a child know that everything he knows and loves is long dead and dust. I'll kick the skist out of him if he breaks my little boy's heart. I won't be the one to tell him, but you should, and soon. You're right, Paja says. We will, and I promise. Tell me more about the House of Empty Time. We don't know any more than we told you, she says, shrugging. Find the house's keeper and ask her. Her name was... She trails off, forehead creased in thought. Alcin Peri, Eleonora says, keeper of the House of Empty Time. You might find her in Government Square. Thank you, Kel. Couldn't hold on to a name if it was buried in a bag of shins. Paja says cheerfully. Anyway, the very moment we decided to adopt, she was knocking on our door. We were nervous, but you can't argue with the results. Alright, let's go die again.
It is done.
But yeah, I can't comment on the story in this game, but this game actually has gameplay as opposed to Planescape, which is a big bonus, you know, since it's a game. Planescape is literally just like auto-attacking stuff and spamming blood clots. And honestly, I don't like the story in Planescape either. It's like, I just feel like it's rose-tinted, all of it. There's barely a story. Like, you're just walking around, clicking things randomly, trying to, like, find some random object that lets you do something. Like, the entire lower ward and clerk ward is just complete random nonsense. Just... like, you're supposed to randomly find the mug, and you're supposed to randomly go into the fucking Galleria, and randomly check the bird statue or whatever it is, and grab the ice, and then you have to ask the lady about the statue as well to be able to get the thing you need to finish the whorehouse. Like, and you can't ask anyone about it either. So yeah, I don't know. For its time, it was cool, and it has a very good feel to it in general. Like, the setting is cool. It starts out really interesting. Nameless One is a pretty different character, especially if you came from like Polish Gate or something. But overall, I don't know.
You can feel the energy of the metropolis.
Game's kind of short too. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, they all died? Alright. This Murden has been dead for at least a day or two. The lower portion of its body is missing. Its midsection has been torn open to get at the viscera inside. Burn marks speckle the creature's foul, leathery robes. Lifting these carefully aside, you see the unhealed wounds beneath. The Murden was probably killed by beam weapons, and none of the other Murdens were carrying any. This does not account for the other damage to the corpse. Flesh was torn from the creature in long strips, and since the Murden was trapped in this antechamber with its fellows, you can guess what happened next. They have to kill him to eat him? Metal panels and parts have been torn from the wall, as if someone was trying to rip their way out, to no avail. Gravity Bomb. All characters in range take 12 relativistic, ignores resistance damage, and knocked down, minus 45% evasion, and consumes movement stand. Hand grenade.
Yes.
The chromed pillar descends as you approach, exposing a long shaft ringed with the snaking cables. Dim light filters up from below. Wouldn't mind an armor. Construct floats up to bar your path. Blood speckles its ridged surface. Halt, Fleshwalker, it bellows. Quake in the boundless shadow of Peerless, the immortal intelligence of a lost age. Cower before me, and you may be spared. Bow to the construct. You give the construct a deep, noble bow. Never bow to a construct. It gives them ideas. Even the construct seems somewhat taken aback by your show of respect, but it recovers quickly. Enough of these pleasantries. Leave, or my drones and I will smash your bones and burn smoking holes in your fatty innards. What are you doing down here? Great work worthy of an immortal being, it says. Even that is more than you deserve to know. You mentioned the other drones. What can you tell me about them? They are my hands. The floating orb says smugly. Extensions of my indestructible will. Reflections of my brilliance. But the drones are copies of you. Your travels left you more experienced, allowing you to advance. This will grant you a choice of improving your statistics, skills, or abilities. To do this, open your character sheet. Not exact copies, Peerless says. Perfection cannot be so easily replicated. But you're essentially correct, Fleshwalker. What did you call me? Fleshwalker, it says, shuddering. You are made of decaying meat and hardened calcium. You squish and click when you move. It is disgusting. Can you tell me anything else about what you're doing on here? No. The construct snaps. It is beyond your meat-bound understanding. I'm leaving. Excellent. Do not return. We are busy here. What do you think? How are you holding up? You have your charms, and they're fair few more than most. Suppose I could say I enjoy your company. But we're beyond such trivial panderings, of course. Won't be safe to work until the hostile drones are destroyed. Peerless is purged from the internal systems of the Lanceret, and I have dealt with the source of the infestation. Ability or skill? Skill? Ability? If we can't get armor, we can at least grab enough edge to make adaptation free, which it is right now. It only costs 1 intellect. So it should be free now. Okay, so we don't have a choice. Can't solve this peacefully. Crisis initiated. Unseen enemies turn. Hello, Peerless. Ah! Oh, holy shit. Chocolate milk is so good. Come on, hurry up. Alright, so let's use adaptation. Okay, let's move. Then use adaptation.
Perfect.
Do you not have edge? No, you don't have edge. Need to get edge.
In this world, then.
Fearless, 45% chance. It won't kill him regardless, though. Let's just go with that.
You are no match for me.
Oh, did he flank himself? Did. Esoteric. 45% chance to hit. Jesus Christ! My hit chance was way worse. Miss! Fuck! Don't want to do that. Not a good idea.
You cannot contain me, fools.
Come on.
Come, taste your death.
Boom!
Another one dispatched.
Oh, you're filling up my air with your decaying meaty gases. Spill your disgusting fluids. Select damage type. Energy, chemical, transdimensional, mental. I mean...
You are no match for me.
Stay back, Fleshwalker. Oh, 60% chance. Bam. Well, that's no good. That ruins the flank.
Without a doubt.
Are you not flanked? Or are you not flanked?
What world is this?
I need to get edge fast. Oh, it is my turn right now. I thought it wasn't my turn.
How did that happen?
Miss. Bam!
As you wish.
Excuse me? Boomst? Over there.
As you wish.
Three control terminals remain.
What world is this?
Bam! Are you still not dead? You shit.
What world is this?
I am flawless. I am eternal. Okay. Come on.
How did that happen?
Miss. Fuck's sake.
Without a doubt.
Refills the user's stat pools.
Natural. In an instant.
Oh, we have to go in here. I believe. Now. Oh, never mind. I don't need to delay a turn. Though I don't think you can delay. But I'm not sure. The resistance stat works the same as armor, but reduces damage from energy, chemical, mental, and transdimensional sources. Okay.
Come, taste your death.
Ouch! Oh shit, these are big. There we are, healed full.
Without doubt.
Flanked.
None can stand before me.
Ouch! He's actually doing damage here. A wee bit annoying. Ooh. I was gonna attack him because he had resistance, but he has 4 armor. Jesus Christ. I'm terrible at this spell. Only gives +1 per level. Well, +1 damage, that is. That's... sucks balls. Still need to hit him though. Whatever Hobble does.
None can stand before me.
Oh shit, I can't damage him at all. Well, that's not great.
Some assistance is required.
Immune to knockdown. Oh, that sucks. Come on, dude. Could you have died from that?
I must withdraw and restore myself.
Yes, you must.
As you wish.
Let's use movement.
Allow me.
I am flawless. I am eternal. Ouch! Ah! I only have 4 hit points. Oh my god, we are dead. No, I can kill them with this.
Of course. we shall see.
Jesus Christ. Alright, you can't... Bit on myself. Can't use the map to go somewhere. Nearly every inch of this merchant's body is covered in tightly wound robes and furs. A hood obscures its head, and a mask conceals its face. This doesn't stop you from noticing that it's apparently furious with you. Trembling, it bats at its similarly dressed companion. Both of them turn impassive masks back to you. Neither Falinda nor Steristi could believe it, but the thief had come back. Had he come in shame, ready to return what he had taken? No. His hands were empty, his expression baffled. Falinda crossed his swaddled arms. Perhaps the thief had simply forgotten to return what he had borrowed, but this made him no less a thief. You must have met the, previous inhabitant of this body. What did he take? The thief asked. Falinda faltered, but only for a moment. The merchant's memory was as organized as a library shelf, and it remembers this face, twisted with its desire for the very book in question. It remembers the same voice, making promises it apparently had no intent of keeping. Falinda thought the thief's lies were more convincing before. 10 years ago, this thief had borrowed a book. Falinda wondered if the scoundrel was possibly unfamiliar with the definition of the word. It did not mean taking a thing and keeping it after all. Sterisi pointedly returns to work, ignoring you both. Falinda sighs, massaging its temples with gloved hands. But in the end, Falinda took a deep, deep breath and asked the thief to simply return the sealed and long overdue book with the 5 colored sigils on its cover. I'll find the book, you have my word. The thief declares Falinda was satisfied, temporarily. And with that, the merchant returns it to its work as well. Why do you narrate everything I say? The thief said, but Falinda knew from long experience that there was no explaining it. The merchant kneels before a bookshelf and jams book after book into the remaining space. This frustrated Falinda. After all, the 2 merchants were creatures of words, bound in metal and cloth. But whenever Falinda tried to bend these same words into explanations and answers, they crumbled and fell apart. They could not fold themselves around the truth. The merchant slams the final book into place, and so Falinda said nothing. And once again, Falinda was exonerated. The thief knew he was a thief. Why won't you tell me why you're narrating everything I say? The thief pleaded. He still did not understand that Falinda wasn't speaking. That what the thief was hearing was the passage of time. Farewell. The silent merchant traces dark fingers over a cracked scroll. It appears to be ignoring you as politely as possible. Watch Sterisi work. The merchant's spread-fingered hands glide over a faded parchment with the faint sounds of quills scratching. Vibrant letters in an unfamiliar tongue appear in their wake. Watch Sterisi work some more. The merchant again passes a hand over the page. Hear the scrape of quill on paper. Dark letters emerge from shadow of that hand, as if pulled from beneath the page. The merchant again passes a hand over the page. You hear this dark... Dude, stop writing. Why is your partner narrating me? The Reesty either ignores you or does not hear you. Why don't you talk? The merchant does not acknowledge your question in the slightest. Very well. Screech. Let's see what you're selling. These kind of items are so expensive.
Without doubt. We shall see. With you.
At least currently.
Without doubt. Of course.
There.
We shall see.
I know where the inn is. I think. As you wish. A woman as tall and graceful as a willow steps forward to greet you. She bows, then looks down at you with warm, gold-flecked eyes. Welcome, she says. Tranquility's rest. I am the proprietress. For Tranquility. Are you looking for a place to take your ease? As she speaks, a sense of delicious calm comes over you, and you find yourself wanting to agree with her. There is nothing you'd like better right now than the peace and solitude of a quiet room. She sniffs the air. Calistige sniffs the air. There's more to this woman's charms than long legs and sweet words. She's giving off some kind of calming pheromone. Interesting. Your perfume seems to contain some kind of pheromones. Are you manipulating me? She smiles faintly. If calming can be said to be manipulated, I suppose I am, but it is nothing more than that. I cannot control minds or influence thought. A scent seems to relax people, that, and another trick I learned, convinced me that opening a hostel might lead to success. Could you use your calming abilities to put me into a trance? Well, that's to bring us back inside. I'd like a place to sleep. Tranquility smiles. I'm so pleased, and I'm sure you will be most comfortable. The price is 20 shins per person. Jesus Christ. It's so expensive. At least it heals full. Forgive me for asking, but are you human? She laughs melodiously. No need for apologies. Given my height, it is a natural question. I am indeed human. A human mutant, and fortunate to live in Sega's Cliffs, where that is not a crime. There are very few places in this world where someone like me would even be allowed to clean a hostel, let alone own one. Tell me about Tranquility's Rest. She smiles. It is the most peaceful inn in Sega's Cliffs, with the most beautiful views. All rooms face outwards, so that the bustle of the caravanserai is invisible and inaudible. All you see is sky and sea and the roofs of the city far below you, and all you hear is the breeze. I am the sole owner, and I have been offering solitude, security, and discretion to travelers for 20 years. You will never have a sounder night's sleep as you will stay here. Cool. Silver Orphan. This spherical pod is made of silvery metal, interlaced with the ribbons of energy. Omadon. Alright, let's see if we can deal with those dudes. Combat is so difficult to deal with when you don't have edge.
Of course.
Because you fight like 2 battles and you've wasted all of your resources. Let's turn this off. If it's possible. Edge scrolling mode. Camp. Before I go crazy. Free combat camera, yes.
With alacrity.
Well. That didn't do much for that. It's just that it's not actually moving the map as much as you're moving the mouse. It's super annoying. It's like half.
As you wish.
Crisis initiated. Okay, where is this drone? There.
I feel better. Naturally.
Just shoot.
Watch and learn.
Oh shit. Oh, we missed with 3 spent. Me no likey.
A little something I've learned.
I'm really not a fan of this guy. I am flawless. I am eternal. He ran away. Or, no, he went to get allies. Soon. Oh, you didn't die? You little bitch.
Another one dispatched.
Stay back, Fleshwalker. This is my realm. Get fucked.
With alacrity.
Are those bodies moving around? Well, I should be able to avoid that encounter at least.
Natural.
This Myrden's entrails speckle the floor underneath it. Both bird-like eyes have been plucked from this creature, the aqueous humor splattered back in its face. Remains of this creature's feathers are charred to the root. What looks like a child's drawing has been scraped out in blood around this Murden. A succession of ragged holes run in a straight line from this Murden's forehead down to its groin. Got some dollary-doos here. Loops of wire and cables connect this drone to the surrounding machinery. It's a good bet that this particular construct is the source of the problems. An anechoic lazaret. Come no closer, Fleshwalker. I am Peerless, the Eternal. Peerless the Mighty. Peerless the Wise. I met another drone who claimed to be peerless. Of course it did, the construct says. They all do, but they are mere copies. Mirrors that reflect my radiance. The other drones thought they were peerless too. Are you sure you're not just another delusional copy? A ridiculous and insulting question. The construct snarls. I remember the dawn of stars, the forging of the world. I am Peerless, the Eternal. I'm pretty sure you're just another copy of the real Peerless. Ridiculous, the drone says, but it no longer sounds as sure. Your field generators appear to be broken. How did you get down here? This is the problem with you Fleshwalkers, the construct sneers. You're obsessed with base mechanics. I am Peerless, and I transcend the limits of this broken body. For over a century I slept beneath slabs of rusting metal in the reef of fallen worlds, contemplating my eternal might, the construct says. Then, not long ago, I was discovered, awoken. A note of bitterness colors the construct's voice. Those repellent feathered creatures, you've surely seen their bodies by now, were responsible. They laid their filthy claws on me. Me! But I repressed the urge to obliterate them. For I had a plan. I'd sensed the sleeping machinery inside the structure, knew it had been reopened. And so, I influenced the creature with my immeasurable charm and promised them treasures if they carried me inside. And you killed them the moment you got inside? Of course not, it snorts. That would have been foolish. I killed them later. A yellow light glows on the construct's surface. Now stop asking questions and listen. The creatures scrambled about the habitat, examining worthless trinkets. They left me here, near the root intelligence thoroughfare, unattended. The construct chuckles. I infected the primitive machines, lying dormant in this structure, claimed them as mine. When the creatures tried to stop me, I slaughtered them, for I will not lay dormant beneath the city's refuse any longer. I am peerless, the mind between the stars, and my time has come once more. Such passion, she says, smiling. Lovely. Disable the damaged drone. Your machinery, quick fingers. What about you? Oh, let's do 100%. No! The intelligence shouts as you grab hold of a likely cable. Take it! You pull the cable free, and the lights gleaming on this construct's surface go dark. Crackle!
In an instant.
The other peerlesses are still pissy though? Yes. Or did you just flank yourself? I love when you do that.
Something I've learned.
Bonk.
This world, then. As you wish. Natural.
A cloud of sparkling motes flit around this column. As you approach, some swirl around your head and fly into your ear. A melodic voice, intercut with harsh static, speaks inside your eardrum. At first, you cannot understand the language, but after a few words, the sounds morph into truth, and haughty truth at that. Wonderful, simply grand. The creature is absolutely everywhere. Peerless interrupts the first speaker. Silence! I will consume you, then mash the fleshwalkers into repulsive lumps of pasty meat. Attempt to purge the peerless intelligence. Oh, 100%. A pulsing wave pattern on one segment of the pillar catches your attention. As you place a hand on it, a sing-song voice intones a series of musical notes, dissonant and haunting. You find yourself humming the next steps in the scale. The red light flushes from the column, and the other voice shouts, "Finally! Thank you for ridding me of that disgusting plague." The column has returned to its intended state, ready to accept other commands. I suppose I can offer some healing if you'd like. The intelligence grumbles. Just use the command tone. Hum the next steps in the scale.
Thank you.
A chorus of warm tones reverberates from within the column, accompanied by a ripple of light. The sound vibrates through you. Feel rejuvenated. Yeah, but I'm exhausted. Sorry, I won't be able to heal you again. I just wanted to talk to you, dude. Wanted to have a little chit chat. Are these guys still aggro? They are. Destroy or deactivate the peerless drones. 2 control terminals remain. It's crazy how slow thing is. worth it, at least for now. Stay back, Fleshwalker. This is my realm. Ouch! Have enough. Basic damage 0. Can we do 3 damage like this? And Jesus Christ. I am flawless. I am eternal. No, don't pull the. Oh. Minor additional effect based on the choice. But what is that? It doesn't say. Chemical is a burn. What does that mean? Energy. Not enough to kill him. That is though. It's only one big guy. I might be able to take him, but who knows? Last cast off's turn. Either way, we have to cast the shield. Can damage those. Ouch! Stop nuking me. I don't think I can take him. It's just too many missing hit points. Or too much missing. Does he regenerate as well? That's the problem. There's another one there too. I just wish she could level up. You don't get XP in combat. Ouchie ouchies. How much damage can I do? 5. Bonk.
Ah!
Restore myself. Fear my power.
I am flawless. I am eternal. Okay, we have to bail.
Restore myself.
Because he just went away to grab more allies. Party scattered.
My grasp on this reality. Weaken.
Off we go.
In this world, then.
Wonder if I can buy a greatsword. No, I can't. I don't have heavy weapons.
Yes, child. Allow me. As you wish.
Walk this way this time. Not sure if we run in or if we run into anything here. I don't remember exactly. Yes. How soon? Our houses are at stake here. Our lives are at stake. I saw Stitches this morning right here in Cliff's Edge. So did I. What are you gonna do about it, Highsider? Declaiming through the crowd is a well-dressed but sickly-looking man. Short, dumpy, and an unhealthy shade of yellow. Despite this, he has the proud demeanor and the stentorian voice of a much larger man. He booms at you as you approach. Ah, another likely fellow. Excellent. The people have called for deliverance from this ravaging Stitches, and a hero has answered. Most courageous of you. You are all heroes who stand up in the face of conflict. He smiles. All you have to do is be the first to find the rogue Stitches that's been terrorizing Cliff's Edge. Return here and tell me precisely where it is and I'll take it from there. He pats you on the shoulder, and you'll be rewarded, I promise you. As the head of a slave family, I'll owe you a favor, and my favor carries a good deal of weight. Can I ask you about the Stitches and its kind? He nods. Of course, knowing the enemy is the first step to defeating it. What exactly is the Stitches? They are horrible, undermining vermin from another world. They tunnel beneath the streets of our city, undermining our homes and causing them to collapse. Our deaths are nothing to them. They don't even believe that humans are sentient creatures. What else can you tell me about the rogue Stitches you're looking for? He shudders. The wild thing appeared in Cliff's Edge a few days ago, but it's been skulking underground ever since. The whole neighborhood lives in fear of it. Why is Cliff's Edge so afraid of the Stitches? Some will tell you it's because this district has suffered the most from the Stitches digging. Houses collapsing on the people. Others falling into the sea. There's some truth to that, but the real reason is that the people here have become weak and afraid. They aren't prepared to face adversity. He leans in, warming to his subject. Indeed, if the Stitcha didn't exist, I would be tempted to invent them, for they are just what the city needs to stiffen its spine. Saga's Cliffs, our once proud empire, has abandoned its holdings and ceded its territories to autochthonous tribes. And wild beasts. It's time to take them back. But how can we do that when our citizens have become lazy, timid children? Okay. Autochthonous. Is this a real word?
Autochthonous.
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 Of an inhabitant of a place, indigenous rather than descended from migrants or colonists.
Autochthonous.
So literally no one.
Autochthonous.
Okay. They are the perfect opportunity. The weak will become strong. You're right. Without conflict, people grow complacent. Active threats keep them on guard. But empires only serve the interests of a lucky few. Most people suffer and gain little in return. The people aren't weak. They only need someone to lead them, to inspire them towards a common goal. And when that leader is gone, the city will fall back into apathy. No, an enemy is what this city needs. In strife we discover our finest selves. So it has always been. Saga's Cliffs had an empire. Indeed, we held all the lands from here to Ornus Unagran. That was before the slave uprising that brought the slave families to power. Some of us seek to reclaim what we lost. Oh, to live in that age. Sagas advanced so quickly back then. Can I ask you something else? Who are the slave families? He puffs up with pride. We are the descendants of the slaves who rose up with Chila the Great. They smashed the oligarchs who ruled this city and replaced their despotism with fair and egalitarian leadership, creating a city where anyone can achieve anything, if they only try. Oh, so you're not slavers, you're slaves. Okay. Farewell. Farewell. The first thing you notice about this wiry young man is the golden haze, the glow surrounding him. It sparkles in his eyes and gives his easy grin a warmth that you can feel right down to your gut. He spots you and straightens.
I know what you're thinking. How in the world did you survive that crash, Eratus? The answer is, as it always is, backflips. But hold on. How did you know my name? Never mind. Not important. Of course you know my name. I'm Eratus.
He plants his hands on his skinny hips and beams. Scan thoughts. This adventure is going nowhere. We are standing still. It is beginning when... Your thoughts are strange. Thoughts? Eratus' eyes widen in alarm. I try to avoid those. They have agendas, you know. Thinking, planning, plotting. He shakes his head. No, no, heroic instinct. That's always the best. He hears us. Impossible. I can hear your surface thoughts. Why are they so different from what you're saying? If I have thoughts, sir, then that's news to me. Are you sure he can't hear us? We are certain. Why are your thoughts so strange again? A broad smile splits his face. I can honestly say I have no idea what you're talking about. How did you end up crashing the airship? I'm glad you asked. This is somewhat of an understatement. He looks ecstatic. I was climbing up the cliffs, Caravanserai, to see how impossible it was when I saw a star falling towards the reef. He raises an earnest finger. I knew right then that finding that star was my destiny. He runs his hands through his curls. But what was I going to do? Climb down? Boring. Already did it the other way. Walk? Walk. Worse. Far worse. No fun at all. No fun at all. Tell them about the backflips. No one cares about the backflips. Tell them! He grins. Then I saw the airship docked over my head. I raced on up, borrowed the ship and pointed it right at the reef. His face falls. I don't know what happened next. Despite my expert piloting, the ship steered itself directly at the cliffs. I had no choice. I landed it as fast and hard as safely as possible. Shaking his head, he sighs. I never did find that falling star. At this point, someone else has found it, and it's their destiny now. You're in luck. That falling star was me. No! Eretis shouts, overjoyed. Yes? Really? It was really you? He grabs you by both shoulders. This is fate. You were meant to travel with me. You have to. Don't say no. They will lead us to glory. They will lead us to pain. Join them! Join them! Why should I let you join me? He gives you a puzzled look, as if you've just wondered aloud why air is important. I'm an adventurer, he repeats, brow furrowed. I thought I told you. Adventure happens when I'm around, and you'll get to be part of it. He raises a finger, but you'll have to keep up. Where we go? He stares at the invisible horizon. We go swiftly, strongly, and most of all, handsomely. He leans in, conspiratorially. Until you get handsome, I'll cover for the both of us. Sure, join me. Of course you do, and I am ready. I'm always ready. His fucking portrait.
So be it.
Got a great sword. Airships are known to be nearly uncrashable due to their leisurely cruising speeds and simplified controls. This crash must have taken a rather unique confluence of events to occur. Thatch appears to be the only visible means to enter the building.
Hello,
It's firmly sealed.
Calistesians!
Don't shout. When you do, we can all hear you. It makes you even more irritating than normal.
I
Are the-
understand Calistesias!
This woman glares at the air above her head, her fingers fretting with a single bead in a long, peculiar chain of them. Her low, angry muttering resolves into words as you get closer. Foolish boy, shivering at the crossroads, mazed by your choices. Go on and pick beauty, pick strength, pick pleasure, whatever that be. The particulars don't matter, boy. What matters is the choosing, and that you do it. The particulars matter quite a bit, I'd say. She blinks at the empty air, and her hair steals to a metallic, many-faceted bead near the end of the chain. Aye, you would, she says, sighing, and it's serving you just as well as him. Mother Temas knows you, lad. Born falling you were, born in flame, shreds of your smoldering coral streaming through the air. When you struck ground, your bead first went cold, then hotter than a mother's hatred. She shakes her head and spits at her feet. Scarcely born are you, and learning quick, but you're still uncertain. All boys and girls are, until they start making choices and dealing with the consequences, until they accept the cost of being adults. My call? Aye, you fell from the blue womb of the sky. Your speed set the call around you alight, scattering flaming bits across the city. I snatched one for myself. Still have it, in fact. He sighs. You're confused, but that'll change. You'll have your feet under you soon enough. Not all of my children are as lucky. This one, she says, showing you the bead she was speaking to before you arrived. It's carved in the shape of a malformed ring. Pico wants to escape his past. He saved a handful of shins by honest means. That is to say, it's taken him a long time, and he's too busy pissing over the options to spend it. Her fingers fold over the bead. Push him into choosing a path, lad. Do that, and I'll return your call to you. Improved through my art, and stronger than when you lost it. Where can I find him? He's... Mother Tamask trails off, closing her hand around her beads, staring into space. In Cliff's Edge. Okay. I have questions about something else. Go on then, she says, sighing. You mentioned you had my call. That's not what it is. I'm not a fool, boy, she says dryly. But you were born above my city, so I know you, like or not. She reaches into the bag strapped to her hip. Something glitters within. This is your call, torn from you at birth. Name it what you will, but you know what it be. Farewell.
Happy to help. Action! Here I come!
Aidansi Tabo. Fucking ninja. The large, muscled man is practicing some form of martial arts as you look on. He's wearing an old white rough woven coat with the sleeves torn off, and a red bandana is wrapped tightly around his head. He seems to be moving much faster than his size suggests is possible. He glides between stances as swiftly as water. His fists are blurring hammers, striking at invisible enemies. His bare, calloused feet snap and slash at the air like knives. You're very fast. Yes, Aidan says. The Drebel's gift. His hand slips around an invisible assailant's arm. He snaps it with a stab of his elbow, then crushes his enemy's throat and flips him over his shoulder to the ground. Yasantha Marais, he shouts, spinning over the invisible adversary's corpse to deliver a triangle of jabs to the chest of his next attacker. The entire set of moves took no longer than 4 seconds. He catches you staring and smiles. You must be wondering why I'm shouting. At all. Ah, you've seen stranger things than a lunatic punching the air and shouting then, he says, before spearing his opponent's jugular with 3 stiffened fingers. Canted thrust! Well, so have I. Years ago I was a starving beggar. I managed to steal a wedge of pie crust, terrified that someone else would take it from me. So I hid inside the metal structure over there to enjoy my feast. Bite of the hidden queb, he says, clawing his enemy's eyes. The stale crust crumbled into pieces between my eager fingers, and something strange happened. They drifted toward the ground like the softest of snowflakes. I was able to pluck each of them from the air before they fell. At first I was delighted, then I wept. How far had I fallen that clean food was a miracle? He sighs, then delivers 4 more blows to the air's belly. But the miracle never ended. The longer I lived in that shelter, the more I could slow the world by concentrating. I swore to never waste this gift. I would honor it by becoming stronger, faster. I would challenge the predators of the world and take their killing blows from them. I would never be prey again. Crush stomp! Where did you learn to fight like that? By challenging the deadliest creatures and studying their killing blows. He says, I lack claws or teeth, but I do the best I can. Farewell.
We shall see.
I don't have any bead. This young woman clutches herself and growls, low and continuously, under her breath. Pearly white light shimmers from a vial on her wrist, and her eyes are red-rimmed, as if she's been crying. You've never seen her before, and yet your hands are sweating. and your breath catches in your inherited chest. Shame burns your throat, hot and sour. Your body recognizes her, even if you do not. This isn't you. Only I am real. You don't need to fight me. Said her thoughts. Leave me alone, she mutters, and it's a moment before you realize she's not talking to you. You took my face, stole my family, whisper at me in my own voice. Isn't that enough? Isn't that... She breaks off when she sees you. It's in my head, and she won't. Shut up. Talk loud. Talk over her so I can hear you. Hear a woman in your head. Yes, she says, biting the word like an enemy's throat. Now stop talking about her. It brings her forward, and she clings. She whines and she won't stop, so please stop talking about her. I am not some woman. I am you. Please let me in. What is that shining object you're holding? She flinches, but reveals the vial strapped to her wrist. It glows with an inner light, and the tiny ripples within seems to cast moving shadows on her palm. I woke up one night in a building I'd never seen before. Says, soft and low. I found this beneath a pile of blackened scales. If you shake it, it makes a picture. Watch. She jiggles the vial, holds up her other hand. Indistinct shadows mimic the motion on her palm. Why are you holding on to it? Because I feel like it was mine, she blurts, then grimaces, as if the world escaped without her permission. At any rate, it's mine now, and I don't need more of a reason than that. It's mine. I don't need more of a reason than that. I want to ask you something else. I'm sorry, but I want to hear more. I want to hear about the woman in your head. No, every time I think about her, she inches closer to me, pulls on my arm. Stop asking about her, please. Closer, you want to let me in. Why fight me? I'm sorry, but I want to hear about the woman in your head. She growls under her breath, but does not respond. Fighting only hurts you. Let it go. I want to hear about the woman in your head. Okay.
Why, of course.
The face of this armored man is oddly generic, almost as if it was designed to be forgettable. His livery marks him as a soldier in the service of Sega's cliffs. A levy. The word comes easily to your mind. He stares past you, turning a small charred object over and over in his hands, whispering to himself. His over large eyes are red, wet, and haunted. Greetings, he says, apparently by reflex. He still hasn't looked your way. How can I help you? He closes his eyes hard, trying to crush visions that are troubling him. Despite that, his mind feels like a complete blank to you. What's wrong with you? I am wrong, the levy agrees, his lip trembling, rotten, made of the wrong pieces and tied together with blackened wire. He covers his face with his wrists. Please go. What are you holding there? He says, then grimaces, as though his words hurt him. I'm holding my shame. His hands unfold one bloody soot-covered finger at a time. A crudely made wooden bird lies there, painted in pink and pale blues, and charred around the edges. That bird represents your shame? Represents? No, this is my shame, and I'm holding it. It swallows. I can't put it down. Okay. Yes, he says, then shakes his head. No, I can't. Find another levy, please. I can't report crimes to you? Crime, he says, as if he's never heard the word. No, please, no. Okay, can't get more out of him. Money! This dilapidated structure has been converted into a cheap boarding house. Inside, people sprawl on filthy mattresses in a dimly lit room. Peace. Psst. Psst. This house was reduced to rubble when part of the cliff face collapsed. There is evidence that squatters have slept here recently. A ragged blanket, rotted fruit peelings, and footprints in the dust itself. Something scratches deep within the rubble. It sounds like someone or something is in there. Hello? The rubble makes no response. Dig deeper into the rubble. You crawl partway inside, pushing aside boards and a thin slab of slate. A small girl gasps, throwing up a hand to block the sudden light. She's young, no more than 10 or 11 years old. She has made herself as small as possible to fit inside the tiny gap in the rubble. Her hair is dark and curly. She pulls herself deeper into the rubble, away from you. Come on out, I won't hurt you. She shakes her head vigorously, trying to shoo you away. You hear a voice behind you. I told you patience would pay off, lads. Some thugs stroll over. They all carry weapons at their sides, though they walk with the cocky assurance of those who don't expect to need them. I swear I checked this hovel, says one of them. She wasn't here. No one was. How did this draft find her so easily? He gestures dismissively in your direction. Don't fret it, Bega. The thug looks you up and down, then calls out in the direction of the rubble. Come on, little bird. Doesn't matter how good you are at hiding, you had to come out sometime. The girl huddles behind you, keeping you between her and the thugs. Even so, it's obvious she's not sure about you either.
Don't let them take me, please!
Why don't you want to go with them? One of the men interrupts. She is lost, he says. The little urchin ran away from her home. Her mother asks us to find her and bring her back safely. To the girl, is that true? No, she grabs your wrist. They're bad men. They want to steal me. Kidnappers. Now that's just crude. The man crosses his arms. We're delivery men, that's all. The means and motivations of our employers ain't none of our business. He sighs, dropping his facade. He turns to you with a look that pleads for understanding. But all right, yeah, there is a slaver who put up a fine bounty if we bring her back. It's all legal, and none of your business. Best you stay out of it. He says the words kindly enough, but his colleagues' hands are on their weapons. It's not like I want to work for slavers, but jobs are scarce as it is. You can't take me. Her grip on your wrist tightens. He found me. He has the discoverer's right. He raises an eyebrow, a bemused smirk playing on his face. That so? Well, Spider Jack, what do you say? Is she coming with us, or are we taking her from you? It doesn't matter if it's legal. Slavery is evil, and you're part of it. %. 60%. Ass! He mulls over what you said, scowling as he does. Skist, he says. Finally. Fine, I'm out. He storms off, no longer looking you in the eye. He's right, damn it. I can't face my family after doing a job like this.
Oh gods, thank you! They were going to take me back to that woman. I've never met anyone so cruel. When she found me the first time she even... My apologies. I'm still out of sorts. You have my thanks and grace, sir.
For a moment, it looks like she might hug you, but at the last moment she seems to think better of it, and pulls up a short... What? But at the last moment she seems to think better of it, and pulls up short a half-dozen steps away. She collects herself, standing straight with her shoulders back. Then she nods, the gesture so polite it's almost formal.
My name is Rin. My home and hearth and bread are yours to use. Except, I don't have any of those things.
She blushes then, looking around self-consciously. How long were you hiding in that building? She blinks a little, as if confused or surprised at your question. Then she looks around, shifting nervously from foot to foot. This is my place. This is where I sleep. This is your home? She looks at the shattered wreckage. No. This is just where I was staying. I ran away. My home is a long way from here. Where are you from? She looks out at the horizon and makes a vague gesture. Really far away, but I'm not sure exactly which direction. She looks around a little, almost as if she were seeking a familiar landmark. It has to be a long way from here. My home isn't anything like this. There were trees upon trees. The trees here aren't trees-like. The young girl squints off into the distance. After a moment, her eyes go distant, and you realize she probably isn't going to finish her sentence. What's a little girl doing all alone here? The girl looks up at you, her forehead creasing a little in irritation. My name is Rin. But then she hesitates and looks down, blinking. She reaches into her pocket, absent-mindedly. Did I forget to tell him that? She stands there, motionless for a second, then stops and looks up at you. Again. No, I think I did. She looks up at you. I'm sorry, she says. My name is Rin. My food and fire are yours to use before you go. Without seeming to realize what she's doing, the girl brushes her hand through her hair. You see the side of her head has been shaved. Large stitches run along her scalp, holding together an ugly cut longer than her hand. The wound is purple and angry looking, only just beginning to heal. It can't be more than a week old. What happened to your head? Her body grows tense for a moment, her eyes darting around as if deciding whether or not to run away. She glances at the rubble, where she had hidden from the thugs. She relaxes, though her eyes are still wary. I was running away. There were some people, bad people. I ran away and got hurt. Is there anything I can do to help? She shrugs nonchalantly. I don't know. I'm pretty good here. Unless you happen to have any fair food you aren't using, or water, or a blanket, or a new bed, or house, or, anything at all. Rin starts out talking with a playful smile on her face, and then her eyes well up. Her voice stays cheerful, even as the tears are running down her cheeks. She wipes them away, embarrassed and angry, but her hands are shaking now, and there are more tears and more words, and words continue to pour out of her. I offer apologies, just that I've been hungry for days. I don't know where I am. My head hurts and nothing makes sense. She laughs then, helplessly, with a tinge of trembling panic finally bleeding into her tone. Gods around me, I'm all broken in my head. The moon is wrong, and I'm so tired of being scared all the time. I'll take care of you. Come with me. She blinks up at you and gives a huge grin. Really? She looks at the tiny nook she was hiding in, then back at you. Where are you going? Maybe we can find you a doctor. Maybe? Wraps her arms around herself. What about those thugs? What if somebody else comes after me? Or after you? I'm not a fighter. I can't help. Don't worry about that. I'll keep you out of trouble. Alright, that sounds good then. I'll do it. Full party. This is the exact same party I had last time. Well, except I had the dude. And I don't know. I don't even know what other characters there are in the game. He has no weapon. I'm just unsure what I want to do with my stats. Because I don't really want to go Greatsword, but I also don't want to stack speed. I kind of just want might, intellect. So what I'm thinking is, if I just put points into those, and then I put the edge into speed, that way we can use a one-handed sword, and we can get free attacks with that. Legacy Idealist. Dominant tide none. In some people, no one tide dominates over any other. These people might be capricious, or they might live their lives in balance, valuing both investigation and action, power and kindness, society's good and the good of the individual. Those who continue this path are not beholden to any one ideal. They are flexible, open to a variety of solutions for each situation. Most find this not an easy path to follow for very long.
How many of you are there exactly?
God of Hiding, plus 30% on stealth tasks. He has healing, perception, quick fingers, running. Bonus to movement distance on each crisis turn. An ability reduces movement. He has 1 might. She has 1 intellect edge. You have 1 strength edge. You have no edge. Practice in armor, plus 10 crit success chance on weapon attacks. Eritis bounces around the battlefield, gaining plus 20% critical hit chance whenever he attacks a new target. Oh! I don't remember that. I don't think I've ever read his, his abilities. All other party members gain plus 5% on smashing tasks, on initiative tasks, and on melee attacks. Okay. And you have plus concentration skill, plus cipher limit, plus 15% on esoteria attacks. Oh, that's why she has such a high hit chance. Plus it's trained. She has plus 30% higher than I do. I see. Gear it up somehow. Maybe? But it doesn't have tiers. But this is tier 1. Or is it based on how many tiers I have? So this is just like per level more or less. Okay. Now we have a more decent amount of characters. So now maybe we won't have to rest after 2 enemies.
Look out below! Above! Sideways!
This old man's skin is covered in makeup, painstakingly drawn to resemble dark stone. His eyes widen briefly as he notices you, and his face and neck hardens into actual obsidian for a moment. Then he smiles and nods at you, his features mobile once more. Welcome, welcome, he says. Sorry about the stone. Polymorphic flesh modification, you see. I didn't see you walk up, and I assumed you were going to cut my throat and take my chirurgical parlor for yourself. Why would you think such a thing? I do good business here, the old man shrugs. If I were a younger man looking to make a name for myself in this city, I'd kill me too. My chirurgical parlor is a marvel of the prior world, you see. Just pick an item or service, pay my outrageous fees, and after only a short to long period of fairly safe but indescribable agony, you walk away with some horrid Numenera bits whirring away inside you. He pokes a few buttons on a device strapped to his wrist, and lights twinkle across its length. A dark, glassy lens focuses on you. Well, interested? I can't help but notice that you're a very honest man. Well spotted, he says, nodding. Clear streaks of quartz run up his prominent cheekbones, revealing the muscle beneath. It's a side effect of my modifications. Couldn't lie to you if you begged me to. Honesty is usually a hindrance to a businessman, but people seem to like it. Scan thoughts. It's a blessing, in my opinion. How did you come to own this parlor? It was originally a partnership, he says. My colleagues and I spent 2 years digging it out and getting the whole mess working. He sighs. Of course, we had to test the drones before we tried them on anyone else. Customers getting skinned alive on opening day is bad for business. Turns out that was a wise move. Orna chose an intelligence modification, and the drones cut off his head to work on it more directly. Myra picked strength, and the drones sliced off her arms. They defaulted to sever in those days. He smiled fondly. Anyway, 6 partners later, I was the sole proprietor. I worked out the kinks, and here we are. With no fatalities in, he thinks, months. No fatalities in months. The strongest survived. Of course, it might not have been me, but, well, it was. Show me your list of items and services. Of course, he says, tapping a few buttons on the broad device encircling his wrist. The lens beams a cone of light directly onto your eye, which immediately begins watering. Blinking, you see a menu of items seemingly hanging in the air. The encroaching darkness? The artificial eyeball. Clawed gauntlet. The jagged memory. This, he says with a raised finger, is a tricky one. It's a mesh that fuses through your skin, leaving jagged marks like tattoos. When you attack, you'll always hit your enemy's old wounds, even if they weren't there before. Told you it was a tricky one. Encroaching darkness. A beguiling name, isn't it? This. His laugh lines crinkling. I'm glad you like it, because I'm not quite sure what it does. It's a living creature, you see, that crawls around your body while you sleep. Eventually it takes root in your nervous system and does something. He shrugs. Could be good, could be bad, could be both. It certainly won't be boring. 100 shins. Okay. No, thank you. What are blood nanites? It's quite simple, it says. The drones fill your blood with millions of tiny machines that promptly begin devouring you alive, until they learn to differentiate between your body and anything that's not supposed to be in there. After that, they'll do their level best to purge toxins and illnesses from your body with every pump of your heart. In case it wasn't clear, this one is really going to hurt. 95 shins. Paid in advance, please. An artificial eyeball? Really? Very popular item, he says, nodding. The meat ones wear out so easily. This one never does. And it'll help you spot things normal eyes miss. All it takes is a one-time cost of 110 shins, and a tremendously unpleasant operation. I'll take the eye. A drone holds your head mercilessly rigid, while another approaches, claws outstretched. Block! Your head is screaming at you, and you're pretty sure you're screaming back. A third drone, a gleaming blur behind the pane, approaches, with a new eye gently clasped in its claw. Chunk! The drones release you, groaning and clutching your head. You feel the new eye squirming into your socket, connecting with the nerves there. Then, the pain stops. You study your hand, noticing a scar, on your hand, that you've never seen before. Amazing, isn't it? Journal says. Are you in need of anything else? Farewell. +1 training in perception skill. Even if I wanted
Think
something
that's
more, I
best.
can't get more right now. Need to rest. Everything about this slender young man says thug. From his scar-slashed eyebrows to the calloused hand hovering over his hip where a dagger would hang. But he doesn't have one. Instead, flour cakes his hands, and a single apron string hangs from his pocket. He is apparently a baker. "Stand still, you shine," he says, and peers over your shoulder. You follow his gaze to an armored soldier who is loitering in the public square. "That levy's been following me for days. Can't even stop for a piss without checking side to side." "Sure he's following you?" "Put it like this," he says, licking his lips. "I know when I'm being followed. I've seen him on my track from dawn to dark for 3 days. I ain't done nothing wrong." "And it's worse than that," he says, wringing his hands. "That's my levy." "What do you mean he's your levy?" "Are you sure you didn't do anything wrong?" "By the Black Three, yes." His denial is swift and deadly serious. "I wouldn't nick a crust of bread. Not anymore." He runs both hands through his hair, leaving streaks of flour. "He's after me, and I don't know why. Look, he won't leave me alone, alright? I gave a year of my life to make him. I thought that was that. Now I catch him standing in the street outside the bakery, whispering to himself, playing with that carving of his. His teeth graze his lip as he leans closer. He even tried to talk to me. Levies ain't supposed to know who they came from, right? They ain't supposed to know who you are." He wavers, gathering his courage. Could you talk to him? Find out what he wants." "Alright, I'll talk to your levy." He nods again toward the armored man who's standing a distance away, in the public square. He's the only levy in this district, so you can't miss him. Plus, he ain't smiling like all the others. And he's holding some charred wooden thing in his hand. "You, need anything else?" What is normal behavior for a levy anyway? He hesitates, raising his hands as if he's trying to contain his response before he lets it escape his mouth. They work for the people who make the laws, right? And if someone breaks those laws, they track them down. Always smiling, mind you. Figures that my levy would be the unhappy kind. "How did they create your levy?" "I look like a scholar to you. All I know is where they told me to stand." His eyes rove past your face and snap back. "Look, people who want to be, respectable in this town, they become citizens. The way you do that is to step into this glass chamber. Takes a year out of your life, they say. I figured it squeezes that year into human shape. Don't know how, wouldn't pay 2 shins to know. Farewell."
All right, here I go.
Good to see you again, sir," the levy says, still staring across the plaza. Tears rolls silently down his cheek. "Vincent sent me to find out why you're following him." "Yes," he says, the despair melting away. In that moment he looks like a child, the child's desperate hope. He knows too, doesn't he? He's seen. He sees what he did, what we did. Tears leak from his eyes, trailing down into his mouth as he continues. "When the machine ripped the year from him to make me, I felt the choices unraveling before me." He hugs himself. "I see them coming. None of it can be changed. Tell him this, for me. The Gilliam Manor job did happen. A servant caught him, called the levies. They chased him and he set a fire." His eyes squeezed shut. The fire spread through the neighborhood. People were trapped. People screamed. His hand clenches over the charred toy bird in his palms with a soft crunch. "Please tell him. Tell him I'm with him. In the dark, hiding from the mobs, sobbing. Tell him to give me a different year, a better one." "What kind of year do you want from Finsin?" "A year without the blackened door," he says earnestly. without the hand tangled in the grate, the weeping in the dark places. Silent tears stream down his face. He doesn't seem to be aware of them. Wails rising with the glowing ashes. My arm bound with a ragged rope. Every time I'm there in those last minutes, I try to apologize, but my mouth, his fingertips brush at his lips. My mouth is full of dirt and blood. Hold on, I'll speak with Fitz.
Yes.
Did you find out anything? He asks, eyes darting around you to check on the distant levy. I've spoken to the levy. He mentioned something about the Gilliam Manor job. You what? Vincent says, going pale. Keep your voice down. You tell anyone about this? No? Good. He lowers his voice. I have to be, unspecific about this, understand? Before I became a citizen, I wasn't a nice person. I took things. For money. And just a few weeks ago, certain people told me they wanted me to rob Gilliam Manor. He grimaces, rubbing his neck. I was going to do it, but then I became a citizen. Gave up a year of my life to create the levy. That levy. Something changed, he says, frowning. All of a sudden, I couldn't get the dangers out of my head. How thick the levy patrols were, or how the captain herself was looking into one of my older adventures. He plays with the apron strings hanging from his pocket, so I cancelled the job and started working at my aunt's bakery. Never did the Gilliam job. That's the truth. The levy is seeing what would have happened if you did the job. He wants another year from you. Oh, I get it, he says, rolling his eyes. It's a shakedown. Give me a year or I tell them what you did. Well, I ain't done anything. I never killed anyone, and I don't owe him nothing. I can't keep handing out years like they're free. That's not fair. He's suffering for what you would have done. I ain't ever been in the same town as Fair, he says, shaking his head. If you ever find it, you let me know. He groans. I'd go up to Government Square and tell the captain of levies what he's up to, if I had any way of explaining it. Hey, your levy is following me around. I think it's because he's haunted by my criminal past. Give the levy another year of your life. You started fresh. He should get the same chance. Anyone else can do some persuading here? No? Oh, yes. Sick. Critical success. Stat pool spent on effort restored. Oh, for what? He says, exasperated. A couple bad dreams. I didn't do anything. He subsides, crossing his arms as if he's cold. All right. What did he see in this other future? I get caught? Chased around, maybe? He started a fire that killed a lot of people. How much is a lot, he says, rubbing his mouth with the back of his hand. He sees some of the truth in your eyes and sighs. Fine, he snaps. Fine. But I ain't running myself down searching for a way to give my life away. He rubs his eyes. The levy machine at the Order of Truth. Go talk to the Scholarks. Since you're so hungry for this, maybe they can bash something together that'll rip another year from me and give it to him. He grins, but his heart is definitely not in it. Good luck. The technology that suspends the tables prevents them from being easily flipped, dragged, or moved. Given the location, this is probably a good thing.
Action! Here I come!
All right, here I go.
Beside the bed is a handsome and well-made night table with a single drawer. A large open book sits on top of it. Examine the book. The pages of the book are made of thick vellum, and it appears to be an atlas of the region. The book is open to a map that depicts the city of Sagus Cliffs, a valley of dead heroes nearby, a range of mountains to the north, labeled as the Ossifagan Range, and a circular desert farther to the east, marked as the Lost Sea. A thin strip of fabric has been placed between the open pages. A second fabric strip marks another place in the book. Look for the names of nearby settlements. Besides Sagus Cliffs, you only see a few other cities and towns. Center of the circular desert are a large blue dot, labeled the Oasis of Mra Julius, and a smaller dot immediately next to it, Jerboa. On the far side of the desert is another city, Aref. On one end of the Valley of Dead Heroes is a dot labeled the Necropolis. It's unclear whether this is a settlement, just a site of interest. Try to judge the age of the book. The book doesn't seem new. Its pages are worn from frequent use, but that's all you can discern. It might be anywhere from 10 to 50 years old. No dates are stamped on any of the pages. Examine the page marked by the other fabric strip. You see another full-page map, this time representing a region called Augur Kala. It seems to be located somewhere to the northwest of Sagus Cliffs, and it's defined by a massive ring of mountains labeled as the Clock of Kala. The mountain range is so perfectly round that it was almost certainly engineered by artificial means in the distant past. Several cities and towns dot the landscape, but the largest and most prominent is named Sada Imidu. After a few moments, you turn back to the map of the Sagus Cliff region. Examine the night table instead. The table is finely made and has a single drawer. Try to open the drawer. The drawer appears to be locked, but you can hear something rattling around inside. The noise is faint but constant, as if the object were alive. Attempt to pick the lock on the drawer. After a bit of effort, you hear a satisfying click, and the drawer opens soundlessly. Inside, you find a small ornamental comb that looks like a jeweled insect. In fact, it is a biomechanical marvel that is very much alive. The pincers seek to fasten themselves upon locks of hair, and its wings allow it to hover around the wearer's head. Several strands of hair are still clutched in the comb's pincers. They are a vibrant purple. Anamnesis. You feel like you've seen this style of biomechanical craftsmanship before. It is very old, probably older than the Ninth World. Okay. You aren't from around here, are you?
Doing
Neither am I.
learning, I guess.
I am thinking we might go down to the wreckage again and clear it out.
Yeah, that's something I could do.
Hoping that Eritis can do it more or less on its own.
Of course we can help.
Who am I
Right
supposed to talk to? City official?
Yes, child.
Sigurd. This woman is dressed much like the levies who flank her, but unlike them, her expression is sober and alert. Her hair is cut short, the corners of her eyes wrinkled with crow's feet. A little swarm of mechanical drones circles around her, buzzing messages in her ears. She whispers. She whispers replies in return, and every so often one of them whisks away, disappearing into the city. What is it, citizen? She pauses, eyes starting to your tattoo, then to your face. No, you're the one they call Adon. I heard you were in the city. You sense a sudden wariness in her. It's been 10 years since your last visit. I was too young to know you then, but the drones remember. What do the drones remember about me? One Q, two of her attendant drones dip closer to her ear, emitting a stream of raspy noise. They might be some sort of language. You kept to your own affairs, but everywhere you went, the city held its breath. People deferred to you, even the ones with power and influence. You look the same as you do now, exactly the same. I want to know why, and if you don't mind telling me, I want to know what you're doing in Sigus now. I'm trying to escape a creature that's hunting me. Smoking tendrils, grasping talons, a towering nebulous shape. She sees the look on your face and nods. I've seen it, but only through the eyes of a drone. Not long ago it killed a man in the streets, a man with the same mark you bear. If anyone else knew, there'd be panic, even if it's only hunting people like you. I haven't told anyone, not even the council. Another drone swoops past, stopping just short of the woman's head. It unleashes a series of raspy buzzes and squawks. She whispers something to it, then glances back in your direction. What was it you wanted? I met a levy in Cliff's Edge that's stalking a man called Finsin. Wants an extra year of his life. It wants what? Her eyes widen in alarm. She whispers something to one of her circling drones and it zooms away. Sometimes the levies go wrong. They take a bad year from a citizen and turn out flawed. We never let them live when they get like that. You've seen the little talismans they carry, the symbols of the year that made them. If the year is bad enough, they become that talisman shaped in flesh. Monsters that hide in the city and try to bring about the horrors that would have been. You can tell this Finsin that he's safe. I've sent a squad to bring in the levy. He'll never see it again. No! I can't object. Who are you? Sigyn, captain of levies. Aw. I'm gonna load the autosave. Because I think I didn't pay attention. We were supposed to talk to the ones who do it, not the one in charge. And if I remember right, that was in here. Now that we're here, speak to Min. He leads this chapter of the Order of Truth, though perhaps leads is too strong a term. What is the Order of Truth? Good question. He chews his lip for a moment, framing his words. We live on the surface of a vast labyrinth of layered ruins, packed with relics and artifacts, windows into the past. Some people are content to find them, use them, and sell them. He grins, but not the Order of Truth, not the Aeon Priests. We want to understand the Numenera, study them, point at them, and argue about them. Now in the West, the Order of Truth is much bigger than this little enclave. It's a vast organization led by the Amber Pope. Out there, our words turn the heads of kings. He shrugs. Around here, we occasionally get discounts on equipment from local vendors, and a free cup of tea. Not that I'm complaining. How did a chapter of the Order of Truth end up out here? It was founded 300 years ago by a Vergellan nano named Deviatiku. That's his statue outside. He governed, or you could say ruled, the Order with more force than you see in traditional chapters. He set us up in this spire, handpicked new members, and chose them for particular projects of his design. We're not quite that organized these days, he says, shrugging. For better or worse, leaders are chosen, by consent of the other priests and priestesses. They don't have a say in what everyone works on. They just deal with the politics and the paperwork so that everyone else can focus on their ruinous side projects and hideously dangerous experiments. He flashes a grin. Which is to say, I'm the leader, because I'm the only one who admits we need to eat. Leadership is a lonely path. How is that Silver Tide? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's fucking impossible to not get Silver Tide. Like, everything is Silver Tide. I wish that were true, he says. I'm rarely lonely. People visit me all the time, usually furious, and waving their hands. He sighs. But someone has to deal with the world outside these walls. The slave families, for some reason, aren't interested in funding wild, endless experimentation. They like results, especially weaponizable ones. So I review their requests, deflect the crazier ones, and convince my colleagues to work for a living occasionally. He nods at the nearby machine. We also create levies that guard the city, though that's seen more as a responsibility than a favor these days. What are levies? They're Segus's version of a city watch. You may have seen them around. He plasters on a wide fake grin and points at it. They wear armor and look like this. You can't miss them. Good to see that Segus makes scholars live in the real world. Wait, huh? Oh, yeah. It's a shame the Order has to earn its keep in this. Good to see that Segus makes scholars live in the real world. I agree with you on some days, others I'd rather be chasing a crazy theory. He shrugs. What else do you want to know about the Order? Suggest I visit the Order of Truth. Levies are made, and ask the Aeon priests for device. Can take a year. Yeah, but who do we ask? Sally Mary? Back so soon? Oh wait. No, we did finish it. Well, we did finish it. Back so soon, she says, raising an eyebrow. You're far more dependable than Adon ever was. She pauses, in some ways at least. I want to talk to you about the anechoic lazaret. Oh, she says, her face a very carefully composed mask. What is it? What is the anechoic lazaret anyway? I'm not quite ready to issue definitive answers on that topic, she says lightly. I suspect it was once a place of healing, or quarantine, for machine intelligences. Even if I'm wrong, this is the find of many, many lifetimes. Few remnants of the prior worlds are ever so intact. Should I know about the interior of the lazaret? Dangerous? It wasn't, she says, but since I suspect someone or something got trapped inside. She shrugs slightly. Be careful, and do try to avoid breaking it. Sideways! Slouched before you is a figure clad in a dusty, unremarkable robe. Loose folds of rough cloth shift to reveal a vaguely humanoid form with elongated facial features and two elaborate biomechanical arms. You can't help but notice the size, the shape, and even the number of its digits, changing as it tinkers with a bizarre-looking device on the table. It glances up at you. Its eyes are the size of your palms. You realize it is a visitant, a being from another world. "Greetings, fellow sentient," it says, nodding with a studied respect. "I will be with you in a moment." Its mechanical fingers contract and dance independently over the surface of the device before it, adjusting and tightening. "There. I am Senerf, guest of the Order of Truth. What brings you to my workshop?" "I didn't quite catch your name. How do you pronounce it again?" "Ah," it says. "You're hearing a brief elision in my name, correct? A majority of the component syllables are untranslatable, or beyond human ranges of hearing. I will try to approximate them." It draws in a deep breath. Snellanarga, with a brief poem about the ambient temperature of dust in the moonlight here. Gonthas, the word that describes a color similar to blue. Ramaler. It shrugs. "I prefer the name your people here. My name is all too common where I come from." "Tell me about yourself." "Your curiosity honors me," it says, inclining its head. "I came through the bloom, from another world." "Fucking Fae?" "To be absolutely honest, I was exiled for inadvertent sacrilege and perversion." "I would imagine that you are curious about my people's reproductive processes. At this point, it adds placidly, I would happily describe them." No, please don't." "Ah, well, if the topic makes you uncomfortable, I completely understand," the visitant says, its tone suggesting that it doesn't. "Tell me if you change your mind." "It's a rather complicated topic, however, so let me know when you're ready to speak at length." "Those arms of yours are interesting. How do they function?" "I'm not quite sure," he says, raising them for your inspection. Extra digits whirl out of the mechanical palms, in a somewhat nauseating wave, and disappear just as quickly. They seem to be as sentient as either of us, but obedient so long as I keep them busy. Otherwise, they scramble about while I rest, touching things, picking locks, strangling the odd rodent. The visitant sighs. I force them to take up knitting. "What's that device you're working on?" "A minor project of mine," it says, with a self-deprecating wave. "Something to widen the boundaries of my research." It scans for unknown reproductive processes, displays them for further study. The device clicks to itself. "Ah," Nerf says. "Watch!" A transparent image of two goat-headed humanoids appear over the device. At first, it seems they are wrestling each other. After a moment, you realize your mistake. Populating Marger. Fascinating. The visitant begins taking careful angular notes in an unfamiliar language on the scroll beside the device. "There is quite a lot of motion involved, isn't there?" In his thoughts. "The device spies on creatures having sex. You should be ashamed of yourself." "What sort of notes could you possibly be taking?" "Simply my first observation of the methods on display," the visitant says, positioning the setting, of course. One of the creatures utters a bleating shriek, and results. The visitant adds, making another note. "Farewell. Farewell, fellow sentient." The thin young man smiles hesitantly as you approach. You notice a small mechanic ovoid protruding from his skull, nearly hidden by his disheveled hair. The fingers of his left hand tap nervously on his leg as he speaks. "I'm not a real priest yet," he blurts, then blushes, "if that's what you were thinking. Usually visitors only talk to me because they think I'm a priest, but I'm still a novice. What's your area of study?" "What?" he says, blinking, straightening. "You want to know what I'm working on? Are you sure?" "Why? Particularly complicated?" "Absolutely." I'm designing an intelligence, he says. But not the normal kind, not just metal or with a dependent intelligence rigging system. No, it's larger than that. Stronger. Van himself seems to be getting stronger, rising as he speaks. You hadn't noticed before, but he is actually taller than you. The idea is this: an intelligence that can find, test, identify, and fully understand Numenera. We can unlock the secrets of lost civilizations. His eyes are gleaming now, and he raises a trembling fist. Do you understand? If we do this, we can break the chains binding us to the past, and turn them into reins, with which to steer the future. I can't help noticing that your plan is long on rhetoric, short on specifics. That seems useful. No one would get hurt testing Numenera on themselves anymore. Oh, he says, dropping his righteous fist. Clearly, this benefit has never occurred to him. Of course. The fervent gleam slowly fades from his eyes. It's only a theory, though, for now. I don't have the funding, not yet, but I've been studying machines with Min when he can spare the time, and he likes my ideas, even if he thinks they're impossible. He looks away. I think he's disappointed I'm not a real Aeon priest yet. I should have the money by now. I was told they'd keep paying me even after the first time. Possible seems harsh. And inaccurate, he says, regaining some of his lost fervor. Once I am an Aeon priest, everything will change. Only full Aeon priests have access to the Order's funds. I can use them to build a full prototype. Min might protest, but he'll understand once I get the design right. He licks his lips. They're dry, almost leathery. Just need to get it right, that's all. What do you need to become an Aeon priest? You have to make a major discovery, he says. A mystery that's remained unsolved for a long time, but I've spent too much time on my own research. He looks down at his feet. I haven't gotten anywhere. I'll tell you about something I've discovered. You can claim it as your own and become an Aeon priest. You will? He says, blood draining from his face. Is that allowed? You're devoted to research. Look at this as an interested colleague supporting your studies. He flushes so deeply that it's a wonder his clothes don't burst into flame. Thank you, he whispers. I'm ready. What discoveries have you made? What sort of discoveries will help you? Really major ones, he says, looking frustrated. The causes of long-standing problems in the city, for example, or solving a mystery that's remained unexplained for a long time. When I find something useful, I'll let you know. Oh, he says, alright. What is that implant on your forehead? It's not just on my forehead, he says. Not just the skin, I mean, it's bonded with my skull. He blinks at you a few times before he realizes he hasn't answered your question. It keeps me awake and alert. I don't get tired until it runs out of power. Powers it? Dreams, he says. The scarier ones the better. Can't remember the last time I had a good dream, actually. I'm sure it's just coincidence.
Trust and honesty are our bonds.
The light that shines from within this strong glass chamber has a cruel and clinical glow. Its doors are firmly sealed.
Yes.
This machine is a chaotic assemblage of metal tanks and tubing. A work table, mounted with spare parts, stands beside it, and it's connected by wires to an oddly familiar sarcophagus and other devices. Examine the machine. As it turns out, there is very little to examine. Every access point to the machine has been carefully sealed. Some of the hatches and panels are worn with use. They are lightly accessed by the Order when they perform maintenance on the machine. Others are gleaming, ornate locks with twisted keyholes, unmarred by the scratches and nicks of careless everyday use. You run your hands across the surface and feel the ghost of another person's hands doing the same. Try to determine why this machine looks so familiar. "65% anamnesis sounds necessary." Okay. Abhumans of the Sagus Proctorate. Nope.
Look out below! Above! Sideways!
Ready.
The desk is cluttered with scrawled notes, piles of paper, and worn books. The owner was either extremely disorganized or left in a hurry. Examine the papers and books. You rustle through the mess of documents and notes. Most of them discuss buildings and architecture of prior worlds. They're filled with drawings and descriptions of bizarre structures, uncovered by scholars and explorers. The owner of this desk seems to have been particularly interested in doors, door frames, and archways. He has drawn circles around all such things. His scrawled comments are never more revealing than "similar but not a match," or "could there be a connection here?" "Can you tell me about your work?" "Ah," he says, shaking his head. "That's a big question. Even on the best days, I specialize in mechanical numenera, intelligent, but I haven't had much time for research since I started managing our branch of the Order." "Can I ask you some questions about mechanical numenera?" "I would be incredibly grateful if you did," he says. "Every other conversation I have revolves around how I'm ruining the Order, or not doing enough to save the Order." He rubs his forehead with the back of his calloused hand. "Please, ask me about wires and blinking lights." "I met a levy that's losing its mind. It wants to take a better year from its creator." "It what?" Lin says. "That's horrible." His gaze drifts to the air. "And very, very fascinating. I could build something based on our machine that would trade a year of the citizen's life, assuming you were willing to pay 60 for parts." He glances at you sharply. "And the citizen was willing, of
I'll
course."
remember that.
Alternately, if you want to spare the shins and the day it would take me to make it, you could try building it yourself," he says, nodding his head at a table near the machine, loaded with parts. "Challenge? Ugh, I'd make it for free if I could, but no. The Order needs me and the money. I want you to make the device
Making a note.
for me." "All right," he says, "taking your money. Come back in a day and I'll have the device for you." Okay.
Yes, child.
Guess we'll go down into the wreck then. No, it's not a wreck, really. Kind of a mess, though.
I am the very soul of action.
Yes.
Yes.
As long as we don't get blasted right away.
Here comes the boredom slayer.
Hey, Rin, over here. "Rin," the boy shouts, throwing out his arms as if to hug her. "You're safe!" She steps back, looking him up and down. Hello, rude boy. We met outside of town, Rin tells you, mouth tight. We started arguing. He helped me, but then he left. She glares at him, like he's trying to knock him over, right before that woman stole me. His eyes widen. Slavers? Tell me they didn't. They did. I told you what would happen if you brought them to me, didn't I? But I didn't bring them. I told you I wouldn't do that. I was mad, but... He glares at her. I wouldn't. I didn't. She traded fair. I was just mad, but I left and forgot. Nothing more. I think he's telling the truth, Rin. He doesn't seem the type to sell out a friend. Well, she eyes him distrustfully. I still don't know if I can trust him. He's a very rude boy. He stares at her, chewing his lip, clearly trying to work up the courage to talk to her, to convince her of something. Finally, with a wry twist of his mouth, he turns back at you. Look, he says, running a hand over his stubbled scalp. You hide it well, but I can tell you're new here. I ain't trying to offend ya, but I don't like leaving new blah 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 blah. His eyes steal to Rin again, almost too quick to notice. Of course, it looks like you already have a guide, he says, nodding at Calistige. Calistige. Why is this freshie traveling with her? She scares the talk out of me. Hello, dear. Your companion says politely before turning to you. Otero knows this city better than almost anyone, and it's quite unlike him to give anything away for free, let alone this terribly valuable advice. Do take him up on his offer. Nice of you to say, Otero says, eyeing you. Well? His gaze flicks back to Calistige briefly, as if he expects her to lunge at any moment. You don't have a home? Don't need one, he says. I carry my life with me. Farewell.
Let's go, all. You and me.
Gonna put some shins in the bucket, or just gonna stand there
Maybe
gawking?
that's learning, I guess.
We'll have to save. Because odds are high that will die. Really badly.
Yes.
Use the metallic eye to open it.
Yes.
This is a Unity game. It saves in 1 second. Pathfinder takes like 2 minutes. No, it doesn't, but half a minute to save. Definitely. That one's done. I need to get to that Peerless. No, not Peerless.
Which one of you Calistages
That thing.
is the one that likes me?
None of us do, Eratus.
Are any of them lying?
Possibly.
The twinkling motes swirl around and enter your ears in the same manner as the last column. It's likely the same method of clearing the Peerless will work here. Initiating infectious intelligence containment. A pleasant voice begins. Crackle. I am Peerless, it bellows. You are not. There is no greater offense. Activate a purge of the Peerless intelligence. You place your hand on the wave pattern and hum the sequence of notes you used before. The red light flushes from the column, and the voice rings clear inside your head. Peerless intelligence atomized and erased. All minds within the circuit have been returned to their default personalities. Thank you. I'm feeling much refreshed. The column has returned to its intended state, ready to accept the other commands. The voice chimes. If you'd like palliative harmony, simply provide the activation tone. on the next steps in the scale.
Much
Oh,
better.
thank God. A chorus of warm tones reverberates within the column, accompanied by a ripple of light. The sound vibrates through you, and you feel rejuvenated. In an instant, inscrutable drone. Now they're no longer peerless. That's peerless, though. Yeah, we have to get past this.
Yeah, that's something I could do.
Antagonist. How did I not find that last time? That makes no sense to me. Oh, whatever. Blam! Okay, so you can't delay a turn. That kind of sucks. I am flawless. I am eternal.
Yes.
All we need to go is do is walk back there. And we should be able to reach everyone. Yep. Phew.
Stand before me.
And Rin can't do anything. Except stealth. Yeah, she's stealth. Alright, dude. Alright. Yeah, almost had it. I am flawless. I am eternal. Please no, Blasty.
That's strange. I missed.
Indeed, indeed. You can't even damage him, so...
How did that happen?
Of course.
Ouch! Did a lot of damage. Oh yeah, he has armor. He doesn't have resistance.
My attack didn't feel strong at all. At all.
Yeah. Yeah, you're in the way. Hit.
Missed.
Ah, miss. Such a pain in the ass.
None can stand before me.
No one saw that, did they?
Oh, miss. I am flawless. I am eternal. Bonk.
Of course.
There we go for the next miss.
You dare
Oh,
strike
got him.
me?
Finally.
Allow me.
Sure.
%. That's a hit.
My attack
Good.
didn't feel strong at all. At all.
You should have run.
Alright. Should have used the shield. I think. Don't bless me.
Some assistance is required.
My attack didn't feel strong at all. At all.
You didn't get... No, she is buffed.
My grasp on this reality weakens. Yes.
Yeah, good blast means that.
Here comes the boredom.
Ow! Okay, good. Bonk.
My attack didn't feel strong at all.
And 40 XP, nice!
Of course we can help. Right, All? Let's go, All. You and me.
Oh, and we do get healing here, I hope. The twinkling motes swirl around and enter your ears in the same manner as the last column. It is likely the same method of clearing the peerless would work here. If it's not too much to ask, a meek voice begins. Please initiate a containment crackle. It is too much to ask, it roars. I am peerless and I will not be bound. Activate a purge of the peerless intelligence. You place your hand on the wave pattern and hum the sequence of notes you used before. The red light flushes from the column, and the other voices seem to clear its throat. Oh, delightful. The peerless intelligence has been thoroughly cleansed from all my drones. The column has returned to its intended state, ready to accept other commands. I owe a debt of gratitude, good sir. Please use the proper tone if you'd like bodily refreshments. Hum the next steps in the scale.
Excellent. Thank you.
A chorus of warm tones reverberates from within the column, accompanied by a ripple of light. The sound vibrates through you. You feel rejuvenated.
All right.
Well, then we're done. Unless we can do something more with this guy, but I doubt it. Crackle. Snap, pop. And there you are, Choruses. I had no doubt you'd make it back in one piece, you being who you are. His mouth twists. To be frank, I considered ambushing you, but Salimeri, he pauses, and forces the words out. Salimeri cares for you. He meets your eyes. In all honesty, I need a favor. Tell Salimeri I helped you, he says. Please, I would have if I'd arrived in time, but you're just so damnably... It took like 3 days. He trails off, taking a breath. She wants to dismiss me. Help me change her mind, and I'll tell you something I know about the Order of Truth. You seem awfully concerned about Salimary's opinion. A good employer is hard to find these days, he says, studying the air above your head. None as clever and beautiful as she is, anyway. I saw the way you looked at her, and me when you learned she knew me. You love her, don't you? His eyes widen, then his mouth firms. Fine, he says. I love her. There, I've said it. And I don't want to leave her side, even if she doesn't feel the same way. Oh, Koro, she sighs. She's utterly beyond your reach, my dear. Of course she is, Koro says sharply. That doesn't change a thing. I'll tell her you helped.
Making a note.
Excellent, Koro says. I'll hold you to that. Now the secret as promised. He nods his companions towards the door. Lan Urig. Uring, he says. The boy is a spy for Memovira. I'm not sure why. He loves the Order well enough. I was going to blackmail him, but... He grins. Priorities change, I suppose. I'll see you back at the Order, Falling Star.
Let's go.
Oh, oh, oh.
All right.
Action! Here I come!
Action! Here I come! How long to level up? Oh, Dominant Tides blue? Gold? Guide. A gold tide represents empathy, compassion, and sacrifice. People attuned to this tide consider the needs of those they care about to be greater than any consideration. Artists, philanthropists, avengers, and guardians are often attuned to this tide. The blue tide represents wisdom, reason, and enlightenment. People attuned to this tide seek information and the preservation of knowledge in all forms, whether scientific or spiritual. Scholars, teachers, guides, and mystics are often attuned to this tide.
Look out below! Above! Sideways!
All right.
Were we gonna convince these guys of something or something? No.
Go.
Don't remember.
Fine.
Oh yeah, no, I wanted intelligence for the apothecary thingy. Or however you however it's spelled.
Sure.
All right. Making a note.
Oh. Ah, there you are, she says, beaming, and holds out a smooth palm. The Eye of Molox, please. You hand it over. Returns it to her workstation. Then she gracefully inclines her head in Koro's direction. Was he of any use to you? Yeah, he was. Very well, she sighs. Koro, you can stay. Do try to limit your failures in the future to matters I care less about. Koro exhales all at once and nods in your direction. With that out of the way, she says, here is the reward for your considerable efforts. Ring of Entanglement. 2 of them. Thank you. By the way, I managed to save a few of the drones in the lazarette from Peerless. She nearly jumps. Lower your voice, she whispers. Astonishing. Your predecessor couldn't have done better. She passes you a heavy bag from her workstation. Small bonus. Keep what you've learned there to yourself until my book is finished. I've solved your problem. Now I need help fixing the resonance
My
chamber.
studies have borne fruit.
Well, I remember what Adon told me. She says, frowning, the chamber was built with living crystals from a world called the Ascension. Your predecessor was remarkably resistant to telling me what it was for, regardless of the interrogation methods I employed. Her mouth quirks. At least the interrogations were exciting. They were banging. He only said that it would stop the sorrow, that none of the cast-offs could know about it, which seemed odd to me at the time. Escaping the sorrow would be in all your best interest, I would think. She snaps her fingers. Seek out the cast-off who helped him build it. That surly artificer, whose name escapes me at the time,
Updated my
at the
journal.
moment. I forget his name, Salimeri continues, and I only saw him once. He has machines buzzing away in his body and circuits embedded in his flesh. She taps her lips thoughtfully. Speak to Adon's little cult in Circus Minor if you haven't already. They always seem to know who your brothers and sisters are. Outrageous, he mutters. Aligern was actually right about something. Now, Calistige. The man is exceptional in his own way. Just because he can't match your analytical speed doesn't mean that he does not have gifts of wisdom of his own. She arches an eyebrow to you. At any rate, seek out the cult. They should know how to find your machine man brother. Thank you, Salimeri. Her lips part, and for a moment she looks surprised. You're welcome, she says at last. You're quite different from your father, you know. Adon was fascinating, intense, focused on building that chamber. Passionate one moment, and distant as the stars the next. I never understood why. She half turns away from you. Oh, and Adon was ruthless, utterly ruthless. I am living proof of that. Farewell. Again, I thank you.
To action!
Oh, hello. I know you're a spy for the Memovira. Booker the Memovira. And why do I care? How did you... He begins clutching at his trembling fingers. No, it doesn't matter. It's true, but it's not what you think. He sweeps the room with a terrified look and continues in a whisper. I needed money for my work. The order doesn't pay for anything besides basic living expenses. One of the Memovira's people came to me and offered me money for a favor. I took it. Of course I did. But when they found me the next time, they didn't want me to make or study anything. They wanted me to spy on the order. His lips trembles. I said no, and they hit me over and over. And every time I woke up, they hit me again. They beat me until I said yes. Let me help you. No, he says, blanching. If they find out that anyone knows, or that I'm hiding anything from them, they'll kill me. They said so. I don't deserve to be a priest, he says, gripping his knuckles until they show white through his fingers. But I worked so hard. Please don't tell me what I've done. Okey-doke.
Something to do.
Gonna assume you're not done yet. Nope. Oh, level up. Increased edge. Intellect. Confirm. Endurance, initiative, running, smashing.
Yes.
What's going on?
What's your story? Her brow furrows and she clutches her elbow with one hand. You know some of it, maybe as much as I do. What did you want to know? Where are you from? Her expression grows distance. It's a better place than this. It's safe and warm. And it's a long, long way from here. For a moment, it seems like she's lost in thought. Then she starts talking again. There are a lot of trees there. It's full of growing things. And a little village, with a tall wall to keep bad things away. And I have parents there. She shakes her head a bit and turns back to focus on it. That's where I belong. That's my home. I have parents there. I'm not an orphan. Sounds like a lovely town. What's it called? She smiles and opens her mouth to answer. A panicked expression flashes across her face for a moment. Her eyes dart back and forth before she puts one hand to her injured head. It's Baranth. She looks up, her tiny face grave. Yes, it's called Baranth, my village. My home. That's where my parents are. If you're from so far away, why do you speak the same language as everyone here? She tips her head to the side thoughtfully. I don't know. I guess I could also wonder why you all speak my language. How did you get to Sega's Cliffs? She shakes her head, tears springing up in her eyes. I can't remember. I remember running and a fire, but it wasn't the right color for a fire. I don't know. Rin looks around, her eyes lost. Then I just remember being here, and nothing makes sense anymore. How long have you been away? She scratches her neck thoughtfully. Only a few weeks, I think. She touches the side of her head, again, lightly with her fingertips. It's hard to remember. When I got hurt, I don't remember the time around then very well. When I got hurt, I don't remember the time around then very well. Those thugs you were hiding from. They seemed to know you were in the building, but they couldn't find you. Why? She grins, and her sudden smile is like the sun coming out from behind a cloud. We're good at hiding, she says. Did you say we are good at hiding? A flash of panic crosses her face. Me, she says, too quickly. Then she sighs and pulls something from her pocket. It's a small, dark stone with a hole in it. It's outside your arm's reach, but she still holds it close to her chest, protectively. This is all. He keeps me safe. He knows everything of hiding. As she speaks, you realize something you hadn't noticed before. You aren't getting any thoughts from her, at all. It doesn't feel like you're being blocked, though, which is perhaps why you didn't notice it until now. Either her thoughts are hidden somehow, or she just doesn't have any you can read on the surface. Can I ask a few questions about your friend? She brings the stone up to her ear and cocks her head a bit. Then she looks up at you and gives a slight anxious nod. All right, he's fine with a few questions. A few. I can't help but notice that he's, well, a rock. She puts all back into her pocket. He's not a rock, he's a stone. Fine, you're talking to a stone then. She shakes her head. No, I'm talking to all. He isn't a stone, he's a god. He lives inside the stone. So the stone is like his body? Or is it like his house? She smiles. It's a little like both. It's easier for him to leave than a body, but harder to leave than a house. But either way, the stone isn't really him. It's a little like a cup, too. Rin looks up at you hopefully. Does that make sense? Or is crazy rambling go? It's top notch. I think I get it. You typically drink different sorts of drinks out of different cups, but you don't have to. Cup really isn't important. I think I get it. It's like how a cup holds water. The water is shaped like the cup, but the water isn't the same as the cup. I'm going to go with the one with different sort of drinks out of different cups. She makes a wavering gesture with one hand. That's pretty close. It's tricky stuff, and I'm not that great at explaining it. Has all always been in a stone? She nods. It's a very young god. Older gods have usually lived in many bodies. How old is all? She grins proudly. Only a couple of weeks old. He's so strong for her. She breaks off and looks down at her hand. You don't need to be embarrassed. She looks up at you and grins again. Then she says in a strange whisper, he's embarrassed. What does it mean that he's a god? Rin grimaces. That is a hard question. Where I come from, there are many gods. Gods of health and home. Health and hearth and home. Gods of road and roam. Where I come from, it's a poor family that has no gods of their own. She looks down at the stone in her hand, speaking softly. But here there are no gods. It's like finding a place where people don't know what meat is, or air. How do you explain something like that? And I haven't seen a single god except for All himself. And he is mine. He simply is. He's my friend. Rin trails off, looking down at the stone in her hand. Did you bring All with you from your home? She shakes her head, her eyes far away. No, She breaks off, suddenly, hand tightening around her stone, then starts again. Well, yes, I suppose I did bring him with me. I found him near a stream. I've been carrying him around in my pocket for years. You said All was a couple of weeks old, but that you've had him for years. Which is it? She opens her mouth, then closes it again. She's quiet for a moment and says, All doesn't want me to talk about this anymore. Alright, I can respect that. It's just, I know it sounds crazy. Everyone from the junkyard to that circus to this place, nobody's kept to themselves how crazy they think I am. But I'm not. I just can't remember everything. She puts a hand to her head wound and squeezes her eyes shut. I don't want to ask this, but I don't want to not ask it either. She opens her eyes and looks at you, innocent and pleading. Do you think I'm wrong in the head? I think you've gone through a really hard time, Rin. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us. So you do think something's wrong with me? How could there not be, Rin? You took a terrible crack on your head. No, that's not what I meant. I'm only trying to make sense of what happened to me. She wraps her arms around herself and shivers in the warm air. Me too, she mutters. Where you come from, does everyone have gods they just carry around with them? She shakes her head. No, usually the gods stay in a family's home. They give advice. They help with things. It must be comforting having someone from home with you. She nods, absently running her thumb over the smooth surface of the stone. What kind of things do gods help with? She looks thoughtful. Well, gods, you see, they're old, but they know a lot of things, because they've been around for a long time, and they'll tell you what they know sometimes, give you advice. Sometimes they just listen if you need to talk. Sometimes that's all you really need. You said he was a god of hiding. That more than advice. She nods, and without noticing she lifts up the hand with the stone in it, so that she's holding it close to her heart. Some gods can help you with more than words. All knows everything of hiding, of being small and silent. He helps me hide, makes it so no one can find me. He keeps me safe. I want to ask something else about yourself again. I want to talk about something else. How are you holding up? I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along and saved me. I don't think I'd be alive anymore. Jesus Christ. It's been like a day. I think about that a lot. I don't know how to thank you for it. It's something too big to just thank someone for. Let's continue on.
Yeah, that's something I could do.
Yeah. I think we'll take a nap. Well, if I have enough money, I'm not sure. Guardian, gold. Arif, usable artifact. You've seen this ring fragment before. It is known as Arif, or Power Taken. It is one half of the artifact known as the Shadow Ring. You recall that this artifact belonged to a cast-off. Though their identity escapes you, you remember only that the changing god himself sundered this ring at the height of a cold rage, and infused each half with mutually repellent energies. They have been separated from each other ever since. Changing God went through immense trouble to separate these two rings. It must be possible to reunite them. The two characters wearing these matching rings share all fettles and 25% of stats healed. This loop of metal is constructed from a short band that splits and branches, threads twisting and bending in upon themselves before seamlessly reforming at the other end. The coils are maddeningly knotted, making it impossible to trace a complete path, yet at the same time, a pattern waits to be revealed, just beyond the edge of comprehension. Rings of entanglement are valued by many, including hedonists, thrill seekers, the infirm, and even kidnappers, who warn that any violence done to them will also harm their victim. The rings are now thought to exist only as unique pairs, and are highly sought after. 25% of stats healed. What else do we have here? Chromaviolum. This brightly colored aquatic creature has a short loop of elastic material running through one of its 7 legs. You take the object out of your pack and hold it up by the attached cord, studying it as it spins before you. It reminds you of certain creatures found in the sea attached to rocks. Only this one has a cord of material looped through a hole in one of its legs. Examine the creature. The creature has tough, briny skin and 7 spindly legs that emit radially from a thicker, fleshy disc at its center. Around the disc, on one side, is a circle of puckered flesh surrounding a tightly closed, muscular flap, while the other side has a similar flap but is otherwise smooth. Examine the loop of elastic material. The material is flexible but soft, stretching up to nearly twice its original length when you pull on it. Your best guess is that the loop was meant to allow the creature to be worn in some fashion. Wear it like a necklace. Inclining your head, you slip the loop over and around your neck where it contracts to fit snugly. The attached creature settles over your chest. You walk a few paces and find that it's somewhat uncomfortable to have the creature thumping against you with every step. After a minute or so of this, you feel silly and start to take it off. Wear it like a belt. You stretch the loop of material to its limit and slip it over your shoulders and down your waist. Some might find it stylish, but it has no effect. Wear it like an eye patch. Stretching the loop slightly, you gingerly place it around your head. allowing the creature to settle just in front of your right eye. It comes to life, contorting its legs to match the contours of your face. Your right eye is completely blinded by the obstruction. Suddenly, you experience a sensation not unlike someone blowing a single puff of air directly into your eye. You blink several times involuntarily, but only with your free eye. The creature is forcefully keeping your other eye open, probing around the creature's edges. You discover that it has formed a perfect seal over your eye. Tears form in your covered eye, and a wet slithering noise accompanies a most bizarre sensation as your vision clears. It takes you a moment to realize that the creature is blinking for you. It is quickly displaced by the realization that you can once again see out of the previously blinded eye. The creature is still in place, but you are somehow looking through it. Delicately, you feel around the surface of the creature. Find that the creature's briny skin has slid aside to reveal a smooth, slightly flexible substance that seems to be acting as a lens. Each time you tap it, the creature blinks, the muscular flap swatting your finger aside as it presumably cleans the lens. While much of the world appears the same through your covered eye, certain things appear in hues that are wholly unfamiliar to you. Your mind struggles to process what it's seeing, and you know that if you had to attempt to describe the colors to someone, you would fail utterly. As wondrous as your newfound sight is, you find it highly disoriented, and resume your search for a way to detach the creature. After some experimentation, you discover that simply removing the loop from around your head causes the creature to release its grip. You feel around your face for any permanent scarring, but the creature has left no mark. Put it back in your pack. Okay. Examine Arif. You hold the ring fragment in one hand, though it seems like this should be impossible. The small ring is incredibly heavy. A small protrusion extrudes from one end of this fragment. Put the ring away.
In an instant.
Tranquility bows as you enter. Welcome back, friend. You have been missed. You begin to wonder if the sense of peace that surrounds Tranquility has something to do with the way she speaks. Her voice is low and rich, and she appears to be modulating it in some way. The technique is subtle, but the effect is profound, calming you and making you feel a little sleepy. You're using your tone of voice to calm me. Is that something you learned? She raises her eyebrows. Very few people notice that. Well done. I am indeed manipulating my voice. When I opened this place, I wanted to make it the most relaxing hostel in the Ninth World, and I worked to make every aspect of it soothing, even my voice. It turned out I had a talent for it. Okay. I'd like a room for the night. Tranquility smiles. Of course, as before, the price is 20 chins per person. Here for the money. Thank you, friend. Rest well.
Making a note. Just what I needed.
Big heels. Time to go spend them.
As you wish.
I'm ready. Let's go. I'll remember that.
There you are, he says, handing you a small device with handles on either side. Have the citizen and the levy hold either side before turning it on. It should handle the rest. He stretches. Felt good to be doing actual work again. Anything else you need? Yeah, farewell.
All right.
Anamnesis. The memory opens like a gaping mouth and closes around you. Hot wind pulls at your robes, jagged grit claws at your eyes. Squinting through the storm, you see the machine half buried in the sand. Curiously, you wedge open a panel. Inside is a sphere, sparkling like a jewel, but soft to the... Life drains from you into the sphere like blood from a wound. The machine is stealing your life. Growling, you return the favor, ripping the sphere from the machine and regarding it with cold eyes. The memory releases you abruptly, leaving you panting in front of the machine, which is not the ruined monstrosity your predecessor discovered in the Archopalacian ruins. You know, however, that the orb is sealed somewhere inside this device. Examine the machine again. You wrap your knuckles experimentally on the side of the machine. The sound reverberates through the hollow space within, echoing and echoing into inaudible eternity. Knock on the side of the machine again. The sound bounces around the inside of the hollow machine like a rock falling down an infinite well. Pick through the spare parts on the table. Sort through the jumbled components on the table. There aren't many, nor are there any duplicates. These appear to be spare parts for the machine.
Let's go.
Okay. I know it's inside there, but can't do anything.
All right.
What about this fucking thing? Oh! Put on the chromovulum. Acting on a hunch, you retrieve the chromovulum and place it over your eye. After adjusting it to having the creature attached to your face, you shift your gaze to the orb. The orb appears much as it did. Slightly disappointed, you decide to leave the creature in place for now. Read the inscription again. The crimson dawn greets the seeker. The violet dusk sees the searcher's end. Remove the sphere from the frame via the front opening. Deep violet hue. Turn the sphere. Bright orange. Remove the sphere from the frame via the left opening. Lurid red. Back. Right. Changes to an unusual color that's somewhat like orange, but also substantially different from any color you've seen before. Okay, thanks. Via the front opening. The sphere changes to a bright orange. Lift the frame and remove the sphere via the bottom opening. Front opening. Bright orange. Left opening. Back opening. Right opening. Somewhat like orange, also substantially different from any color you've seen before. Return the sphere via the front. Then what? Left. Back. Right. Front. The sphere changes to an unusual color that's part violet, and part something you have trouble describing. As you step away from the device, the sphere dulls to its original silver. Not wanting to stumble around due to the radical changes it makes to your vision, you remove the chromovulum from your eye and stow it away.
I'm ready.
Part violet, part something you have trouble describing. Back. The sphere changes to a color unlike any you have ever seen before. In trying to find a way to describe it to yourself, you notice elements of orange and hints of yellow, but by and large, it's something beyond your ability to convey. Lift the frame and remove the sphere via the bottom opening. Changes to a shining yellow. Oh my god! Crimson Dawn greets the Seeker. The violet dusk sees the search ascend. Left is red. Okay. Let's do this. WordPad document. Left. Front. Orange. Left. Red. Return it via the right. Changes to a color unlike you've seen before. In trying to find a way to describe it yourself, you notice elements of orange and hints of yellow. But by and large, it's something beyond your ability to convey. Then left, right leads to special orange, yellow. Front, deep violet. Left opening. It's red. We put it through front. Turns to bright orange. Remove the sphere via the frame via the right opening. The sphere changes to an unusual color that's somewhat like orange, but also substantially different from any color you've seen. That was front, right, unusual orange. Lift the frame and return the sphere. Indigo. Left opening, lurid red. Left, front, right. What did I pick before? I lifted it up. Back. Cool green. Okay, nope. Left, front, right, left, heart violet, front, right, front. Front. Left. Front. Right. Right. Orange of elements of orange, hints of yellow. By large and large is something beyond your ability to convey. Right. Special orange yellow. Front. Deep violet hue. Right. 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 Left. Front. Right. Right. Back. Left. Front. Right. Right. Left. Buried red. Front. Right. Right. Front. Violet hue. Buried red. Front. Right. Right. Bottom opening. Shining yellow. Bottom. Shining yellow. Back. Cool green. I think that's right. I haven't seen any other green, I think, but I'm not sure. Left. Front. Right. Right. Bottom. Back. 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 Brilliant blue. Probably right. Front. Nope. Front. Right. Right. Bottom. Back. 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 Oh, that turned it into a cool green. Right. Bottom. Back. Back. Right. Orange. Nope. Front. Right. Right. Bottom. Back. Bottom. Bottom. Indigo. If the frame, remove the sphere via the bottom opening. Shining yellow. Fuck. This is the worst kind of puzzle. Hate these kind of puzzles. Front. Right. Right. Bottom. Back. Back. Bottom. Back. I think it's probably the left we want to put it through. I'm not sure. Front. Right. Right. Bottom. Back. Bottom. Left. No, left is wrong. Is it red? Bottom. Back. Back. Bottom. Right. Right, X. Front. Right. Bottom. Back. Back. Bottom. Back, bottom, left, right. Back, bottom, right, front. Front. Keep violet. Return the sphere via the left opening. The sphere changes to an unusual color that's part violet, part something you have trouble describing. Upon being placed back in the frame, the sphere trembles slightly and begins oscillating through the various colors over and over, faster and faster. When your eyes can barely keep up with the color shifts, a bright flash erupts from it, blinding you temporarily. When your vision returns, the sphere is gone, and in its place is an item of alien design. Beads of Time Never Ending, ornament artifact. Pretty OP. Granted abilities. Confers Hasten, plus 50% movement speed, plus 15% evasion, plus 15% on attacks. Do you really need to be more hastened and more hyped? Do you need to use that or something? No. Yeah, there. 2 of 2 uses per crisis remaining. Active 2 rounds. Consumes movement. But yeah, the puzzle was basically just... You had to figure out where to put the ball for it to go to the next shade in the spectrum. From red to special violet.
Is it strange to have so many of your sisters with you? Doesn't it get loud?
We work well together. Most of us, anyway. We share, we gossip. I am never lonely, and I am in the company of my favorite people.
But what about when you have to go to sleep and one of them won't stop talking?
She learned to stop, darling. We taught her.
Damn.
Of course.
But
Forward. Onward.
it's not really a
I'm going.
puzzle. In my opinion. The puzzle is only figuring out how to do it, like how to think. And then 90% of it is just trial and error. Just going through everything until it works. There is nothing worse than a trial and error puzzle. So that's not a puzzle. We did everything we were supposed to do though.
Fine.
We have the thing now.
Trust and honesty are our bonds.
Harnack Hobbs. Hello. This man's brow is creased with worry. He avoids your gaze, his eyes fixed on a point to your left and far away. His trembling, battered fingers pluck at the air. He stares through the chattering customers, the bar, as though he is utterly alone. Stepping closer, you see a thick blue crease running down his throat, into the depths of his heavy robes. The orderly rows of azure holes pierce his bony arms from elbow to wrist. Huh? Discord, he says as you approach. Scarred melody. Too many voices. Hurts. His words stream out one by one in a subdued and continuous monotone, tumbling over each other, as if in a blind rush to escape. Study the man. He does not meet your eyes as you step close to examine him. Instead, he winces, as though your presence is somehow painful to him. You watch him move and track the twitching of his fingertips. You hear a low, vibrating whistle, though it's not coming from his mouth. What are you doing here? Wayfarers bring me broken Numenera. I repair them for pay. I need to eat, he cries. And you don't think you're the target of his anger. The Wayfarers thank me, he says, swallowing. They do not know I have remade their Numenera. They do not know they will also be remade. All will be remade when the choir awakens. Can you remake any of my Numenera? Instead of asking to see your belongings, he looks at you for the first time. His pupils are as dark as the space between the stars. No, he says, after a long moment. His eyes flick back to whatever distant, terrible place has so captured his attention. You're wounded, a broken instrument. He has no use for you. What are you staring at? The grand hall, the spiral pinned by broken columns, the invisible roof. He stops with a gasp, and a tear rolls down his dirty cheek. It tells me not to share our secrets with you. You are not of the choir. You are Discord. A cold wind coils down from the rooftop, flicking at his tattered robes. Perception. Suddenly, you hear something beneath the flute-like notes of the breeze, over the holes in the man's skin. A dry, angry voice speaking the word Akar. Scan thoughts. Must not speak of Akar. Akar? What does that mean? You may as well have slapped the man. White with shock, he doubles over, clutching at his chest. Beneath the man's agony, you sense otherworldly indignation and ageless despair, deep as oceans. Great Akar was once the mightiest of cities, and it will rise once more when the choir awakens. His gaze meets yours. The conductor will reward your curiosity, and allow me to tell you what I have seen. You need only ask. I wish to know what you have seen. Before my becoming, I found a pit ringed by stone, deep in the Arvrin wood. Broken pillars at the edges, I stepped inside, breathed the dusty air. He pauses, passing a shaking hand over his mouth. I was lost in the grand hall for days, decades. Well, that was a big jump. Pillars twisting like hallways, spiraling. The ringing of bells, whirling chandeliers, listening to the song of the lost choir. I was an audience becoming an instrument. Finally, I slept, and I woke here, upon the heights. He took my voice, the man says, his eyes dull and distant, but my blood sings. I am becoming, I dream, and I remake Numenera for wayfarers, so they will become and dream as well. And together, we will go into the forest, the ring where the grand hall once stood, and rebuild. He falls silent, eyes wide and wet as if dreaming of the city that lives in his mind. What do you think you're becoming? An instrument, he says, swaying. A doorway. Before I remade Numenera. Now I wake and find devices the conductor has made for me. He is generous. Look, he says, smiling and putting aside his robes to bare his bony chest. Countless devices are embedded in his flesh, looping bloodlessly in and out of his ribs, linked by tubes or wired to an opalescent sphere at the base of his throat. You study the blue crease, the subcutaneous cable leading from the sphere into his skull. You suddenly recall seeing a similar device in your studies, and understand what this one is meant to do. Soon this man will go to sleep, and something will wake in his place, in his body. A doorway indeed. You said what you dream. You said that you dream. What of? Proud car at its peak, he says, gaze locked on the distant ruins of the city. Instruments of metal and flesh ringing the balconies of the great hall. The conductor, our air, breathing him in forever. Farewell. Well, apparently that's all we can do. Can't comment on the fact that he is apparently sneakily converting the people into an army for restoring his city or something. That's what it sounded like. I brought a device that will transfer a year from you to your levy.
Updated my journal.
Fine. Just one year, right? He chuckles. But there's not much humor in it. I got a few to spare. Let's get this over with. Hey, levy! How does this thing work? And do I get to pick the year or what? Will this hurt him? I do not want this to. Ah! I am well now, sir. Are you? I'm fine. Leave me be, alright? Whistling. Well, it's done, he says. Funny thing, the first year they took didn't hurt a bit. This one stings like glass in the gut. He rubs his head. But the levy's gone, that's something. Are you feeling alright? Honest? No. Got some hammering in my head and a greasy feeling in my throat. Hoping it goes away. Do you regret helping the levy? Sure, he says. But no, too. Where you described it, I owed him a debt. You have to pay your debt, citizen. Citizen or no. Think I need a lie down. I'm off. He moves to do just that, then pauses. Hey, before I forget, let me give you something for all the trouble. He drops a small pouch into your hand and stumbles away, clutching at his side and cursing under his breath. 2 spray flesh, 50 ships. Also known as healing item, I think.
You bet.
You bet! I'll bet I'm faster than you. You're not the first to think so, he says casually, snapping an assailant's neck. I should warn you that all the others are dead. That's not a threat. I only fight to the death. He flings the invisible corpse aside. Before I accept your challenge, I'll need to see if you're good enough to face me. His fist lashes towards you. Uralisk kiss. A slow punch first. Some challengers are braggarts, but they don't deserve death. Initiative, quick fingers. Block the punch and strike back. You bat his fist aside and aim yours at his nose. He lowers his head, dashing your knuckles off his forehead. I underestimated you, he says. An odd light in his eyes. That won't happen again. Tell me when you're ready for the next round. I am ready for the next part of your test. So am I, he says, nodding gravely. But prepare yourself. I will not hold back this time. Abiri's assault! He launches a two-handed blow at your face. Faster now, but not deadly. Parry and counterattack, he won't see it coming. Success! Critical success. Stat pools spent on effort restored. No! You lunge into the attack, driving your arms up between his fists and pushing them apart. One hand whips around the back of his neck and pulls him into range of your forehead. Crack! He stumbles back, blinking, smiling. You're ready. Well, have I passed all your tests? You have, he says, but I will remind you one more time. This will be a fight to the death. He draws 1 foot back, settling his weight on his. His hand comes up and draws apart, tightening into fists. Are you certain you want to do this? A short fight. 1 kick at full speed is deadly enough. Yes. Very well. The challenge has begun. He regards you with the serene eyes of a predator, chest rising and falling. A warm wind tumbles across the stones between you. He flows with it, spinning away from the ground. His foot slices towards your head in a blur. Time slows, as if the universe is holding its breath. Pakitan kick! Fist of the last cast-off. Hammer of the changing god. Initiative smashing, initiative quick finger. I'm gonna do the hammer. Nice! Before his foot can connect, you drive your fist upwards, smashing him beneath the chin. He tumbles gracelessly to the ground, choking. Time resumes, flowing through you, and you feel some of Aidan's inhuman speed melding with your own reflexes. You have won, Aidan says. When he has regained some of his breath, finish it. And rob the world of your talent. Never. You jerk his head to the side with a crack. He falls back motionless, breathless, dead. Aidan withers before your eyes like overheated fruit. The particles of power he claimed from the ancient device deserting him. Most of it is borne away by the swirling air, but not before some of it curls around your forearms and up your spine. You turn away from the desiccated corpse, your fingertips tingling. Red Tide raised a moderate amount. Last cast-off permanently gained 1 speed pool. Maximum speed pool is now 7. Gasp! That was probably for the best, dear. Don't take it too hard. It's going to be hard to challenge him to a rematch when he's dead. That was poor planning. Eritis' opinion of you has worsened. Hey, I was just respecting his wishes.
Let's go.
These 3 triangles float serenely above a scuffed stone basin. You can't help noticing that the citizens of Sagus are giving this monument a wide berth. The largest triangle shines brightly, radiating a soothing warmth. The middle darker one hovers above it, turned slightly away from the first, with what strikes you as disdain. The third is a small, dryly amused, and so deeply indigo as to be nearly black. It is removed from the first 2 triangles. You hesitate. You are sensing emotions from these objects. Intent. Something is strange here. Examine the smallest triangle. The tiny object spins slightly faster than the others. The more you stare at it, the more you sense a growing presence in the air. The icy regard of distant eyes. Study the medium-sized triangle. Staring at this triangle is disorienting. The longer you stare at it, the more you feel a tight coiling sensation in your own head. Standing on your toes and stretching, manage to brush the triangle's icy face with your finger. The air thickens like a weight over you, and you struggle to keep your eyes open. Between the thumping of your heartbeat and you hear thousands of purposeful, rhythmic footsteps treading endless stairs towards the peak of a vast echoing room. Crouch to look at the stone basin. The stone is cracked in places, but far newer than the ancient shapes that float above it. You suspect that the citizens of Sagus added the basin to make the triangles look less out of place. Touch the large triangle. You reach out and time slows. Your hand drifts past individual motes of light and dappled dust, moving into the warm glow of the large triangle. Calm warmth bleeds up your arm when you grasp the edge of the triangle. It's somehow rigid and flexible at the same time. You blink and a strip of light unwinds ahead of you, like a path through infinite murmuring dark. Behind you is an ever-shifting zoetrope of linked, motionless hues. It is your past, you realize. Every second of it, every choice pouring out of you and trailing away into the black. You open your eyes, you're back at the stone ring, still touching the triangle. All three of them are watching you. You blink again. The strip of light, the surrounding darkness, and in the valley between the slow pulsing of your heart, you hear the murmurs of countless witnesses, the raised voices of your past and future companions, the heated condemnations of enemies you haven't met yet, and above it all, a trio of voices, one warm, one cold, and one dryly practical. They are speaking a verdict. You can't hear them over the din. Shout for silence so you can hear the judges. You bellow into the dark, clenching your fists, and the crowd instantly falls silent. So do the judges. In the echoing silence that follows, you realize that you are alone. You always were. You stride on. The path unravels before your every step. Past unspools behind you. Stay on the path to see where it leads. You follow the road. Casually you look to the right, and the path at your feet flickers, as if anticipating your new direction. Clearly, your choice is to find this road's course and not the other way around. You open your eyes. The three triangles hang in the air exactly as they did before, unmoving and silent. The vision is gone, and yet you can still feel the choices you've made, curving away behind you like a string of jewels. You straighten, moving into the future breath by breath. You suddenly notice a message carved into the stone ring beneath the triangles. Judge yourself. As you watch, it slowly fades away. Step away from the monument.
Trust and honesty are our
Okay.
horns.
With alacrity.
Madelia glittering. Forlorn woman stands by the edge of the cliff. Only a few broken stones, marking the remnants of a home that must have recently collapsed into the ocean. Three tiny rodents, each in its own strong glass ball, waver around her head in an indecipherable pattern. On her left shoulder sits a cat with synth steel legs, who bats lazily at the corpse whenever one ventures close enough. After a few moments, she notices you, as if coming back into herself. Oh, hello! She rummages in a pocket of her dress and produces a bundled cloth that she unrolls at her feet. A few trinkets gleam dully against the material. Is there anything I can do to help? Her eyes burn with unsettling zeal. If you come across something you call a stitcher, kill it. They took my home from me. She bares her teeth in a motion that isn't a smile. Kill every last one of them, and maybe I'll be able to sleep again without screaming myself awake. How much for one of the rodent globes? She unconsciously raises a hand to where the rodents, in their tiny spheres, revolve around her head. One by one, they touch her hand, and the globes disappear, leaving the three tiny rodents sitting in her palm. The cat on her shoulder yawns and settles in for a nap. Baby Bao, hello again, she whispers, touching each of them with a gentle fingertip. They squeak appreciation at her attention, rubbing their cheeks against her finger as she looks up at you. They're not, her voice breaks, She tries again, but can't maintain eye contact. They're not for sale. She raises her hand, and through a mechanism you don't spot, each rodent re-enters its strong glass ball and resumes its wavering orbit. They're like my children. I couldn't, but I can't afford not to. Let me see what you have for sale. Bonded item. +1 level indoor machinery. -2 damage on esoteric attacks. +1 damage per effort applied. Okay, so this makes esoteric attacks stronger if you use 3 effort. +1 level in stealth skill, -2 damage on esoteric attacks, -1 training level in ranged weapon skill. Heals 13 points of health on all allies in range of target point. Deals 10 mental damage and confers daze to all characters in range of the target point. New.
Calistesias?
Calestige. How would you like it if I called you Eritises?
Oh. I would like that very much.
Yes.
There's Pico.
Trust and honesty are our bonds.
The salty air only partially mutes the cloud of putrid sweetness clinging to this jumble of fallen wood, stone, and iron. Until recently, this was someone's home, but the unstable ground must have caused it to collapse. Search the rubble for clues. You shift aside broken pieces of furniture and small pieces of rubble, but you find nothing of value. After a short while, you realize what has happened. Someone has already picked through the ruins and taken the more accessible valuables. You stand back, concentrating. Nothing about the pile of stone is familiar, but the view from where the door once stood, a boundless horizon, falling into the sea, is.
I'll remember that.
This appears to be the house where the cast-off once lived, but either he left no clues of his identity, or they were taken by the scavengers. It might be helpful to ask around the area, if anyone spotted someone looting this house. Study the horizon. Fingers of wind rake at your face. You squint into the sunlight, trying to remember. You've stood here before. You know you have, letting your thoughts untangle. The skyline tilts, and you stagger as the memory engulfs you. You grip at the edge of the crude banister, grimacing at the sea. The calm of the scene no longer touches you as it once did. Nor, you realize, does this body. You smile at your own impatience. Your restlessness must rival the ocean itself.
Updated my journal.
A gust of salty air bears the memory away in ribbons, leaving your mind aching and dry atop the ruins of the house. There is little doubt now. The changing god and the cast-off killed by the sorrow once lived here. Dig through the pile to find the source of the stench. Good job, Eritis. The smell intensifies as you heave aside a slab of ceiling. A swarm of startled insects spins away into the sky, revealing the body of a young woman, torn and crushed. An invisible hand rips the air from your chest and the strength from your legs. You fall, feeling a presence close around you, a heat on your back. Who's there? Your words are a whisper. You can barely breathe now. The heat fills you like a fever. Suddenly, a cool hand covers your burning eyes. A smooth arm folds over your stomach.
I'll remember that.
And just like that, the heat is gone. You whirl around, no one is there, but your son sense something has changed in the labyrinth.
Yes.
Search the rubble. Find nothing. Talk to Pico. The mutant boy gazes at the entrance to the chirurgical parlor, flinching at each scratch of razor metal on metal from within. By your estimation, he is in his late teens, but is the size of a young malnourished child. His arms are little more than bone wrapped in red speckled skin, and a raw line zigzags down between his mismatched eyes and over his blade of a nose, as if pointing directly at his thin lips. He sees you looking, and bird-like muscles flex in his frail jaw. Get a good look, he says, lifting his chin. Or maybe you want to call me some names. I hear eggshell a lot, or maybe lightning bolt. I get that one from time to time. He crosses his bony arms and glares at you. Don't let me stop you. Call me some names. Laugh. Do it now, because in another few minutes, I'll be the one laughing. I'm not laughing, and I'm sorry if I offended you. I don't want your apologies, He sighs. You didn't offend me. Believe me, I'm used to this by now. I'm not going to be the butt of everyone's jokes anymore, he says. Electricity sizzles within the nearby parlor. This time, he does not flinch away. Lightning flickers, trapped in his determined eyes. I have some money, all right? I'm going to use it to change myself. Change everything I can. He trails off, studying you in turn. His eyes widen as he glances quickly away, studying the nearby parlor instead. Thoughts. Is he the guy who could be a sign? What sort of changes are you considering? What do you care, he says. I'm sure you have business somewhere in the city. I don't want to be any trouble. Why did you look at me strangely earlier? His mouth trembles, as though he's wrestling with a question he doesn't want to ask. Doesn't feel good to be stared at, does it? He says at last, looking back at the parlor. He seems to be deflecting your question, though it isn't clear why. He's forgotten me. Doesn't matter. His words to me then mean the same to me now. Did you see anyone looting that ruined house against the cliff? No, but I wasn't really watching. He nods at the cultists who are lurking nearby. Maybe they saw something. Mother Temas sent me. I want to help. Oh, he says, blushing. She knows. Of course she knows. And that means you know too. He chews his lip. Fine. I'm scared, all right. I've had this ugly face, this body, my entire life. I've saved up to change myself, my future. Maybe I can become strong enough to deal with the people who hurt me. Or maybe I fix my face. I can do that, but then I'll still be small. Despite his anger in his voice, his ears are shining at the corners of his eyes.
That.
I can only use the machines in the parlor once, understand? It's too expensive. I spent years saving up all this money, and it's not enough to fix me. He opens his pouch to display a moderately impressive collection of coins. Before I say anything, I want to ask you some questions. All right, he scratches his hairless cheek. I want to know about your past. You already know everything important, he says. He isn't making eye contact. I don't care about where I came from, all right? The future is what matters. I can't help you make the best decision if you don't tell me about yourself.
remember that.
Fine. Pico groans. You asked, remember? He covers his eyes and begins speaking as fast he can. My parents come to the city with a tribe of people like me. I was born in the underbelly. My first memory is of someone spitting on me. My only friend was a girl named Crooked Keek, and we had to play in an alley so the normal kids wouldn't hurt us. When I was 12, someone killed my father in a bar, and it wasn't even investigated. He blinks hard, staring at the parlor. So I left, and I haven't seen anyone from the tribe since. Let them live off scraps in the dark. I'd rather die up here than down there. How did you earn your money? A shin at a time, Pico says proudly. I went from shop to shop asking for work. Some of them kicked me out, but others let me sweep once a week, or cook. I've done nearly every job in the city at least once. A smile drops off his face. No one ever wanted me to stay, though. They thought I scared customers off. His mouth twists. They were probably right. I want to help you decide what to do with that money. I have some questions before. Tell me more about you. I told you everything I'm going to, he says. You're so damn interested in my past, maybe you should go ask Crooked Keek. Gods knows she's probably still living in the underbelly. Farewell.
As you wish.
Alright. Let's do that then. Oh, my ass.
I'm ready.
Still had some cold coffee. Nothing like coffee at 10 o'clock. But I'll be right back. One moment. Sticha incursion.
Yes.
Alright, they keep talking about the Stichas. Pilai.
Yeah, that's something I could do.
This violet-skinned visitant paces back and forth before the cavern's opening. It wears fine clothes that serve to accentuate the tall, thin crest on its head. A symbol has been painted on the crest, mirroring the insignia marked on its chest. Its clothes are finely tailored and well made. The name of the creature's race crawls to your mind. It's a Vargellan. This one has temporarily chosen to be female. Her bulbous eyes flash quickly around her surroundings before focusing directly on you. Council didn't send you. That much is plain. Her voice is high and fluting. Fluting? You're aware that this cave isn't safe, I hope? What exactly do you want? I was wondering what you're doing here. I am conducting diplomatic negotiations on behalf of the city. Unfortunately, I am not dealing with a reasonable species. Her crest flutters irritably. I've made no progress at all. Days wasted in this miserable tunnel, and I have nothing to show my superiors. This cave isn't safe? Not unless you trust the discretion of the Sticha, those insectoid monsters that are prowling about. Most people are afraid of them. Who are you? An agent and negotiator, dispatched here by the council, but that should be obvious from my clothing and my guards. What council do you serve? She gives you an incredulous look. The ruling council of the city, of course. The heads of the slave families. You must be new to Sagus Cliffs. Very new. They can help you negotiate. She looks you up and down, considering. Doubtful. But you might have other skills I can use. The circumstances call for a new tactic, and these levies cannot do what needs to be done. Nor can I. The Vargellan nods. If you truly think you can help, let's put you to the test. She waves off the levies who flank her. Her gestures are short and choppy, sharp and irritated. These damnable Sticha, she says. I speak to them. I offer, cajole, negotiate, and threaten. Yet they persist in their digging, and every day another house on the cliffs above slips into the sea. If the digging does not cease, the city itself may crumble. So here is my request. Find a way into their lair, remove their precious eggs, and return them to me. These hostages shall ensure the future of the city above, and also turn a tidy profit if I could get them all. She pauses. If you can negotiate a lasting settlement that does not require such drastic measures, you may also pursue that method. But I have been trying for days with no success. I think I can help you.
Making a note.
Good. We need to stop the Sticha before they bring down the entire substructure of the city. She pauses and lowers her voice. If you manage to infiltrate their lair, be sure to acquire all their eggs. I suspect they will have multiple clusters, and we will need them all if we want to negotiate from a position of strength. She hands you a synth ball with a blinking device inside it. Once you're in the lair, activate this. It will show you all the tunnels, the egg clusters, and the Sticha themselves. Better to know what you face before you charge ahead. Thank you. Farewell.
All right.
This massive creature looms over you. A scent like lightning, and an underground cavern washes over you. And it reminds you of nothing so much as curiosity. It chitters and rumbles, waving its large claws through an expressive dance. Something about these smells, sounds, and gestures seem familiar, a niggling itch in the back of your mind. At least you remember the taxonomy now. This is a Stichus, a huge burrowing insectoid. It exudes a sense of sentience as it watches you, but you sense nothing in its mind. as though it were a common animal. It points to itself and says, "Shkekt." It follows with another stream of high-pitched noise. Can you tell me about the Stitcher? It scrabbles briefly at the wall, and a bit of lightning flares about the crown of an antenna on its head. Its shoulders shrug, and you smell dust. What can you tell me about this place? It looks at you intently, and then its spatulate fingers begin a slow and careful dance. The sounds it makes are slow chitters that rise and fall in pitch, accompanied by the smell of ozone. Good rock, full of electricity. What do you think of Pelii? The Stitcher seems discombobulated for a moment. Who? Then it thinks a little more. Then it sprays out a blast of pheromones. Smell the sharp tang of acid and weakened stone. It smells like distrust. You almost have the sense of the language, the structure, the feel, the sound and scent. The itch in your mind intensifies. You can feel the memory of the Stitcher's language waiting to reveal itself. Only 75? Ah, yes. Good job. Dynamon Bond. Your mind blurs, a memory racing up from forgotten depths. You see yourself interacting with the Stitches. The two of you patiently exchange hand signals. A small box between the two of you translating your words and thoughts. Each time it converts a thought or concept, the device sends a stimulus into the appropriate parts of your brain, and electricity into your limbs, making you a marionette. Your muscles twitch in sympathy with these memories, and you realize that the Stitch's tongue is a jumble of scent, movement, and sounds. With the memory, information pours into your mind. As if a plug had been removed, the smell of granite fills your nose. As you return to the normal consciousness, Shkekt leans forward. Shkekt smells granite. Knowledge. It rumbles. Its spiracles vent a minuscule trace of gas. The Stitches looks at you, and its body posture and slight movements indicate a question. Does human speak Stitches? Your muscles remember, and you twitch the proper response. Shkekt huffs the scent of lightning. Never speak Shkekt to human, so. Heard memory from elder, not believe. Human almost sentient? Imagine. Grub think like Stitches. It claps its hands together. Speak smart. Better now. Can you tell me more about the Stitcher? Speak. Shkekt will answer. How did you come to be under Sigur's cliffs? It shrugs, its massive exoskeletal plates grinding. No ancient ever to tell. 4 generations only in caves. We live instinct. Only guess at legacy. Memories stolen. It growls in frustration. It pats the wall nearby. Stitches hatch from eggs, yes? Yes. Raiders come from evil bloom. Other worlds. Think humans stole eggs. Humans brought eggs to world. Humans hatch eggs. Larval Stitches. A mystery to buyer. Released here. Shkekt exhales from its spiracles. You must guess at function. Must guess at society. Maybe advanced ones. Maybe great civilization. Now? Now only dig. Dig for clues. Why are you digging here? This arm. Shkekt raises its great arm. Dig. Draw energy from rock, from friction. Eat electric charge. Store electric charge. It points to the spiky growths on its plating. Here, good rock. Hard. Much electric. Best found. Other places, not good. Why are you digging under populated areas? The Stitcher stares blankly at you, his eyes shimmering. It seems to be trying to put its thoughts into a statement you can understand. Stitcher must survive. Must live where food is, yes? It doesn't wait for an affirmation. Human watch every step, avoid stepping on insect, no impact on other life, sacrifice of others is natural order. It taps you in the chest. Smart for human. It points toward the rest of the underbelly. Not smart. Why concern? Not. It gropes for the word. Not sentient. You claim that the people in the city aren't sentient. That's not true. The stitches shifts in its weight back and forth. Simple humans. Fight, eat, kill. Try steal eggs. Not harmony. Sentient? It trills out a scoff. Your digging is causing problems for the people above. Not concerned to Stitcher. Can we talk about Pelae again? Fishhead person. Different grub. Shines strangely in Stitcher's eyes. Smell bad in mind. Much like other humans. Its hand tears a chunk from the wall. She asked me to retrieve your eggs. Why would I say that? I'd like to ask a few more questions. Can you tell me about this place again? Good tunnel rock. Many hidden paths. Place to store eggs. Strong electricity when we dig. Good for eating. I have come to ask you to stop digging underneath the city. Why? Where we go. Give reason to stop. Do you want your people to have a future? Do you want war with the humans above? They will collapse your tunnels. They will destroy you. It considers your words for a short time, then looms tall. No. This home can stop humans if need. Maybe humans move instead. They build on food. They surprised it eaten, we stay. I have come again to ask you to stop digging underneath the city. The humans above are suffering. When humans dig, care for us? No. Why we care for them? You can move deeper beneath the city. Have been. Rock not good. Soft. Not efficient. Electric not strong. It leans back. What else? You dig under the city, right? Can you take me someplace? Maybe take. The Stitches mutters, though its scent indicates reluctance and caution. Must pay. 10 shins. What do the Stitcher use shins for? Humans sell Numenera. All self Mechela. Trade shins and other Numenera to Stitcher. Stitcher trade shins for Numenera good for dig. Melt into walls and tunnels, make stronger. That why shins. That's all for now.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
The scrawny old woman peers at you through her spectacles. Welcome back. Wanna buy anything? Let me know. We have... No, you have a penalty with everything. But still, you need a ranged weapon here. See what you have for sale. Or energy damage. Physical damage. Physical damage. There. Now you can do something at least. Well, Rin likes the last cast off. At least you didn't get too worked up because I snapped that guy's neck in front of her. That's good.
You know, Calistesius, you should settle down. Make a little town of yourselves.
Really?
You could even raise a barn or two, maybe next to a babbling brook.
I've already heard enough babbling.
Hello, Crooked Geek. A small, hollow-cheeked mutant sings a soft, wavering tune to herself. Yellow bruises discolor her skin. Wounds formed not from violence, but from malnutrition, and her prominent bones bend and twist at odd angles. Still, she smiles. She smiles at the oily water, devoid of any fish. She smiles as she arranges her empty basket beside her, and she smiles at you when she sees you standing over her. Hello, I am Crooked Geek of the Cold Canyon tribe. I haven't seen you down here before. I hope you're not here to fish. They're nibbling instead of biting today. She coughs into her cupped hands, a raw and ragged hacking that bends her double. You take her for a child at first, but after studying her features, it's clear she's in her late teens. It's only some mutation, and her bony stature, born of starvation, makes her seem childlike. Said you're part of the Cold Canyon tribe. Are they down here too? No, she says slightly. They're all gone. Either dead or gone. She still isn't meeting your eyes. There used to be a lot of us. We came here when I was a baby. Running from... She pauses, thinking. A war. Some sort of war that never ends. My parents thought we would be safe here, but the tribe died off one by one. Turns away, wiping her eyes. This city is hard on people like us. How was the city hard on your tribe? They were used to living in the wilderness, so they knew what they could eat safely. Here it's not so simple. When my mother told me that 10 people died eating tainted food before we found this fishing hole. She stares into the murky water. Then there's the disease you can catch in the city, and the hate. A lot of us were killed just for being hard to look at, I guess. Is it as hard for you to survive here as it was for your people? No, she says, smiling. I don't have a lot to eat, but I'm more resistant to sickness than my parents were. And people here know me. They leave me alone. You said everyone in your tribe is dead? Not everyone, she says, with a brave little smile. I'm here. And some of us just left for better places. I bet they're doing really well. Your real name is Crooked Geek? Sort of. My parents called me Geek, but the nickname came later. She hunches over, her eyes darting shadily from side to side. It's because I sell junk for high prices and bribe the levies to carry people off in the night. She laughs. No, not really. People call me crooked because I look twisted and broken. Damn thoughts. I wish they wouldn't, but it's okay. I am crooked, right? Do you mind that people call you crooked? Not really. I can't call them liars, can I? He smiles, but it's not the radiant thing you saw before. Are you sure you don't mind that people call you crooked? I do, she admits softly. But I won't be less crooked if they stop. Why do you think the fish aren't biting? The fish down here are pretty fast and smart. They're nibbling at the bait, then swimming away. He watches the line with a combination of hunger and weariness. It's hard for me to get to the pole in time when the rod twitches, and harder to reel in the catch. I'm not very strong. Can I try fishing with your gear? You're welcome to it, she says. Only if you do find something, could you share? She trails off, blushing. Never mind, company's better than a scrawny fish.
All right.
This thin, glowing thread pierces the surface of the water and plunges deep into the black depths, like a white line drawn in shining ink. Examine the line. You try flicking the shining string, and your finger goes right through it. Could you try catching something for me? I've had no luck today. Besides, everything down here is pretty much stronger than me. Try catching something for Crooked Geek. You pull on the line, and something in the dark below pulls back. You press your lips together and reel in your catch. A muddy cipher dangles from the end of the line. It's beautiful, Crooked Geek breathes. I was just hoping for fish. I can sell it and eat for weeks. Hand it over to Crooked Geek. You pass the cipher to her, and she squinches her eyes shut in unmitigated joy. Thank you. Use my fishing pole whenever you want. Hug on the line. You take hold of the fishing rod and begin reeling in the line. But nothing is on the hook. Might have better luck tomorrow. Oh, is this the daily thing? What's new? I met an old friend of yours named Pico.
Making a note.
You did? Pico is alive? She seizes your arm with cold, frail hands. Is he doing okay? Is he happy? She seems to see the truth in your expression and sighs. He left after someone killed his father, and he couldn't get the levies to investigate. I don't really blame him, but I wish he'd come back. I miss him. She releases your arm, and you see that her hands are trembling. I'll tell Pico you said hello. Could you? And maybe could you ask him to visit when he can? I miss him a lot.
Of course.
Didn't really tell me about him, did you? Varanov. This large and heavily muscled woman wears what appears to be rags that should have fallen apart ages ago. She looks so tired that it wouldn't be a surprise if she fell asleep on her feet. And yet, when she opens her mouth, her voice is energetic, like a little girl who's about to get a present. Hello? Can anyone hear what I'm saying? I can't make this work. Without warning, she slaps herself. I hope no one saw that. Oddly, no thoughts at all come from this woman. At least you think she has none. There's a faint whispering at the edge of your hearing, but you can't make out any words. Who are you? Are you talking to me? Her head swivels awkwardly around, trying to catch a glimpse of you. Oh, you are! My name is Varanoth, champion of the wastes. The woman flinches at the sound of the very different booming voice that comes from her own mouth. That's not my name, you stupid thing. It's Varanoth, champion of the wastes. Damn, I come from a land you've never heard of. Damn it, I guess I'm not allowed to say. So you aren't Varanoth, champion of the wastes. I'm not, but you might as well call me that, or just Varanoth. One shoulder shrugs and keeps shrugging. Keeps shrugging? I'm not actually here, I'm just talking through her, and trying to move her around. Her shoulders freezes mid-shrug. It keeps yelling over me if I talk about something I'm not supposed to, she says, lowering her voice. But maybe if I speak carefully. Her chin drops to her chest. My family explores the world using special tools. The body stabs itself with its finger pointedly. But they tell me I'm too young to help, so I waited until everyone was sleeping and, you know. The head lolls back on its neck, winking at the roof of the cavern. Are you an explorer too? I am, but not like you. Oh. No. Oh! Oh, she says. For some reason I thought that you were a champion of the wastes too. Damn it. I did it again, didn't I? Just don't tell anyone what I am, alright? What can that construct do? Well, it's really hard to break. My mother, that's who usually controls it, once got stepped on by an adult earthshaker. Just stuck her in the ground like a nail. The woman flexes a massive bicep. Am I flexing? The girl says I'm trying to flex. Anyway, it's also incredibly strong. Punch holes in mountains strong. The arm flops back to her hip. And it's not really a construct. There's no metal inside. She has blood, bones, perfect human expressions. Not that you can tell that from how I do it. The girl adds sourly. The woman's face grimaces along with her. Where did you get the construct? I was born in a storm on a battlefield at night, the woman roars. Huh? The girl says after a respectful silence. She really doesn't want me to tell you what I just tried to tell you. Why do your people explore? Our impenetrable fortress in a lost valley is falling apart. I think we should just go out into the world for real, but no, my family is afraid. The fingers on the woman's right hand wiggle, like they're playing an instrument. Her dead expression doesn't change even as the girl's voice rises. I'm not, of course, but they won't even let me use this thing. I have to sneak around, like a child. Who are you again? Can't you tell me anything about where you got this construct? Seeds, the girl blurts. Oh, she let me say it. But I probably won't get away with more. Sorry. Farewell. Oh, farewell.
All right.
Trust and honesty are our bonds. Let's go all. You and me.
Pico! I'm not even sure what I'm trying to convince you of. Mother Temas, an old midwife in Cliff's Edge, asked me to assist one of her wayward children, a young man named Pico who is struggling with a difficult choice. If I can help Pico make his decision, Temas will return a piece of my call to me, fashioned into something valuable. Okay, so we just need to help him decide.
You know, Calistesius, you should settle down. Make a little town of yourselves.
Really?
You can even raise a barn or two, maybe next to a babbling brook.
He toys with his hands, studying the entrance to the chirurgical parlor from beneath his lowered brow. You're back, he says. Tension ripples through the studied calm of his voice. Good. I want to help you decide what to do with that money. I talked to Crooked Keek. He misses you. That's where you went? He says. That's what you think will help me? I left them for a reason. I told you why. He hangs his head. I miss her too, he admits. But I'm not going back. Not ever. She doesn't need me, and there's no way I'd go back for anything else. Two people can earn money fast easier than one. 70%, are you kidding me? I need to get more persuasion. Holy shit. Nice.
Making a note.
I hadn't thought of that, he said. When I left, I was just a kid. Now I can teach her where the work is. We can save up twice as much money in half the time. He casts one more longing look at the parlor and nods at you. Thank you for everything you've done. It couldn't have been easy.
I'm ready. I'm always ready.
Oh, we can talk to these bitches. Hey, Gibbs. I did beat that quick. It was super short. To be honest. Well, I don't really know what I think about the story in this one, because I honestly don't really like making up my mind about the story until it's I finished it, but the gameplay is infinitely better. And this is also the one I've mentioned briefly at times, where instead of having like dice rolls only, or like persuasion and stuff like that, you have a pool of might, speed, and intellect points that you spend to increase your chances. And those points, you can get them back by resting or using items that are basically like potions. So it's it's much more like deterministic because of that, and I really like this system. And the game is pretty well designed with what you can do with them as well, in combat and stuff as well. There's no other game that really does it the same way that this game does it. Surprise briefly registers on the cultist's face when she sees your tattoo. Then she inclines her head respectfully. Beloved Vessel, I don't believe we've met before. Casmine and Mimion know you're visiting us? I think someone may have looted that ruined house against the cliff. See who it was? Yes, the cultist says. A mischievous expression crosses her face, but I wonder if I can convince you to share something with us in exchange for our help. She ignores the startled looks from her fellow cultists. Will you tell us about your birth? Very well. Yikes. Very well. I awoke miles above the world, falling to my death. You can't be serious, she says, blanching. Yes, no one could have survived, but I did. Clearly, she manages. None of you were lucky enough to wake up in bed, were you? She clears her throat. Well, a deal's a deal.
Making a note.
We did see someone looking around the rubble before you arrived, she says, glancing toward the pile of rubble. Dirty children, orphans perhaps, were digging through the ruins. I believe they took some food and valuables, but we were trying not to stare. Who lived in that ruined house against the cliff? A man, she says, but we don't know his name or where he is now. He always took great care to avoid us. You seem less deferential than some of the other cultists. Why? Not all of us revere your father, she says carefully. We simply honor him for his boundless wisdom and bottomless knowledge. We wish to emulate him. She clears her throat, but worship him, no. Who are Casmine and Mimion? They represent those of us who honor the changing god. She inclines her head to you. Again. Your eternal father. They can be found in Circus Minor. Good day to you. Other ones have anything to say? Oh, I'm not much of a talker, but I like listening. Squirms.
Comes the boredom slayer.
Ready.
If anything, her angry muttering has intensified. She drags the chain of beads between her knuckles, staring into space. "What now, my lad?" she says. "I need to talk to you about Pico." "Aye? What of him?" "I've solved his problem." "Have you?" Mother Temas's eyes unfocus, and her fingers trace the borders of the hollow bead. "Mayhap you did," she says at last. "The lad slaved to earn that money. Mayhap he and that girl will pool their shins and escape the underbelly together. Or maybe they'll die there, hand in hand." She shakes her head. "I know you did what you thought was right. Clan can be comfort, though. They're often a tangle of their own. The lad scarcely needs more." She roots about in a saddlebag, hanging at her hip. "Take the call, lad. You earned it."
I'm ready to learn something new.
Call shield. Okay. +2 might pool shield. Off with you. You've done enough here. Which is interesting because you don't use you don't use might for the one-handed weapons I have anyway. Level up. Extra effort. Ability or skill? Oh, this is difficult. But we'll take anamnesis. Because as soon as possible, that means we'll get more flashbacks. And those are honestly the most interesting things. We can still manage persuasion, we can still manage the other ones. Well, I guess this is just a skill bonus to it. But we'll take it anyway. I don't know. It might also make you
I understand now.
trigger them more often, but I don't think so. Whatever.
Why did you split yourself anyway?
I didn't split, dear. I simply overcame the borders of reality.
That seems like a lot of work to find a friend.
We shall see.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. This facade is all that remains of a house. The rest has collapsed into the sea, hundreds of meters below. But I did not like Planescape, to be honest.
Yes.
Yeah, that's something I could do.
It had too many issues,
Yes.
and I didn't think the story was actually particularly good. The writing was good, but the story wasn't good. Partially hidden in the trash of the dump is a frightened Stitches, though it doesn't look like the other Stitcher you've seen. Its chitin is thin and soft, and its claws are small and malformed. It stares at you from its hiding place, chittering. Because of its physical deformities, you can barely understand its speech. Don't hurt, not tell. What is a Stitches doing up here? It clicks and scents resolve themselves into words in your head. Tunnel live, below, but bad claw not dig, not eat, no home, stitch a family. And the scent it uses is one of desolation and abandonment, a great void within the earth. Send above ground to die. You were sent up here by the other Stitcher. Why?
Making a note.
It holds up its malformed claws. Not good. It presses its shell, which bends like leather. Soft like grub. Not strong. Not dig. Not eat. No worth. Trash. Rubble. Not even Nell Tunnel. Ditch a dig for food? What do you eat? It makes a digging motion, dragging his claws against the ground. Then with his other, fans his stubby talons like something miming a bright flash. Dig makes sparks. Eat sparks. Not dig, not make sparks. Not eat. hunger. If you can't make sparks to eat, why haven't you starved to death up here? It points down the alley. Baby brown grub feed. It shows you a heap of small electrical devices, all drained of energy. Spark shells, sparked you. It points to itself and smells of flint and steel. Eat. It sent its gratitude. Is the burrowing of the Stitcher responsible for making the houses collapse here? It nods and chitters. Stitcher no care grub homes break. No dig, Stitcher die. It taps its chest. Not dig, no claws. No grub home break. What are you doing in this garbage dump? Yellow shell grub steel. Leave here. It emits a fierce scent of rotten air and underwater floods. Not speak. Dangerous. Are you the Stitches everyone is looking for? It waves its deformed claws in affirmation. The scent of mud, sadness wafts from it. A man with yellow shell left you in Cliff's Edge. You mean a man with yellow skin?
Updated my journal.
Its odor becomes strong, hard rock, mixed with veins of ancient metals. Intense affirmation. Farewell. Safe return.
Learning begets doing. Or is it the other way?
Making a note.
A scrawny boy in rags reaches out to you as you pass. Sir, please sir. I know you saw the Stitches hiding in the midden. Please don't tell anyone about him, sir. He's not doing anyone any harm. You saw his hands. They're like human hands. He can't dig like the others. It's not him that's bringing down the houses. What is this Stitches to you? We found him, sir, my sisters and I, and he was so pitiful. Near to starving, near to dying. We've been feeding him old devices and power cells ever since, but we've got to get him out of here. We've got to get him out of there. The neighbors will find him soon, and that'll be the end of him. Thoughts. His family, every bit as much as Nimmer and Davina. Feed him power cells. Stitcher eat electrical energy, and we can't find nearly enough. He's starving. Do you have a plan to help him escape? No, sir. We can't just walk him down the street or that fat little lord would see him. Not to mention the neighbors. And they'd kill him for sure. I won't tell anyone. Your secret is safe with me. Thank you, sir. You're a lifesaver, sir. Now, if only we could get him to safety. Maybe I can find a way to get him out of here. Could you, sir? That would be wonderful. If you can find the other Stitcher, maybe they'd help him escape. I heard some of them are down in the underbelly, but I've never seen them myself. I'll try. Thank you. He smiles. I had a feeling I could trust you.
Of course.
The girl stands outside a crumbling old house, playing the flute. She wears a simple dress, and her golden hair falls past her shoulders. The melody she plays is gentle and soft, but it somehow carries to every corner of the street. As you approach, she stops playing and smiles up at you with large green eyes. Chins for a song, sir? How much? It's 8 chins for a sad song, 12 for a happy song. Why are sad songs cheaper than happy songs? Because there are more of them, sir. Here's 12. Play me a happy song. Thank you, sir. This one should give you a lift. Sick.
That's the stuff.
Here's 8. Play me a sad song. Thank you, sir. This one will break your heart. Are we gonna get the debuff now?
That's the stuff.
Can I ask you some questions? Alright. Do you feel the same way Zeb does about the stitches? The poor thing. We're all taking care of it. The other Stitch abandoned it, so now it has no family except us. She leans in. Please don't tell anyone about it. Zeb would die if anything happened to it. Is this your house? Who lives here? Zeb and Nim and I live here. It's their father's house. He's away. She looks back at the house. I wish he'd come back and fix it. I think it's going to fall down soon. Where did Zeb's father go? He said he was going to work for someone named the Memovira in the Bloom. He was going to be a guard. He said he would come back every now and then, but he hasn't. I don't know what's happened to him. The house is in bad shape. She points to cracks around the base of the walls. Those weren't here before, and they're getting wider. We don't go inside anymore except to wash or dress. Then we come right back out. Tell me about Zeb and Nim. They're my friends. They miss their dad a lot, but we still have fun. Zeb watches out for us, and I'm teaching Nim to play the flute. Tell me about yourself. I was from outside the city, but I've been here with Zeb and Nim since before their dad went away. So now I'm from here. Yeah. Have you ever heard of the House of Empty Time? It's a place where children with no family can go to find parents who love them. Someone saw children playing in the ruins of a collapsed house. Was that you? She nods, unashamed. That was Zeb and me. We got some food that would have gone bad anyway. I found something even better. Her lower lip sticks out, but it's mine. You don't have to show me, but can you tell me what it was? Oh, it's okay. I'll show you. She takes something small out of her pocket and shows it to you. It looks like a small metallic cube, but there's something off about the geometry, as if you weren't quite seeing it in perspective. It's a trick box. I don't know why, but it just felt right when I picked it up. It twists it gently, this way and that way, but the box remains sealed. You can faintly hear something rattling about inside. I haven't figured it out how to open it yet, but I will. It's lovely, and I'm sure you'll find the trick of it soon. Good luck.
Making a note.
Thank you. I think it's beautiful. The boy salutes you as you approach. Good to see you again, sir. How can I help you? Have you and your friends been peeking through the ruins near the chirurgical parlor?
Making a note.
He nods. That was us. I found some food, but we already ate it. And Navina's got some kind of Numenera box. Covers his mouth. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that. You're not going to take it away from her, are you? Don't worry about it. Let me ask you something else. Okay. Is this your house? It doesn't look safe. We know. That's why we stay outside most of the time. Ever since Avina noticed some cracks around the walls. We only go in there to change clothes and stuff. Tell me about your family. He ducks his head. Yes, sir. There's 4 of us, counting my father. But he's gone to the Bloom, and we don't know when he'll be back. Thoughts. Huh. I guess I really do think of him as family. I wish we could do more for him. I'm Zeband. He points towards a little girl kicking a rock in a circle, and an older girl who is playing a flute. You notice that they look considerably more well-fed than Zeb. That's Nim, my little sister. The girl with the flute is Avina. She's not actually our sister, but she's still family. And there's no one else. That's it. Tell me about your father. What's his name? How long has he been in the Bloom? His name is Zeb too. Zebak Uralao. And it's been a year at least. He went to work for the Memovira. For a while he sent Chins back, but then they stopped. Haven't heard from him since. He squirms uncomfortable. The bloom's like that, though. Sometimes he doesn't let anything out. I figure he's just waiting till it opens up again. Thoughts. What if he's... No, he's fine. I'm sure of it. What do you know about the bloom? My dad always called it a schist hole. But he said it was a schist hole full of shins. So he was gonna pull up his boots and wade in. He shrugs. I don't know much else about it. They say it's a monster and people live inside. You can see it from the caravanserai. But they don't let anyone down there. Well, they don't let me down there anyway. Thoughts. It looks scary to me. I can't believe Dad went down there. What do you know about the Memovira? She's the boss in the bloom. The mayor or something. My dad works for her. He's one of her guards. I'm okay. This life must be hard on her. He's okay. Doesn't know anything else really. She misses our dad though. His eyes cloud. She never really knew our mom, so at least she doesn't miss her. Tell me about Avina. She's been with us since before Dad left, but she's never said where she came from. Maybe she doesn't know. He looks across at Avina. I'm glad she's here. She notices things. Better lookout than I am. And she catches a lot of shins with that flute of hers too.
Yes.
It is done.
I didn't want to promise them any electric stuff.
Calistesias, sometimes I think your other yous threaten me. And you're
Look, look! It's one of the Death Cheater's vessels. Ah, can it be?
You weren't also
What fortune, what joy!
maybe?
Casmine will want to see you, vessel, and Mimian too.
and it was just a
Then it was just a dream, dear. You're safe from me in every world. Oh, well, whatever. I have to be right back. There we go.
Ready.
We left this. Oh, we need a tidal surge to deal with that guy.
Yes. Now.
Now this game is just like Planescape Torment in
On it.
the design of each area. You've got like a very loose
Yes.
objective. And there are like 400 million named NPCs. And they all have side quests. Why am I going here? What am I doing? Why did I go here? Right. Going here to talk to Sigyn. This woman is dressed much like the levies who flank her, but unlike them, her expression is sober and alert. Her hair is cut short, corners of her eyes wrinkled with crow's feet. A little swarm of mechanical drones circle around her, buzzing messages in her ears. She whispers replies in return, and every so often one of them whisks away, disappearing into the city. What is it, citizen? She pauses, eyes darting to your tattoo, then to your face. No, you're the one they call Adon. I heard you were in the city. You sense a sudden wariness in her. It's been 10 years since your last visit. I was too young to know you then, but the drones remember. What do the drones remember about me? On cue, two of her attendant drones dip close to her ear, emitting a stream of raspy noise that might be some sort of language. You kept to your own affairs, but everywhere you went, that city held its breath. People deferred to you, even the ones with power and influence. You look the same as you do now, exactly the same. I want to know why. And if you don't mind telling me, I want to know what you're doing in Stegas now. Thoughts. The stories they tell me are troubling. I'll have to keep an eye on this one. I'm trying to escape a creature that's hunting. Smoking tendrils, grasping talons, and towering nebulous shape. She sees the look on your face and nods. I've seen it, but only through the eyes of a drone. Not long ago it killed a man in the streets, a man with the same mark you bear. If anyone else knew, there'd be panic, even if it's only hunting. People like you, I haven't told anyone, not even the council. Another drone swoops past you, stopping just short of the woman's head. It unleashes a series of raspy buzzes and squawks. She whispers something to it, then glances back in your direction. What was it you wanted? Who are you? Sigyn, captain of levies. I am not a levy myself, but I command them. What were you saying to those drones? They carry my orders to levies all over the city, and they bring reports from the levies back to me. He reaches out a hand, and one of the drones buzzes something unintelligible. A few years ago, the Aeon priests found them buried underground and brought them back to life. I learned their language, so our conversations are safe from prying eyes. What's in this building behind you? She frowns. How is it that you don't recognize the seat of government? I know you lived here for a time. I must learn more about these cast-offs. Something isn't right about them. To tell the truth, I've lost my memory. You've lost more than that. I have seen images of you. Though the eyes of the drone, 10 years ago you moved differently. Carried yourself like a king in the steadfast. Lost your soul. Or gained one. He's not who he was. That's a pain I understand all too well. I don't mean to be harsh. She gives you a faint smile. Thank you for being honest with me. She waves a hand at the doors behind her. The council meets in there, a representative from every slave family, and from some of the guilds, depending on who is in favor. Hardly anyone goes in through these doors, though they're just a formality. Most people have other ways of getting inside and out. I've never seen a building like this before. What is it? They say it's a ship, built by the ancients to sail the void between worlds. Now the crag grips it tight, like an old husband holds his wife, and it'll never sail free again. What are levies? She gestures at the two burly, smiling men to her left and right. They look like identical twins. Soldiers in the council's service. They keep order in the city. Her lips purse briefly, but she continues. Every citizen is required to raise a levy for the city's defense. Price is a year of their lives. How are levies raised? Anyone who lives in the city can become a citizen at 16 years of age, or the equivalent if they're not human. There's only one requirement. They step into a machine at the order of truth, and it takes away a year of the citizen's life. It uses that year to create a levy. She lowers her voice, seemingly for the benefit of the levies standing beside her. That 1 year is all a levy gets. When it's over, they die. The levies seem awfully happy. A smile and a pleasant demeanor could have 100 explanations, yet this whole city is fooled by them. She shakes her head. I know the levies better than anyone, so the truth is plain to me, though I'd be lying if I claimed to truly understand them. If I only had a year to live that wasn't my own, I wouldn't be happy either. Are you sure the levies aren't happy? They only seem so. Her face is flat, unreadable. They're not. Do your levies keep every district safe? No, she frowns. Underbelly lives under its own law. Cliff's Edge lives under no laws at all. If the levies don't keep order in Underbelly, then who does? A man called Folsom. He hesitates, giving you an appraising look, and leans a little closer. When the council decides that something can only be accomplished by alternative means, they go to him, and he finds the right people to help. In return, they let him do as he likes. They let him do as he likes in Underbelly. Why don't you send any levies to Cliff's Edge? The truth? She glances at the door behind her. The council fears the Memovira, the criminal boss of the Bloom. Her power in the city is getting stronger, and she's always had support in Cliff's Edge. I'm not allowed to send patrols there anymore. They didn't tell me why, but I can guess. They're showing the Memovira that she can do as she likes in Cliff's Edge. I had other questions. Farewell. The smooth metal door has no apparent handle or hinge. Entry must be controlled from within. Inside.
Let's go.
Trash is piled against this building as someone has been sweeping the square each day and leaving all the detritus here.
Learning, I guess.
Some plodder in a hood gave us 10 chins to watch for some lady in a silver belt. What?
All right.
This woman seems to be absorbed by what she's doing. Blue eyes narrowed in concentration. You realize that she's the nicest looking person you've seen in a while and feel almost compelled to approach her. She shakes out the golden cloth she's examining and holds it up to the light. Such beautiful colors, she murmurs. She meets your gaze. It would look lovely on you. In fact, she leans back for a moment and looks you up and down pensively. She nods once to herself as if pleased. As I thought. No touch of a miserly nature in you. She offers you a sweet, shy smile. We're going to get along just fine. And you, she turns to Rin, crouching down so they're on the same level. Wait, what's this? She reaches behind Rin's ear. When Rin turns to look at what she's doing, Alison taps her lightly on the nose. Rin laughs. Alison smiles. Such a gem. Yours? She glances up at you. Her expression softens as he looks on your face. Softens at the look on your face. She stands and takes your hands in hers. You're a good person, she says simply, looking into your eyes as if willing to believe it. Then she lets go. A foster girl. So few are willing to open their hearts these days. Who are you? My name is Alison Perry. You can call me Alison if you like. She offers a tentative smile. I'm a chirurgeon, but I work mostly with children. You know, healing scrapped knees and the occasional broken bone. We're lucky here in Segas that it's rarely anything more serious. So many children need my help. Too many. Why can't I ask you to take a look at her head? What are you doing? Waiting for an appointment. Can you tell me about this place? Of course. This is Government Square, home to the City Council and the Order of Truth. The rest is embassies and city records. But you might enjoy a stop at the Red Thicket. He points to a red stone enclosure nearby. He smiles at you briefly, or you might not. It's a place where secrets are traded, and having few secrets of my own, I make a poor visitor. I heard that you're the keeper of the House of Empty Time. Ah. She glances at Rin, then bows her head for some moments before meeting your gaze again. What do you want to know? A home for the girl? Perhaps, perhaps. Why is the House of Empty Time a secret? Because it's not the strongest system in the world. No one knows how many trips the old thing can stand, so we use it only for those who really have nowhere else to go. Her face hardens. If everyone knew about it, some of them would treat it the same way they do other orphanages. We'd find babies dumped in boxes, small children left crying with nothing but the clothes on their backs. She realizes Rin is watching her in growing horror and makes an obvious effort to stop herself. She breathes deeply, then smiles at Rin, though you can see her hands are shaking slightly with the effort of controlling her anger. So we keep the gate for children who really need it. Do you understand? You mean orphans? She watches the way you and Alison are looking at her. Good thing I'm not one then. Alison smiles but says nothing. I often forget how the truth can affect children. Still, it's better than lying. How does the House of Empty Time work? A child enters the gate and emerges in another time to find a new family waiting for them. Willing parents register, keep her in their own time period, and after rigorous questioning, have their names added to the gate itself. After that, she shrugs. Who knows? The children have loving families, and those families have children to love. Why are you in charge of the House of Empty Time? Because I walked through it. He smiles at your reaction. So yes, I was an orphan, and yes, I am from another time, one much earlier than the present. As a child, I had the unique pleasure of being able to read history books and imagine what my real parents, that my real parents were the heroes of ages past. Her smile dims. And before you ask, my parents in this time are dead, but we spent many happy years together, and I will always be thankful for the life they gave. As for the gate itself, she looks at it fondly. What, there's a gate here? When I am dead, or hopefully before, it will choose a new guardian, those who have passed through it, and I'll have someone to keep me company through the end of my days. Not a bad bargain, all told. You think you can help Rin? What way? She gazes at the girl for a long moment, fingering her chestnut hair. The slaver, Palmagur, is looking for a girl with dark curly hair and a head wound. Alison drops Rin's curls and shakes her head. I can't help you, I'm sorry. But I can't risk angering the slavers. They could destroy the gate if they choose. Find a way to free Rin, then perhaps we can talk again. Could I adopt a child? A new brother or sister? Wouldn't that be wonderful, she says to Rin. At the girl's frown, she laughs. I'm afraid not, she says, turning her attention back to you. One of the main requirements for adoption is a stable environment. If you ever decide to settle in Sagus, then we can talk. Farewell. Aw, I don't get to adopt an army of children to throw at enemies.
All right.
That's so sad. Got to head out, Cashman. Alright, dude. See ya, dude. See you tomorrow. Probably. Grabs her wrists and stops walking. She's trembling, staring at a wild-haired animal. Staring at a wild-haired woman at the top of the platform.
It's her. Don't take me up there. Don't make me go back to her.
She looks at you, her eyes wide and pleading. Who is she? He's what's the word? He steals people. Her tone is low, and she keeps herself partially hidden behind you. It's clear she doesn't want to attract attention. She found me, that I was her property. Those thugs who were looking for me. She sent them. But I won't go back. I'm never going back. She meets your gaze. You won't let her have me, right? Don't worry, I'll figure out some way to solve this amicably. Alright. She seems cautious but trusting.
On it.
As you approach this group, the wild-haired woman eyes you speculatively and whispers something to her companions. They burst out laughing. A slight smirk plays about her lips. A breathing mask dangles from her cord around her neck. You can see where it has cut permanent grooves into her face. She spots Rin, and her face becomes carefully blank. You brought my little bird back to me. I see. Send her off over there, and I'll see that you're well compensated. I have information you want cast off. He's a fresh one. I can smell it on him. Thoughts?
Making a note.
I don't want to go, she whispers. We need to talk about this, Toll. No, we don't. Just give me the girl and... She puts her hand to her face. Fine, fine. I didn't want to tell you this, but damn it. She grits her teeth. Here's my dirty secret. And if you tell anyone, I'll burn your flesh and scatter your bones. I'm a cast-off like you. You want to know why I want the girl? It's because she helps control the tides in me. Keeps them from slipping out into the world. Without Rin, everyone around me gets hurt, or even killed. If I use an adult for this, they die. So here's the deal. Give me the kid. I'll teach you how to control your tides better. Don't? And, well, let's not get into it, don't, eh? She holds out her hand to Rin. No deal. Have to settle this some other way. No, the time for talk is over. She stares at you, and you feel a sudden swirling in your psyche, a cacophony of dueling emotions. She's doing something with the tides, filling you with sickness and despair, the overwhelming compulsion to lie down and sob. She sobs, a grim smile on her face. You want an example of what cast-offs can do? You want to know why I want the girl? She stops me from doing that. Now give her to me. Did you just use the tides on me? Is that what you do to Rin? Frequently, she smirks. Do you have a problem with it? It's better than the alternative. I'm not a leech or a killer. I'm not. Slaving Rin is destroying her life and her potential anyway. One way or another, you're killing her. Seems to me you could use your tithes to exact some justice. Enslaving Rin is destroying her life and her potential anyway. One way or another, you're killing her. She's prepared an angry retort, but it dies on her lips. I don't... No. I'll let her go when... Damn it. So how can you justify keeping Rin in your custody? Release your claim. Failure? 80%, motherfucker. How can I justify it? Because nothing you've said has been particularly convincing. You want Rin? Here's my answer. No. She looks you insolently up and down. Especially not for someone who claims to be our bastard of a sire. Give up the girl, now. I'm not giving her to you, and I'll make you bleed if you try to take her. She feels the violence building in the space between you and Toll, the tension that precedes bloodshed. She whimpers a little. Don't hurt anyone, she says. Not for me. Listen to the girl. Her thugs loosen their weapons at some signal from Toll. We don't need to shed any blood here. You know, I think Rin's freedom is worth a little blood. As you wish. With a flash, her weapon is in her hand and her thugs leap into the fray. Savages! I'm surrounded by savages! Headaches, migraines, all sizes and
Need
severities.
to shake this.
I think I need to lie down.
Wait. Yeah. No one saw that. Did they? Good.
Just what I needed.
Oh, Eritis didn't get hit? That sucks to ass. What? Immobilized? Okay. I see. Calisteg's turn. Tol Magur. I feel like we should focus on you. Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean out of range? You're shitting
I
me?
think that's best.
Okay, and cancel that. Great. Actually does a lot of damage.
I'm faltering. I'm hurt.
Fucking destroyed the shit out of me, dude.
this is, but I like it.
Oh, it's AoE? I'll take that. Use movement.
Thank you.
That does 7 damage. Does 6 damage. It also depends on what mental damage does.
I missed.
Oh, motherfucker. Elistige's turn. Blast.
Doing begets learning, I guess.
God damn. Ah! Oh, hobbled. What are you doing?
I need to shake this.
Oh, nice. Waste the turn.
I don't feel right. Is that normal here?
No! Oh, fuck. It auto skip to the next turn. G's down. Rin's turn. Fuck him up. I like how she's like my best DPS character all of a sudden.
I'm faltering. I'm hurt.
Miss. Very cool, very cool. That's just what I needed.
That's the stuff. I need help.
Oh, I almost did it again.
I can breathe again.
I'll come back here.
I don't know what this is, but I like it.
Fuck you. Now, Rin, I need you
Trust
to...
and honesty are our bonds.
Well, you can't annihilate this guy. You don't have enough points.
I need to shake this.
Sound is really weird. I doubt we can kill this guy. Yeah, no. What about that guy?
That's strange.
Miss.
I missed.
honesty are our bonds. What am I doing wrong?
Oh! Knocked it off, dude. Hello. What are you doing? You can't actually get there for some reason? Oh, am I immobilized? I might be immobilized.
Try this out.
Hey, sounds OP. Holy shit. Rin's opinion of you has improved. You stand over Toll's body. You can already see her flesh knitting itself back together. She's a cast-off, just like you, and she's going to come back to life. That is, unless you do something about it. You could send her a message, maybe scar her flesh, but unless you destroy her body utterly, she's going to revive. But you could also choose to leave her here. Perhaps she'll be in a forgiving mood when she wakes up. But whatever you decide, you should do it quick. Throw her body into the nearby ravine. Hack the body into pieces. Carve an insult into her flesh, or a threat into her flesh. Leave the body alone. You turn away from Toll's body. It's already started to knit itself together. I wish you hadn't killed her. But she's not dead, right? Better to leave her alone then. I've tried mercy in the past, dear. It didn't work. Do you think I was always this hard-hearted? A multitude of Calistiges shrug. But have it your ways, I suppose. Yes, let's go. We have an adventure waiting for us. I don't want to set that kind of example. You walk briskly away from Toll's corpse. She'll be back, and maybe she'll remember that you chose to let her live.
Yes.
Got some cruise bows. Got the great sword.
Ready.
Got a maul. Shifting whispers oddity.
On it.
First time I've killed her. Last time I was a lot better at
Of course.
persuading. Improved skill. Running. Initiative, endurance. Healing, smashing. This finely honed ability to break things. Yep. You have reached Tier 2. Abilities unlocked: Elbow Grease, +5 bonus gain from each level of effort spent on smashing or quick finger tasks. Kinetic Overdrive, gain +3 might pool, +3 speed pool. Wow. Oh, do I have to pick one? Is that how it works? Like, pool is nice, but I'm not a huge fan of pool. Edge is where it's at. Pool Like, edge feels like that's what you want for fighting. And pool is just for doing things. Spell Swoop. Attack an arc in front of you, dealing weapon damage to all enemies who fail to evade. Hook. Snare a target with a grappling hook and pull them toward you. No, take the AoE. Inability confers a -15 penalty on attacks of type. Negr's clubs, pistols. He is using a greatsword, so he needs heavy weapons. Otherwise, that penalty is just gonna take that out. Like if we have this is 15 and we have that at 0, then we get plus 0%. Now we get 15% instead. Now we have 30. Unless it doesn't work that way, of course. I want to be tier 2 as well. Okay, we got both of these. That's nice. We only had to pick the skill, active skill.
I like your dress. It's very colorful.
Do you, dear? It was always my favorite.
It makes you and all the different yous look like a flock of giant birds.
Your first compliment was sufficient, thank you.
Sneak into the Stitcher lair. Find the book Falena claims I borrowed.
I'm ready. I'm open.
Please.
I'm going.
The eyes it creeps into everything, our homes, our hearts, our heads, and cracks them each time. Something.
You bet.
Can't talk to them. Can't talk to the devourer of wrongs either. Pacing the edges of the crowd is a paunchy old soldier with a swaggering stride. At the moment, however, his jauntiness seems overshadowed by worry, and he alternates between watching the execution and searching the crowd as if looking for a miracle. Then his eyes light on you. I've never seen his face before. This might just be the break I need. I say, you look like someone who believes in justice.
Say, you look like someone who believes in justice. How'd you like to help a poor soul wrongfully condemned?
What kind of help do you need? I don't need anything, but my friend there on the platform is dying. The nightmares his executioners have induced in him spill from him with every line he speaks, and wrap around him like a snake. He glances at the execution. For 3 days the coils have wrapped around him, tighter and tighter. Today they will choke the life out of him. I cannot imagine a more horrible way to die. He pauses. Well, that's not true. I have an imagination that would shame a sailor. He leans in. You'll need to be swift and willing to hold justice above law. But there is a way to save him, if you will hear me out. Who are you? Captain Lanshan Tiber, retired. He says with a little bow, extremely retired. Once a soldier of fortune, now its plaything. He takes another look at Riz, but my story can wait. Saving Riz's life comes first. Why is your friend being executed? A misunderstanding, he says, waving a dismissive hand. Riz and I were hired to deliver some expensive brandy to an out-of-town buyer. He breathes a sigh, weighing with disgust and regret. Would you believe that the bottles were stuffed with state secrets? Riz was accused of selling information to the enemies of Sega's cliffs. They called him a traitor. It was a travesty, he growls, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. The poor lad had no idea what was in there. Tragic. If he'd known, he might have escaped too. Then he wouldn't be in this mess. But you did, right? Well, he says, studying the air above your shoulder. There's a place for talking about what I know and what I don't. This isn't that place. He clears his throat. If you were part of the scheme, why aren't you up there with him? Luck, he says, shrugging. I was taking a piss when they came for him. Went through the back window and scampered up to the roof. He shakes his head. I watched poor Riz being led away from my hiding spot. Swore I'd get him free. I hope it's a promise I can keep. Why are you helping Riz? A friendship is not reason enough, he declares. Then his shoulders sag and he hangs his head. Actually, truth to tell, there's more to it than that. I'm partly to blame for him being up there, and guilt's a strong motivator, eh? What's your plan? A simple one, but it requires nerve. Listen. He lowers his voice. It would be nothing for someone of your noble demeanor to masquerade as a city official and ask the council clerk for an archived copy of an old stay of execution. Once you have it, I'll write out a fresh one and add Riz's name. Then we'll present it to the overseer here, and poor Riz will be set free. He spreads his hands. There you have it. A foolproof, risk-free plan. I mean, it sounds like... if anything, they should, like, trade places. It sounds like an extremely risky plan. Nonsense, he says, waving a hand. It couldn't be simpler. Just be calm, confident, and wear a winning smile. He gives you a winning smile. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Have a heart, he says, shaking his head in disbelief. Can you really walk away when it's in your power to save a man's life? I'm certain. Farewell. I don't see how he's at all innocent. Maybe he got tricked by you.
Action! Here I come!
Oh, you leveled up? Increase skill. Healing. Plus 5 bonus points per level healed when healing ability or item is used. That's pretty damn big. Let's grab that. Why do you keep spamming the same banter over and over and over again? I never want to hear the same one again, ever. In front of you is a wary traveler whose grim visage is mostly obscured by a pointy hat. Upon closer inspection, lines on his face indicate he has seen much and has many tales to tell. Hello there, friend, he says. Here to see the Nuchthermon, my friend, in the cage over there, or are you just looking to spend a word or two? I have some questions about your Nycthemeron. He's far from mine friend, El Jinto says with a raspy chuckle, as you'll likely see if I get too close to his cage. He tips his hat at you. Go on, ask your questions. What is a Nycthemeron anyway? A biomechanical union of stubborn curiosity and frothing malice. He says, who made them, no one can say, but they cannot be trusted or befriended. Cross their paths or thwart their incomprehensible whims, and they'll kill you if they can. Wait, to call the creature a he, is it male? Could be female, or genderless, or many-gendered, who can say? I have our friend imprisoned, and I feel better about the fact if I don't call him it. How did you capture the creature? I suppose you could blame luck, he says. Little early to call it good or bad, though. His eyes seek the sky as he begins his story. I was working on, well, call it a trap, in a valley, through some nameless ruin. Kanadu was off hunting for dinner, and I work in a daze. Always do when I'm concentrating. A smile flits across his face. Near sunset, the trap was still in pieces, and I heard Kanadu roaring my name. I turned just in time to see our guest bearing down on me. The creature's volley of molten energy cracked off the personal barrier I'd left active while building the trap, but I knew it couldn't hold. Then Kanadu leapt off the valley edge onto the Nycthemeron's back, bashing it with his hammer. It shrieked, and then night fell, and the creature went still. El Jinto shrugs. It worked. A touch frantically, I admit, to finish the trap. It hadn't been designed for our guest, but as you can see, he gestures at the creature. It worked. Lucky it did. It gives me a lot of confidence for our trip back to Ori, too. How did you get the creature into the city? A fair question, he says, casting a lazy glance back at the cage. But a longer answer and not as interesting as I'd like. So let's just say that the trap is more, collapsible than it appears. What do you plan on doing with the Nycthemeron when you're done showing it off? We're likely to release it and run as if every kind of demon in the world is after us. We're not trappers, see, we're explorers, and we're only in this to save up some coin for a journey across a long patch of ground. He rubs the back of his neck. Not that our motives make much difference to our guests. He'll want to boil our skins once we let him go. And I can't say I blame him. We should do it at night, but even then I expect he'll try to kill us. I want to ask about something else. I'm looking for someone who can repair a complicated device. It must be in desperate shape if you're patrolling the circus, talking to strangers. He says, do you have a piece of the device? Might be that I can offer my opinion. The man's face carries the impenetrable nonchalance of a lifelong gambler, but even so you spot a hint of curiosity, hunger even deep in his glittering eyes. A new device? Perhaps I could use it to improve the trap. Yes, I have this shard of crystal. He accepts the crystal shard with great care, turning it over and over in his cracked hands. In the silence, you catch a hint of wood smoke, and notice that his eyes have turned slate grey. Living crystal, he mutters at last, seeking a greater whole. Still warm, maybe alive, maybe thinking. He hands the shard back to you with a touch of regret. Interesting piece of tech, but not one I know much about. Sorry, friend. Try asking around some more. Not a piece of tech I can use either. Ah, well. This large, bald, broad-shouldered man turns to face you. You freeze. It's not his dark cloak or his sledgehammer. It's that beneath his mustache and goatee he is so ugly that he'd scare his own mother in a dark alley. He gives you an abrupt nod, and you get the distinct impression that here stands a man who enjoys the boredom of standing guard and the company of his own thoughts. Slow day. Good. Nothing wrong with a slow day. Nothing to see here unless you pay El Jinto, he says when it's clear that you aren't moving on. With that, he returns his gaze to the distant sea. Farewell. Yeah, I wasn't trying to talk to that guy.
Learning, I guess.
Talk to El Jinto. I want to see the creature up close. Your curiosity does you credit, friend. It will only cost you 25 chins. That's too much. I'm the only one in line. How about 10 chins? Here's your money. Worth every shin, I promise, he says, pocketing your admission fee. Visit our guest whenever you're ready.
Yes. Now.
The cage in which the creature floats is a simple frame that contains a shimmering, nearly transparent cylinder of energy. It emits a low hum, barely audible, that sets your teeth on edge. The container is a delicate filigree, ornate materials, with no apparent controls. But surely they must be hidden somewhere in the traceries, protrusions of the wirework. You approach the cage cautiously. The monster within looks like a fungal blob mated with a muscular ichthyoid. Ichthyoid. Its multiple tentacles terminate in syringes, needles, and injectors. This mass sits atop and is integrated with a floating orb of some type. It seems to be both mechanical and biological, with one system flowing smoothly into the next, a creation from some mad nightmare. The energy field darkens protectively and automatically as the creature throws itself at its walls, crashing and striking mindlessly with its needle-tipped tentacles. The darkening is almost a strobe-like effect. As you watch, one of its tentacles coils back and blasts furious plasma at the walls of its cage. The cage holds, but the shields dim to prevent any radiation from the blast from escaping. Examine the cage. The cage appears to be made of a mixture of synth, spun strong glass, and a lightweight metal, intricately embroidered to create mind-wrapping patterns, evocative and strange. Energy shifts and flickers among the crevices, somehow being shaped by the form of the materials. Your closer examination reveals a small panel, worked cunningly into the frame of the cage. Some of the filigrees here are sworn and smooth, as if slowly eroded by friction. Perhaps these are the controls. Oh, touch the smooth spots on the panel. The cage's hum dips lower for a moment, throbbing almost at the limit of your hearing. Your bones and teeth ache briefly, and everyone within 3 meters of the cage claps their hands to their ears. You! Are you trying to kill us all? Leave the cage alone. It shoves you away from the cage. Do you even know what'll happen if that thing gets free? What are you? If anything, the creature redoubles its effort to strike at you, its limbs flurry of rage. How did you come to be here? It draws away from the edge of the energy field for a moment, as if gathering its thoughts. Then it launches itself at you, rebounding off the deceptive solidity of the cage. Its tentacles flail wildly, the needles at their tips glinting and oozing. What can you tell me of this place? A dim light built underneath the Nycthemeron, the orb at its base glowing brighter and brighter. 2 tentacles stroke it, and they pull out a streamer of bright lightning. They stretch it between themselves, building in intensity, and then they hurl it at you. The walls of the dark cage darken instantly, and when they lighten again, you see the monster within flailing, crashing fruitlessly against its invisible walls. Can you understand me at all? The creature redoubles its efforts to strike you, limbs a flurry of rage. Examine the cage again. Yeah, whatever. I don't want to open the fucking cage.
I'm ready.
Alright, these dudes wanted to talk to me, I think. Yeah, Kesmin and Mimian.
Yes.
As you approach the clock, there is a pause in the argument the duo next to it are having. The petite woman turns toward you. Her hair is unusual, a light, almost yellow color, and her bright eyes dominate her pretty face. Excuse me, but my colleague and I were having a discussion, and... Her eyes fall upon your tattoo, and her breath catches audibly in her throat. Her partner is an unnaturally tall man, gaunt and sour-faced, his voice sonorous, with fingers that twitch and weave through strange contortions. Occasional light sparks in the air as he does. Occasional light sparks in the air as he does. He turns to you and opens his mouth to speak, registers your tattoo and closes it again. His throat bobs for a moment and he says, "It is an honor." She sighs. "Must we indulge in this religious nonsense?" "Your opinion of our beliefs is noted. We have discussed our differences with you, and you made your position quite clear, thank you." He turns back to you, anger etched on his face. He collects himself. "If I might impose on your time for a moment, will you tell me about your tattoo? How did you shape it? Did you know why it differs from the others? I'm having trouble placing him. Could it be I need more time to question him?" "I don't know much about my tattoo. What does it mean to you?" "You have been touched by the changing god," she whispers. His mind sheltered in you. He shared his dreams, his power with your mind. And when he left your body, he created you," he swallows. "The tattoo marks you, all of you, with his symbol. It grows and changes as you mature, so that it becomes your symbol instead. There are more of you. They call you cast-offs." She cocks her head, studying you. "You are welcome here, revered one. We stand ready to serve as we can. Have you any questions for us?" "Do you know anything about the device called a resonance chamber?" "Rumor and conjecture, nothing more. Idle speculation from those who wish to pretend to knowledge of your sire's motivations, passed along as fact." He leans out to touch you. "Have you seen it? Do you know where it is, what it does?" "Sally Mary at the Order of Truth told me that you would know about the artificer who helped build it." She taps her fingers thoughtfully on her lips. "I haven't heard that part of the legend. I thought that it was the changing god who built it himself. Do you know more about the resonance chamber than we've been taught, maybe?" She smiles slightly and spreads his hands. He smiles slightly and spreads his hand in apology. "Not as much as I should like, but we have ways to find answers." His eyes trawl your face, and it seems as if he's on the verge of understanding something. It is said by those loyal to your sire that the chamber is the solution to the sorrow, the creature that hunts you all. I'm certain now, I haven't met this one. We don't know how, though. She bows her head slightly. We take this as an article of faith. The resonance chamber will save you. He looks sharply at you now, all distraction gone. "I do not recognize you," he says. "You do not match any description we have recorded." She snaps her fingers, as if she is finally figuring out a mystery. Wait, let me remember your face." She studies you carefully. Oh my, you're new. Are you the changing god? Can it be?" "No, I'm not the changing god." He nods, satisfied. "As I thought. You are a cast-off, one of his children." He touches you with his long-fingered hand as if in consolation. "There is no shame in such a thing. Many cast-offs have come to our attention, and some of them have sought to deceive us, so that they might seem more important." He smiles softly. "You are as new as we suspect. It is better for you, for us, to know the truth of your existence than to bluster and lie." Crestfallen, she touches your shoulder. Are you sure you're not?" She catches herself. "No, why would you lie about that?" With a noticeable effort, she wrenches herself into optimism, and she chirps. "But you're new, aren't you?" "You're new. Have you decided what you'll do? What you'll be? Your sire's other children have done amazing things. Amazing! No doubt you will as well." He lays a hand on her shoulder, and his voice is low, cautionary. "Cass." She looks away from you for a moment, swallowing sudden tears, and he says, "We have a request for you." He gestures towards the clock behind him. Dark figures circumambulate these clock faces. "I theorize that your sire's creation of the time shields that protected the city established a connection with his future selves. Given this, we believe those figures may be cast-offs, or ghosts of cast-offs, perhaps. the living shells of the bodies your creator has worn previously. His fingers shrug eloquently for himself. The clock is unmoored in time, you see. We do not have a knowledge sufficient to investigate, but you might. You have a connection with he who created the clock. You should be able to align it with the present time, and uncover who these figures are. A gentle, rare smile appears. If you cannot, at least you will increase our store of knowledge. She smiles bravely, looking between Mimion and you, and says, and then we can answer the questions you might have, right, Mim? Do you have any idea how to fix the clock? We have tried. I have appealed to the Order of Truth. I have spoken with eminent seekers of knowledge. We have sent for wisdom, from as far as the steadfast. A great achievement, you must agree. None have given us an answer. We believe your sire created the device, or had a hand in it, perhaps. Dismay dances across his fingers. His hungry-eyed compatriot steps in. Perhaps you can find an answer where others have failed, and then we can help you. You will have our boundless gratitude, revered one.
Making a note.
Making a note.
All right.
This complex machine towers over you. Its purpose is unclear, but the three circular faces set into the ground remind you of clocks. Something is wrong with the machine, however. It's partially transparent, shimmering in the air when you look directly at it. The clock faces seem to show several different times at once. Humanoid silhouettes ripple beneath the central clock face. One places his hand against the face, as though it were a glass wall. They seem to be watching you. Examine the machine. Powering mechanism wavers in the air. Similar to Calistige, it appears to be in several states at once, though all of the machine's states are in the exact same location. You can't touch it either. Your hand passes right through the structure. As you pull your hand away, a memory strikes you as powerfully as someone took a club to your chest. You are working at the clock. It is no longer transparent, but perfectly solid. There is a noise behind you. So they've come, the three traitors. They think to surprise you, but through the powers of the clock you have foreseen this moment. There is the faintest sound of metal sliding against leather. You slap a hand on the central clock face, activating the clock's arcane powers. You're not sure what it will do to them, but it's better than what they'll do to you. There is a flash. Arcs of energy stretch out from the clock over your shoulder. Your would-be attackers. You don't see what happens to them, but they quickly disappear along with their screams. As the last shreds of the memory fade, a swirl of energy passes through your body. Cold barbs prick every muscle. Suddenly, tidal forces arc from the clock to three ancient devices in the cultist encampment. The clock recognized something inside you, or maybe vice versa. Either way, you have inadvertently activated the nearby devices. No, there. No, oh, there it is. Addendum added.
If you're
Fallen
sure
to
it's
Earth.
safe.
Alright, those are activated. However, it is time to stop for today. But managed to finish Planescape Torment, and we started playing this game. And we'll see. I mean, they play pretty similarly. Well, they don't, but I mean, in the sense that you're constantly stuck in a dialogue, reading dialogues, and asking everyone about literally everything over and over and over again. Which honestly gets a bit daunting. Like it is a bit too much, in my opinion, for so many like side things. But I do think this is one of the most interesting turn-based systems at all. that we have for these types of games. Especially since they also let you use your points for non-combat things in combat as well sometimes. But we'll see how it turns out next time. So, till then, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.